Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Jax. The invisible boundary that had kept Jax from Saltwater Grove for nearly 2 years dissolved like morning mist as he stepped across the town line. His body tensed instinctively, anticipating the searing pain of Victor's curse. But nothing came. Just the December wind biting at his face and the familiar scent of salt and pine that defined the coastal, supernatural town. "Guess you really are dead, you bastard," Jax muttered, his voice a low rumble that matched the distant thunder rolling over the sea. The long, jagged scar along his jaw tightened as he clenched his teeth. Saltwater Grove hadn't really changed. Holiday decorations draped the cobblestone streets, the white lights twinkling against the early evening darkness. The town square's massive pine tree stood proudly decorated, yet Jax barely noticed the festive atmosphere. His focus remained locked on the faint scent trail that had led him here. The distinct markers of Kira and Damon, two rogue wolf shifters who'd become something like family during his exile. His nostrils flared as he caught another trace of their scent near the entrance to the glimmering woods. Jax followed it, moving with predatory grace despite his size, his green eyes scanning the perimeter for any sign of threat. "Never thought I'd see your sorry ass back here." Jax spun, instinctively dropping into a fighting stance. A lanky man with a patchy beard stood behind him, arms crossed. "Roland!" Jax straightened but kept his guard up. "Didn't think you'd still recognize me." Hard to forget the face of Victor's favorite enforcer. Roland's eyes narrowed. Or the one who turned on him. "I turned on him because he lost his damn mind." Jax's shoulders bunched under his leather jacket. "And from what I hear, I wasn't the only one who thought so." "No." Roland's stance softened slightly. "You were just the first to do anything about it. Got yourself cursed for the trouble." Jax approached closer, towering over the smaller man. "I'm not here for a reunion tour. 2 wolves are missing. Caught their trail leading here." "Missing wolves?" Roland's brow furrowed. "Haven't heard anything." "You wouldn't. They're rogues like me." Jax's gaze drifted toward the town center, memories washing over him of patrols and pack gatherings. Victor might be gone, but something's still off here. I can feel it. "Well, you're right about one thing. Victor is dead." Roland shoved his hands in his pockets. "Caleb took him down last year. Nasty fight." "Good." The single word carried the weight of 2 years of exile. Jax turned toward the woods again, his jaw set with determination. The wind shifted, bringing with it a complex tapestry of scents: pine, salt, magic, and beneath it all, something familiar yet wrong. A thread of danger woven through the town he once called home. "Whatever you're chasing, be careful," Roland called after him. "Victor might be dead, but his allies aren't." Jax didn't look back as he replied, "I wouldn't expect anything different." Jax plunged into the glimmering woods, his boots crunching through the fresh layer of snow that had fallen since morning. The moon climbed steadily above the trees, bathing the forest in an ethereal silver glow that transformed the snow-laden branches into crystalline sculptures. Under different circumstances, he might have appreciated the beauty of it all. Tonight, he only registered it as useful illumination for tracking his missing friends. Kira and Damon's scent grew stronger with each step, though something about it seemed off, tainted somehow. Jax's muscles tightened beneath his leather jacket as he followed the trail through a dense thicket. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as the wind shifted again, carrying with it a metallic tang that instantly put him on high alert. Blood. A lot of it. Damn it, he growled, quickening his pace until he was nearly running. The trees thinned suddenly, revealing a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Jax stopped abruptly at its edge, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene before him. The pristine snow had been trampled down and stained with dark crimson patches. At the center of the clearing stood a crude stone altar, its surface black with dried blood. Surrounding it, strange symbols had been carved into the frozen ground, their lines filled with what looked like ash and crushed herbs. What the hell happened here? He circled the perimeter cautiously, his nostrils flaring as he cataloged the scents. Kira, Damon, blood, some theirs, some not, and something else, something that made his wolf bristle beneath his skin. Death magic, necromancy. The long scar along his jaw suddenly flared with pain, burning as if freshly carved. Jax hissed, pressing his fingers against the mark that Victor and his witch friend had left when Victor cast the exile curse. Impossible, Jax muttered, circling closer to the altar. The curse effects should have completely ended with its caster, but the pain intensified with each step, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He crouched beside one of the symbols, careful not to touch it as he studied the intricate pattern. It wasn't just any necromantic ritual. The design was specific, targeted. As his eyes traced the lines, recognition dawned, cold and uncomfortable. Nightfang, he whispered. The curved lines resembled the same markings that adorned ceremonial pack items, subtle, but unmistakable to someone who had spent years enforcing Victor's will. His scar burned hotter, and Jax felt a strange connection forming between his blood and the residual magic saturating the clearing. Whatever ritual had been performed here, it wasn't just using death magic. It was specifically calibrated to Nightfang wolf-shifter blood, to his blood. Whoever did this, they were luring him back here. But why? A wave of dizziness hit him suddenly, forcing him to brace one hand against the frozen ground. The world tilted and swam, the moonlight fracturing into painful shards before his eyes. Something tugged at his core, not physical but deeper, as if invisible hands were reaching inside and unraveling the very essence that made him what he was. Son of a... Jax fought to stand upright as the sensation intensified. His wolf, normally a powerful presence just beneath the surface of his consciousness, felt distant and muted. The clearing in the glimmering woods spun around him, and he suddenly dropped to one knee on the frozen ground, fighting the strange, draining sensation that left him gasping for breath. What the hell? He snarled, digging his fingers into the blood-stained snow to anchor himself. The world tilted sideways, trees blurring into streaks of shadow and silver. His wolf, always present and always powerful, felt like it was being siphoned away, pulled thread by thread from the very fabric of his being. Through the haze of disorientation, one thought crystallized with perfect clarity. Whoever had taken Kira and Damon hadn't been after random rogue wolf shifters. They had been after him. This trap had his name written all over it, and he'd walked right into it like some green pup. Me or all Nightfangs? The question slipped through his gritted teeth as he fought to stand again, his legs trembling beneath him. His mind raced through fragmented thoughts. The Nightfang symbols. Victor's death. His own blood calling to whatever dark magic saturated this clearing. Why lure him back to Saltwater Grove now? The exile curse had kept him away for 2 whole years. It made his skin feel like it was being flayed from his bones whenever he tried to cross the boundary. Until today. Until he had followed Kira and Damon's trail straight into... what? A ritual site? A slaughter ground? Kira, he gasped, forcing himself forward on unsteady legs. Damon. Were they already dead, their blood feeding whatever abomination had been summoned here? Or were they bait in a larger game? The moon above him seemed to pulse, its light drilling into his skull. His vision darkened at the edges, the world collapsing into a narrow tunnel. He needed help. I'm not dying in these goddamn woods, Jax growled, channeling what little strength remained into his legs. He staggered through the trees, following the distant glow of the town lights. Each step felt like moving through cement, his muscles refusing basic commands. The wolf inside him, normally straining at its leash, eager to break free, had gone terrifyingly quiet. Snow began to fall, delicate flakes catching in his dark brown hair and melting against his feverish skin. His breath came in harsh, visible plumes as he fought his way towards civilization. The trees thinned gradually, revealing the outskirts of town. A building loomed ahead, multi-storied, windows illuminated against the darkness. The red emergency sign glowed like a beacon through the increasingly heavy snow. "Hospital," he muttered, orienting himself toward it. "Just get there." His feet dragged through accumulating snow, leaving uneven tracks behind him. The sidewalk soon appeared beneath his boots, civilization's straight lines and cleared paths a stark contrast to the wilderness he'd left behind. Just a few more yards, 20 steps, 10. Jax's knees buckled as he reached the hospital's outer walkway. He caught himself on a decorative planter, his knuckles white as he clung to its edge. "Not like this," he hissed, fighting the darkness crowding his vision. Whatever they had taken from him in that clearing, he refused to let it win. He was Jax Hollow, former Nightfang enforcer, survivor. No magic ritual was going to bleed him dry without a fight, but his body had other ideas. His legs folded beneath him, sending him sprawling onto his back on the cold concrete. Snowflakes drifted down from the inky sky, landing on his face in gentle counterpoint to the violence raging through his system. The last thing Jax saw before consciousness slipped away was the hospital's emergency sign above the door next to him, its red glow diffused by the thickening snow. Close enough to save him, yet impossibly far away as darkness claimed him completely.
Chapter 2. Mena. Mena's fingers twitched with the faint whisper of necromantic energy as she checked the IV line on the elderly man in Trauma 4. The magic prickled beneath her skin, sensing the thinness between life and death that permeated every corner of the emergency room. She pushed it down with practiced discipline, focusing instead on the medical equipment. "Mr. Holloway, how's that pain level now?" She adjusted the blanket across his frail shoulders. "Better than when you came in, I hope." The old fisherman nodded, his eyes already drooping from the medication. Mena stepped back, marking his chart as her thoughts drifted to Lyra. The image of her daughter's face, those deep blue eyes that sometimes flashed with unexplained energy, made her heart ache with both love and worry. Earth to Mena. Jenna appeared beside her, hip-checking her gently. "You've been staring at that chart for a full minute. Your mom radar pinging again?" "Nina sent a text 5 minutes ago that Lyra's refusing to sleep." Mena tucked a strand of dark brown hair behind her ear. "Apparently she's been standing in her crib babbling at the shadows on the wall." "Sounds like typical 1-year-old weirdness to me." Jenna grabbed another chart as they moved to the nurse's station. "Though I still don't know how you convinced the town's most powerful witch to be your regular babysitter." Mena's lips quirked up. "She says Lyra's energy is fascinating. I think she just likes having someone who doesn't complain about her experimental coffee." The emergency room buzzed with its usual December night energy, holiday decorations clashing with the sterile medical equipment, and the scent of antiseptic mingling with someone's peppermint coffee. Outside, fat snowflakes swirled against the darkness, accumulating steadily on the ground. "So," Jenna leaned in, her voice dropping, "you doing okay? With everything?" The weight of the question pressed against Mena's chest. 3 months since her husband Ethan's tragic accident. 3 months of the phantom ring on her finger that she'd removed, but still felt daily. "I'm functioning." Mena checked the monitor for Trauma 5. "Though I did have a small magical incident this afternoon when Lyra knocked over my coffee. The spill froze mid-air." "Damn," Jenna's eyes widened. "Any neighbors see?" "Just Nina when she arrived at my house." She fixed it before the ice crystals started shouting death echoes. Mena rubbed her temples. I'm losing control, Jen. Between grief and single parenthood and these night shifts, my magic's leaking out at the worst moments. You need a night off, maybe even... Jenna wiggled her eyebrows dramatically. Some adult company? The last man I let into my life died 3 months after we got married. Mena's voice came out sharper than intended. Not what I meant. Jenna squeezed her arm. I meant wine and trash TV at my place, but what? Jenna tapped her pen against the chart. It's been 2 years since Lyra's biological father skipped town, right? Have you ever thought about... No, Mena cut her off. One night with a random sexy wolf shifter doesn't merit tracking him down. Ethan was the man who chose to be Lyra's father. And Ethan was wonderful, Jenna agreed softly. I just worry about you carrying it all alone. Before Mena could respond, their supervisor called from across the room. Graves! Jensen! I need you by the entrance now. Saved by the bell, Mena muttered, grateful for the interruption. The weight of grief and exhaustion could wait. For now there were patients who needed her more than she needed to deal with her own emotions. Mena ran toward the ER's entrance alongside Jenna, her practical shoes squeaking against the freshly mopped floor. She expected the usual Friday night emergency, a drunk with a broken bone, or maybe another holiday decoration mishap. What she didn't expect was the ghost from her past being wheeled through the automatic doors on a gurney. Time slowed. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across a face she had tried so hard to forget. A strong jaw with a scar that wasn't there before, and dark brows furrowed even in unconsciousness. Jax Hollow. The man who'd given her one unforgettable night and disappeared 2 days later, unknowingly leaving behind the greatest gift of her life. Male, early 30s, found collapsed outside the entrance, the EMT reported, breaking through her shock. BP critically low, pulse thready, no visible trauma. Mena's nursing instincts kicked in, while her personal feelings screamed in the background. She moved alongside the gurney, her fingers wrapping around the cold metal rail as they wheeled him toward Trauma 3. Let's get a line in him. Her voice came out steady despite the earthquake in her chest. CBC, chem panel, and cardiac enzymes. Jax's skin had an ashen quality that went beyond ordinary illness. The corded muscles of his arms lay slack against the white sheet, his powerful chest barely rising with each shallow breath. She'd once traced those muscles with her fingertips, whispering things she'd never said to any man before. You know him? Jenna asked, catching Mena's expression as they transferred him to the trauma bed. Mena didn't answer. Couldn't. She was too busy noticing the faint blackish veins spreading beneath his skin, tendrils of dark energy that had nothing to do with medical science and everything to do with the magic she kept hidden. As Dr. Mason barked orders and the team moved around her, Mena sensed the distinctive cold signature of corrupted necromantic magic, like a poisoned version of her own power. It pulsed beneath Jax's skin, draining his life essence with each beat of his heart. I've got this one, she announced suddenly, her voice cutting through the controlled chaos. Dr. Mason glanced up sharply. Nurse Graves? Trust me. Mena met his eyes with determination. I've seen this before. It's a rare reaction. I know exactly what to do. You're not qualified to... Please. Mena infused the word with all her professional credibility. 5 minutes. If his vitals don't improve, we'll try your way. The doctor hesitated, then nodded curtly. 5 minutes. Everyone out. Jenna shot her a bewildered look before backing out of the room. The door swung shut, leaving Mena alone with the unconscious father of her child. You would show up now, she muttered, placing her hands on either side of his face, right when I was finally figuring out how to live without a man in my life. Closing her eyes, Mena let her carefully guarded magic rise to the surface. The cold energy of death swirled around her fingertips, responding to the twisted power infecting Jax. She didn't need spells or incantations. Necromancy was about intention and connection to the veil between living and dead. Her power flowed into him, seeking out the corrupted magic, neutralizing it with her own pure energy. Black veins receded beneath her touch. Jax's breathing deepened, and the monitor displaying his heartbeat strengthened. The death magic dissolved under her careful manipulation, leaving behind only the natural balance of life energy. "There," she whispered, withdrawing her hands as his vitals stabilized. "Now get better and get out of my town before you complicate my life any further." Mena stepped back, watching his chest rise and fall with newfound strength. Memories threatened to overwhelm her, how he'd looked at her that night under the winter solstice moon, the safety she'd felt in his arms, and the devastating emptiness of not being able to find him anywhere 2 days later. "I have a daughter to raise," she told his unconscious form, her voice catching. "A life I'm rebuilding. I don't have room for you, Jax Hollow." Mena stepped out of Trauma Room 3, her hands still tingling with residual necromantic energy. She took a steadying breath, tucking loose strands of hair behind her ears as she approached the nurse's station where Dr. Mason waited, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "The patient in Trauma 3 is stable now," Mena reported, proud of how level her voice remained despite the earthquake shaking her insides. "Vitals normalized. He just needs rest and fluids." Dr. Mason's eyebrows arched. "That was impressive, Graves. What exactly did you do in there?" "Just an old folk remedy my grandmother taught me." The lie slipped easily from her lips, practiced over years of hiding her true nature. Sometimes the body just needs a reset. As the doctor walked away, more fragments of that winter night 2 years ago crashed through Mena's carefully constructed walls. The festival lights reflecting in Jax's green eyes, his warm palm against her cheek, the way he'd whispered her name like a prayer when their bodies connected. The memory hit her with such force that her knees nearly buckled. "I need to... excuse me." Mena fled down the hallway, her heart hammering against her ribs. She barely made it into the staff restroom before the first sob escaped. She gripped the cold porcelain of the sink, staring at her reflection, her pale skin gone paler, her blue eyes rimmed with red. "Of all the emergency rooms in all the towns in all the world, he lands into mine," she whispered to her reflection, a broken laugh bubbling up. The restroom door opened, and Jenna's concerned face appeared. "Mena, what's going on?" Jenna locked the door behind her, her blonde ponytail swaying as she turned her head. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Worse." Mena's laugh turned bitter. "I've just seen Lyra's father." Jenna's mouth dropped open. "Wait, Trauma 3 guy? Mr. Tall, dark, and unconscious?" Jax Hollow. The name felt strange on her tongue after so long. That one night during the Winter Solstice Festival 22 months ago. He disappeared a day later. "And you just saved his life with your..." Jenna wiggled her fingers in the air, their code for Mena's abilities. "Someone used corrupted necromancy on him. Black magic." Mena rubbed her arms, suddenly cold. "The kind that drains life essence." "Damn!" Jenna leaned against the door. "That's... a lot." "I can't deal with him right now, Jen. Not with Lyra, not with everything else." "Don't worry." Jenna straightened, determination settling over her features. "I'll handle Mr. Baby Daddy for the rest of the shift. You won't have to deal with him again tonight." Relief washed through Mena. "You're the best friend a secret necromancer could ask for." "So," Jenna hesitated before leaving the restroom, "are you going to tell him about Lyra before he leaves?" "Hell no!" Mena's response was immediate and fierce. "I'm hoping he just wakes up, gets discharged, and disappears again. I don't have the emotional bandwidth for this right now." "You don't think he has a right to know?" "The man I knew for exactly 18 hours? The one who vanished without a trace?" Mena crossed her arms. "He gave up any rights when he disappeared from Saltwater Grove. Lyra is my daughter, mine. Fair enough, Jenna squeezed her shoulder. For what it's worth, your mysterious baby daddy, totally hot, like illegally hot, even unconscious. Despite everything, Mena felt her lips twitch upward. Trust me, you have no idea. The man is... She fanned herself dramatically, memories of his powerful body moving above hers, flashing through her mind. Sounds like there's a story there. A very short one. Mena straightened her navy scrubs top, rebuilding her professional facade. And it's staying in the past, where it belongs.
Chapter 3. Jax. Jax woke up with a jolt, and his senses snapped to attention like a bowstring pulled taut. Antiseptic smells assaulted his nose first, followed by the harsh fluorescent lighting that made him squint. Hospital. The steady beep of a monitor marked his heartbeat. His muscles tensed as he took inventory. No restraints, no immediate threats. But something felt different. A peculiar sensation tugged at his core, like an invisible rope connecting him to something or someone here in Saltwater Grove. He rolled the feeling around in his mind, trying to make sense of it. "What is going on?" he muttered, pushing himself up against the thin pillows. His wolf stirred beneath his skin, no longer the weakened thing it had been before he'd collapsed. The beast felt rejuvenated, almost eager. A petite blonde nurse with a bouncy ponytail walked in, her scrubs decorated with cartoon wolves. Ironic. Her name tag read Jenna. "Well, look who decided to rejoin the land of the living." Her smile was bright, almost conspiratorial. "How are you feeling, Mr. Hollow?" Jax leveled his gaze at her, not bothering with pleasantries. "What happened to me?" "You were found unconscious outside." Jenna checked his IV line with practiced efficiency. "Pretty dramatic entrance, if you ask me." "The magic," he pressed, his voice dropping lower. "Black magic was draining me. How'd you stop it?" Jenna's eyes widened slightly before her professional mask slipped back into place. "Let's just say we have our ways of dealing with unusual cases here at Saltwater Grove Hospital." She recorded something on his chart. "Fluids, rest, a few other interventions, and here you are, good as new." "That's not an answer." His jaw tightened, the scar there more prominent. "It's the only one I'm authorized to give." Jenna winked. "Your vitals look normal now. Wolf's back to full strength, I suspect." Jax nodded once, sharp and decisive. "Stronger than before I passed out." "Perfect. I'll find the doctor to start your discharge papers. You should be free to go in no time." As she turned to leave, Jax called after her. "Who treated me?" "We work as a team here, Mr. Hollow." Jenna's smile never reached her eyes. "Rest up." The door closed behind her, leaving Jax alone with his thoughts and that persistent tugging sensation. Someone here had counteracted powerful necromancy, the kind that had been specifically targeting Nightfang shifter blood, the kind that had nearly killed him. His wolf paced restlessly inside him. 2 missing wolf shifters, a ritual site deep in the woods, and now this inexplicable connection he felt. Saltwater Grove had changed since Victor's death, become more dangerous somehow. And someone was making a move against the Nightfangs. Former Nightfangs like him. He needed answers and needed to track down whoever was behind this before more wolves disappeared. Or worse. The tugging sensation pulled again, more insistent now. His wolf responded to it, curious rather than threatened. Someone had saved him here in the ER. Someone powerful enough to counter death magic. And Jax Hollow didn't like owing debts to anyone. He swung his legs off the bed, wincing as the hospital gown fluttered open in the back. His clothes were nowhere in sight. Great. He pulled the IV from his arm, ignoring the sharp sting. The monitors beeped in protest until he yanked the sensors off his chest. He padded across the cold linoleum floor to the door. His wolf senses heightened. Something was definitely off here. That strange pull had grown stronger with every step, tugging at something primal deep within him. He leaned against the doorframe, peering through the narrow window into the hospital corridor, and then he saw her. Mena stood at the nurse's station, her dark brown hair swept up in a messy bun that somehow looked perfect. She wore navy blue scrubs that hugged curves he remembered all too well. The tugging sensation nearly knocked him sideways. Damn, he breathed, steadying himself against the wall. His wolf howled inside him, recognizing something his human brain couldn't quite process. This wasn't just attraction, it was recognition on a cellular level, like his soul was trying to leap out of his body and crash into hers. 2 years, 2 long years since that winter night. The memories crashed through him like waves. Mena's laugh cutting through the winter solstice festivities, and her blue eyes flashing with mischief as she'd pulled him behind the old boathouse. The smell of pine and snow in her skin. How right it had felt to hold her and to touch her. How they'd spent 18 perfect hours together before he'd left her house to confront Victor, believing he'd return to her. The exile curse had been like a wall of fire every time he tried to cross back into Saltwater Grove those first few months. He'd nearly killed himself on the 3rd attempt, the pain so excruciating he'd blacked out for days. His wolf had mourned her and had raged against the invisible barrier. Eventually he'd stopped trying, stopped torturing himself with thoughts of what might have been. Yet here she was, just feet away. Here he was, free to approach her. As if sensing his gaze, Mena looked up, straight through the window at him. Their eyes locked, and something like lightning shot through Jax's entire body, white-hot and undeniable. The wolf in him surged forward, nearly making him shift right there in the hospital room. Her lips parted slightly, the clipboard in her hands lowered. Jax's heart hammered in his chest, a thunderous beat drowning out the hospital sounds. Then impossibly, her expression hardened. She turned away, speaking rapidly to the blonde nurse, Jenna, before walking quickly in the opposite direction. Jax's hand flattened against the glass. "Mena!" he growled, the name tearing from his throat. His first instinct was to chase her, to corner her and demand answers. Why had she looked at him that way? Why did he feel this connection? His muscles tensed, ready to pursue. But something held him back. He needed answers. But rushing after her half-naked in a hospital gown wasn't the way to get them. He needed his strength, his clothes, and his dignity. He'd find her again. Very soon. This time, nothing. Not Victor, not curses, not whatever the hell was happening with the missing wolves and this black magic would keep him away from her. Jax tore himself away from the door, frustration simmering through his veins. The hospital gown fluttered around his thighs as he scanned the small room. A narrow closet caught his eye, and he crossed to it in 3 decisive strides, yanking the door open. His clothes hung inside, clean somewhat, but still bearing traces of that metallic tang of the ritual site. Jax dressed quickly, each movement precise and economical. The familiar weight of his dark jeans and the leather jacket against his skin felt like armor being reassembled. He laced his boots with sharp tugs, grounding himself with each pull. His wolf settled beneath his skin, no longer clawing to get out, but alert and vigilant. Something had definitely changed in him during his unconsciousness. The connection he felt, that inexplicable tether, pulsed stronger now, like a second heartbeat underneath his own. A knock sounded, followed by the door swinging open to reveal a gray-haired doctor with glasses perched on his nose. "Mr. Hollow, I'm Dr. Mason." The man swept in, scanning a chart. "Your recovery is rather remarkable, but I'd strongly advise staying overnight for observation. Your condition isn't something we see every day." "I'm leaving," Jax stated, the words coming out as a low command rather than a request. He stood to his full height, shoulders squared. The doctor's eyebrows rose. "Whatever drained your energy remains unidentified. We can't guarantee—" "I feel great," Jax cut him off, rolling his shoulders to demonstrate. "I heal fast. The tests show anomalies we can't explain. I'm not interested in being a medical curiosity." Jax's eyes flashed, a hint of his wolf showing through. "Sign whatever needs signing." Dr. Mason sighed, a man clearly used to stubborn patience. "Against medical advice, I suppose I will sign off. But you could die, you know. Wouldn't be my first dance with death." The corner of Jax's mouth twitched upward. "Where do I sign?" 20 minutes later, Jax strode through the hospital's main doors, the crisp night air filling his lungs. The tugging sensation inside him wavered as he put distance between himself and the hospital, between himself and Mena. Saltwater Grove spread before him, the town lights reflecting off snow-dusted streets. 2 years of exile had changed his perspective. The place looked smaller somehow, more vulnerable. Whatever dark magic had attacked him in the woods threatened this place. He needed answers, and he needed allies. The rogues who'd taken him in after his exile owed him favors. They'd help him track down whoever was hunting wolf shifters. Decision made, Jax headed for the town limits, his strides long and purposeful. The old county road stretched ahead, winding through pine trees toward the highway. 5 more minutes and he'd be clear of Saltwater Grove. 3 minutes. 1 minute. Jax hit an invisible wall at the town line. Pain seared through him, molten and vicious, dropping him to his knees. "What the hell?" he growled through clenched teeth. He crawled backward, away from the border, and the agony eased. Rising unsteadily, Jax stared at the invisible boundary. "Another goddamn curse?" He slammed his fist against the barrier, hissing as it repelled him. This wasn't Victor's doing this time. The Alpha was dead. This was something else entirely. Something tied to that insistent pull he'd felt the moment he'd regained consciousness. Mena's face flashed in his mind. That electric connection when their eyes had met. But mate bonds didn't work like this. Mates could separate, could travel. This was something older and deeper. Jax ran his hand through his hair, his mind racing. What the hell is linking me to this place? The tether pulsed inside him, not just drawing him toward Mena, but somewhere else in town too, as if he were being pulled in 2 directions at once. "Fine," he growled to the empty road. "You want me here? I'll stay. But I'm finding out what's behind this connection, and who's using black magic to hunt my kind." The answers lay somewhere in Saltwater Grove, and Jax Hollow wasn't leaving until he uncovered the truth, because apparently he couldn't leave even if he tried.
Chapter 4. Mena. Mena trudged up her porch steps in the early morning hours after her nursing shift. Exhaustion clung to her shoulders like a heavy cloak. The old porch light flickered, casting dancing shadows across the worn white boards. Her fingers fumbled with her keys when the porch swing creaked, a sound that didn't belong to the December wind. Her head snapped up. Jax Hollow sat huddled on her porch swing, his broad shoulders hunched against the cold. The sight of him sent a jolt through her veins that wasn't because of her magic. "What the hell are you doing here?" Her keys jangled as her hand clenched into a fist. "Showing up at my house at 2 a.m? Are you serious right now?" Jax uncurled from the swing, his movements fluid despite his large frame. The new scar along his jaw caught the porch light as he stepped toward her. "I needed to talk to you." His voice was a low rumble that still held the power to make her skin tingle. "And I figured the hospital wasn't the right place." Mena crossed her arms. The cold air nipped at her cheeks, but the heat of her anger kept the rest of her warm. "You needed to talk?" That's rich coming from the man who disappeared for 2 years without so much as a goodbye. Behind her eyelids flashed images of herself, alone and pregnant, then with a newborn, then watching her daughter grow while this man, this wolf shifter, was nowhere to be found. "I didn't have a choice." His green eyes held her blue ones unblinking. "I got myself into trouble with the Nightfang pack, had to leave, immediately." "And phones don't exist where you went?" She stepped closer, close enough to smell the forest on him, pine and earth and something uniquely Jax. "Or did you just not care enough to use one?" "It wasn't like that." A muscle jumped in his jaw. "There were complications." "Complications," Mena repeated, the word bitter on her tongue. "Well, believe it or not, Jax, I've had a few of those myself these past 2 years. Nina would be inside with Lyra, their daughter, his daughter." The secret pressed against the back of her teeth, demanding release, but she swallowed it down. "Not yet. Not like this." "I found something in the woods. Jax's voice dropped lower, more urgent. A ritual site, black magic that targets shifter blood, my blood specifically. That's why I came back to Saltwater Grove. 2 of my friends have gone missing. The necromancer in her perked up at the mention of black magic, but she pushed the curiosity aside. So, you're on some kind of mission. Great. That doesn't explain why you're on my porch. You saved me tonight. His eyes searched hers. At the hospital, I felt it. That wasn't standard medical care. Mena looked away. I'm good at my job. You're a necromancer. It wasn't a question. Her heart stuttered. Keep your voice down. Why did you save me? His voice softened. The hard edges of the alpha male momentarily smoothed away. You could have let me die. Most people would have. I took an oath as a nurse. The lie tasted sour. It was more than that. He took another step closer, and she could feel the heat radiating from his body. I owe you, Mena. You don't owe me anything. She stepped back, fumbling for her keys again. I don't want anything from you. Especially not the complications she'd finally started to work through after Ethan's death. Especially not the way her heart raced when Jax was near, despite 2 years of anger and abandonment. Well, I'm not leaving Saltwater Grove until I find my friends. His eyes flashed wolf gold in the dim light. And until I figure out why I can't seem to leave this town now, even if I wanted to. Mena froze, her hand on the doorknob. What do you mean? I mean something's anchoring me here. His gaze bore into hers. Or someone. Mena's breath caught in her throat. Anchored here? The truth hit her like a physical blow. His wolf must somehow sense Lyra, their daughter. The magical bond between shifter father and daughter could be forming, even without his conscious knowledge. She started, unsure how to respond when Jax's attention suddenly shifted past her shoulder. His eyes widened, fixating on something through the window behind her. Mena whirled around and realized with a sinking feeling exactly what had captured his attention. Through the gap in her curtains, the glow of the nightlight illuminated Lyra's bassinet where Nina had set her up in the living room. Though Mena couldn't see her daughter fully from this angle, Jax, with his heightened wolf vision, clearly could. The intensity in his eyes shifted, a mix of confusion and something deeper, more primal. He didn't voice the question, but Mena felt it hanging in the frigid air between them. Panic fluttered in her chest. This wasn't how she'd imagined telling him, not at 2 o'clock in the morning on her front porch with exhaustion clouding her judgment and grief still raw in her heart. You're freezing, she said abruptly, avoiding the unspoken question in his eyes. The decision formed before she could talk herself out of it. Come in, just to warm up. She pushed the door open, and Jax crossed the threshold, his presence immediately filling her small entryway. He seemed larger than she remembered, more imposing. The wolf in him prowled just beneath the surface, evident in the predatory grace of his movements and the way his senses catalogued everything around him. Nina? Mena called softly as they entered. It's just me. I've got company. Nina appeared in the doorway to the living room, her silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of Jax, and Mena saw understanding flash across her face. Well, Nina murmured, a smile playing on her lips. About time you showed up. Nina, Mena warned, shooting her friend a look. Jax's gaze moved between the 2 women, then drifted toward the living room where Lyra slept. I don't mean to intrude. You're not, Nina assured him, gathering her coat from the hook. I was just heading out. Little one's been asleep for a few hours now. She gave Mena's arm a squeeze as she moved past. Call if you need anything. The door clicked shut behind Nina, leaving Mena alone with Jax and the weight of unspoken truths. He stood rigid in her entryway, as if afraid to move deeper into the house. His jaw worked, the scar there catching the light. The couch is more comfortable than my porch swing, Mena said, gesturing toward the living room. Her heart thundered against her ribs so loudly she was certain his wolf hearing could pick it up. The moment stretched between them, taut with tension and possibilities. Mena knew her life was about to change again, just when she'd found some semblance of stability after losing Ethan. Jax prowled into her living room, his powerful frame making her furniture look suddenly too small. His presence filled the space like smoke, curling into every corner. Mena crushed the flicker of awareness that sparked through her body at his proximity. "I'll get you a blanket," she said, keeping her voice deliberately neutral. "One night, then we figure out what's tying you to Saltwater Grove." Mena wasn't ready to let him past the emotional walls she'd built. She couldn't afford to. Not with Lyra depending on her. Not with Ethan's memory still fresh. And certainly not with the confusion of how her body hummed whenever Jax was near, like some part of her recognized him on a level deeper than memory. "I appreciate it," Jax said, his voice a gentle rumble that seemed to vibrate through her chest. Their eyes locked, and Mena found herself unable to look away from those forest green depths for a moment. "I'll be right back," she finally said, turning away from his gaze. She slipped into the back hallway toward her storage closet, taking a moment to breathe. Then, with quick movements, she traced protection runes in the air, feeling the familiar tingle of her necromancy responding. The wards settled over the house like a fine mist, invisible but potent. They wouldn't hurt Jax, but they would alert her if he tried to explore the house or, her stomach clenched at the thought, leave with Lyra. When she finally returned to the living room with a blanket, Jax was sitting on the edge of her couch, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together. His dark hair fell forward, shadowing his eyes, but his posture radiated tension. Mena moved to Lyra's bassinet, drawn by maternal instinct to check on her daughter. Her fingers brushed the soft brown wisps of hair so similar to the man sitting just feet away. Lyra stirred, her tiny mouth forming a perfect O as she yawned. Mena lifted her gently, cradling her against her chest, and sat in the armchair near the couch. Jax's attention shifted immediately. His gaze laser-focused on Lyra, his nostrils flaring slightly as he took in her scent. Something primal flickered again in his eyes. "She's beautiful," he said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "Thank you." Mena stroked Lyra's cheek with one finger. "She's the best thing that's ever happened to me." "How old is she?" Jax asked, his question weighted with unspoken suspicion. "Almost 13 months. Mena kept her tone casual, though her pulse raced. Jax's jaw tightened, the scar there standing out white against his tan skin. "I've been gone for 22 months. Have you?" Mena raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference while her heart pounded. "I hadn't counted." His lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "Yes, you had." "Don't flatter yourself." She adjusted Lyra against her shoulder. "You weren't that memorable." This time he did smile, a slow, dangerous curve of lips that sent heat curling through her belly. "That's not what you said that night." "It was the winter solstice festival," Mena replied coolly. "Everyone says things they don't mean during the holidays." Jax leaned forward, his eyes intent. "There's something about you, Mena Graves. Something that calls to my wolf." "Maybe your wolf just needs better taste," she shot back, trying to hide her attraction to him. Lyra cooed softly, her tiny hand reaching out toward Jax as if sensing the connection between them. Mena shifted, pulling her daughter closer protectively. The words burned in her throat, demanding release. "She's yours. This is your daughter." But fear held them captive. Fear of what it would mean, of how it would change everything instantly.
Chapter 5. Jax. Mena's daughter Lyra cooed softly in Mena's arms, and her tiny hand reached out toward Jax as if sensing something between them. Mena shifted uncomfortably in the armchair and pulled her daughter closer in what seemed like a protective gesture, shielding Lyra from Jax. But the sight of that tiny hand reaching for him sent an electric current down Jax's spine. His wolf clawed beneath his skin, desperate to be closer to the child. The scent in the room was unmistakable now that he focused. A perfect blend of his own earthy pine and Mena's midnight jasmine, combined in the sweet baby powder fragrance that surrounded Lyra, his daughter. The knowledge settled in his chest like an anchor, heavy and undeniable. 13 months old, 22 months since exile. The math didn't require a genius. The Winter Solstice Festival almost 2 years ago crystallized in his memory with perfect clarity. Mena across the dance floor, her dark brown hair cascading down her back in waves, that black dress hugging curves that made his mouth go dry. The way her blue eyes had caught his green ones across the room, a lightning strike of connection that had bowled him over. "You want to know what I remember most about that night?" His voice dropped to a low rumble. "How you smelled like midnight and jasmine. How you laughed when I spun you too fast and stepped on your toes." The baby shifted in Mena's arms. Those eyes, his shape, her brilliant blue, blinking sleepily at him. The tug in his gut threatened to pull him right off the couch and onto his knees before them both. Mena's fingers tensed around Lyra. "That was a lifetime ago." "For you, maybe," he replied, his jaw tightening. "For me, it's been solitude and haunted dreams of a woman in a black dress who pulled me behind the boathouse and changed everything." The memory of her skin under his hands that night, and the way she'd guided him into the shadows with that mischievous gleam in her eyes, flooded his mind. How they'd stumbled through the boathouse door, laughing between frantic kisses. How the moonlight through the slats had painted silver stripes across her naked body. How right it had felt. How perfect, until Victor's curse had ripped everything away 2 days later. Mena stood abruptly, Lyra cradled against her chest. "I'm putting her to bed." "Mena, and then I'm going to bed myself. Don't wander." She disappeared up the stairs, leaving him alone with the crackling fire and the weight of what might have been. The house creaked around him. The wards he sensed she'd set humming now with protective energy. He pulled at his hair, his fingers catching on the tangles. The logical part of his brain told him to leave, to walk out the door and keep walking until he found whoever was hunting wolves in the woods. But his instincts, the primal part of him that had kept him alive during exile, refused to let him abandon his child, or his mate, because that's what Mena was, what she had always been, from the moment he'd seen her across that dance floor. He just hadn't recognized it until it was too late, until Victor's claws had torn into his flesh, marking him for exile and death if he ever returned to Saltwater Grove. But Victor was dead now, and Jax was still alive, sitting in Mena's living room while his daughter slept upstairs. Family. The word echoed in his mind with a foreign sweetness that both terrified and exhilarated him. Jax shot to his feet, unable to sit still with the storm brewing inside him. He paced the living room like a caged predator, his boots making barely a sound on the hardwood floor. His daughter. He had a daughter. The knowledge traveled through his blood like lightning, electrifying every cell. He ran his fingers through his dark hair. The urge to charge upstairs and demand answers warred with the knowledge that he had no right, not after what must have looked like abandonment. "God damn it, Victor," he growled under his breath, his fists clenching at his sides. Even in death, that bastard's curse kept finding ways to ruin his life. 2 years stolen, a lifetime of firsts he'd never witnessed. Lyra's birth, her first smile, her first steps. Jax stopped at the mantel, his gaze catching on a series of photographs. Mena looked radiant in each one, holding Lyra at various stages of development, but something cold settled in his gut when he spotted another figure in several of the more recent shots. A man with his arm wrapped possessively around Mena's waist. "Who the hell are you?" he muttered, studying the stranger's face. The mounting evidence suggested this man was more than just a friend. Had Mena moved on? Found someone to help raise his child? The wolf inside him snarled at the thought, possessiveness surging through him with primal intensity. He forced himself to step away before he broke something. It was 2 a.m, and Mena had just pulled a long nursing shift. Tomorrow was soon enough for the hard questions. She was alone, Jax whispered to himself, imagining Mena discovering her pregnancy after he'd vanished. She had to face all of it alone. How had she felt waiting for him to return? How long before she realized he wasn't coming back? The guilt cut deeper than any blade, carving into a heart he'd thought had hardened beyond feeling. Jax shrugged off his leather jacket and stretched out on the couch, his long frame barely fitting the space. The cushions carried Mena's scent, midnight jasmine mingled with something new, something that spoke of sleepless nights and baby formula. I would have come back, he promised the silent house. I would have moved mountains. Sleep came in fitful bursts, haunted by vivid dreams. In one, he held Lyra as a newborn, while Mena watched with tears streaming down her face. In another, he stood helplessly beyond an invisible barrier, while his mate and child were threatened by shadows with Victor's steel-gray eyes. He tossed and turned, his body burning hot then cold as the curse mark on his jaw throbbed in time with his troubled heart. Each time he jolted awake, the wards Mena had placed hummed in warning, reminding him of his precarious position in this house. In the stillness between dreams, Jax traced his scar and made silent promises to the two sleeping upstairs. He would make this right. He would earn his place in their lives. He would become the mate and father they deserved, even if it took him the rest of his days. And anyone who threatened what was his would learn exactly how dangerous a wolf could be when protecting his family. Jax startled awake fully as the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains. His body was hard and ready from another vivid dream of Mena beneath him, her dark hair splayed across pillows as he claimed her. The couch springs creaked as he shifted uncomfortably, trying to shake off the lingering heat in his blood. That's when he heard it, a soft, distressed cry from upstairs. His daughter. The thought still sent a shock through his system. His ears tracked the sound, pinpointing its location with predatory precision. Mena's house was silent otherwise, and he realized the humming of the protective wards had disappeared. She dropped them, whether by choice or from exhaustion, he couldn't tell. Jax rose to his full height, his muscles flexing beneath his black Henley as he moved toward the stairs. His wolf senses guided him through the shadows as he took each step with lethal silence, the kind of movement that had kept him alive during his exile. Upstairs, he detected Mena's slow, even breathing from the first bedroom, the faint scent of jasmine marking it as hers. But Lyra's cries grew more insistent from the adjacent room. Jax hesitated at Mena's doorway. She lay sprawled across the bed, still in her scrubs, her hair fanned out like a dark halo. She crashed hard after her shift. His instinct to protect his mate battled with his need to comfort his child. Let her rest, he muttered to himself, turning toward Lyra's room. The nursery walls were painted a soft green with silver stars scattered across the ceiling. Lyra stood in her crib, her tiny hands gripping the rails, tears tracking down her chubby cheeks. The moment she spotted him, the crying stopped abruptly. Those blue eyes, Mena's eyes, widened with curiosity. The tugging sensation that had been haunting him since he'd woken up in the hospital intensified tenfold, nearly buckling his knees. It was her. His daughter had been anchoring him here all along, her hybrid magic calling to his blood. Lyra's face crinkled as her eyes locked with his. Then she broke into a smile that knocked the air from his lungs. His father had once told him that when a shifter meets their child's gaze for the first time, something fundamental changes inside them. Jax had dismissed it as sentimental crap. He'd never been more wrong. "Hey, little wolf," he whispered, his voice rougher than intended. Lyra cooed in response, bouncing slightly in her crib, arms raising in the universal signal to be picked up. Jax glanced over his shoulder, half expecting Mena to appear and chase him out with fury in her eyes. When she didn't, he reached down, his large hands hesitating, before gently lifting Lyra from her crib. "I've got you," he murmured, awkwardly cradling her against his chest. The bond between them cemented instantly, like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. His wolf calmed under his skin, recognizing family, recognizing his blood. Lyra wrinkled her nose and squirmed, and the unmistakable smell confirmed why she'd been crying. "Damn, little one." He glanced around, spotting the changing table against the wall. "I can handle this. I've faced down rival packs and rogue shifters. How hard can a diaper be?" Harder than he expected, as it turned out. It took him 3 tries to get the tabs aligned, Lyra watching his struggle with what seemed like amusement. "You're not making this easy," he growled softly with no real heat behind it. Lyra giggled, a pure, innocent sound that pierced straight through the armor he'd built around his heart over the past 2 years. When she reached up and touched his face, her tiny fingers grazing his scar, something inside him cracked wide open. "I'm sorry I wasn't here," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm sorry I missed everything." Once he had her cleaned and buttoned back into her sleeper, he lifted her against his chest, breathing in her scent, milk and baby powder, and that unique blend of his and Mena's essence. He rocked her gently, pacing the small room, until her eyelids grew heavy. Jax laid her back in the crib with a gentleness he hadn't shown another living soul in years. He stood there watching her chest rise and fall until the first full rays of morning sunlight spilled across the nursery floor. His legs gave out then, and he slid down against the crib, sitting on the floor beside it. His wolf, normally restless and alert, settled into a contented watchfulness. "I'm not going anywhere," he promised the sleeping child, his voice barely audible. "Never again." As sleep reclaimed him, curled protectively beside his daughter's crib, Jax felt something long dormant within him unfurl and take root. Purpose, belonging, home.
Chapter 6. Mena. Mena floated through the Winter Solstice Festival in her dream. The colors swirled around her more vibrant than they had been in reality. The crisp winter air carried notes of cinnamon and pine, mixing with the melody of the local band playing at the town square. Strings of enchanted lights hovered above the crowd, casting everyone in a soft golden glow. "You need to loosen up," Dream Jenna shouted over the music, twirling in her emerald dress. "It's solstice! Magic is literally in the air tonight." Mena laughed, her body moving freely to the rhythm. In dreams, she always danced better than she did awake. "I'm plenty loose." That's when she saw him. Across the gazebo dance floor, leaning against one of the ancient oak trees that bordered the town square, those piercing green eyes locked onto her. Jax Hollow, the dangerous wolf shifter every sensible woman in town avoided, and the one man Mena couldn't look away from. Her breath caught as she took him in, broad shoulders filling out a black button-down shirt, top buttons casually undone to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of tan skin. His dark hair was slightly tousled, as if he'd just run his fingers through it. "I should turn around. Look away, find someone safe to talk to." But her body refused to obey as he pushed off from the tree and moved toward her with predatory grace. The crowd seemed to part for him instinctively. "You dance like you've got magic in your veins." His voice was deep, rougher than she'd expected, sending a shiver down her spine that wasn't from the December chill. "Maybe I do," she replied, surprised by her own boldness. "What's your excuse for watching instead of dancing?" His smile was slow, devastating in its effect. "I was waiting for something worth dancing for." The music shifted to something slower and more intimate. Without asking, he stepped into her space, one hand finding the small of her back. "I'm Jax." "I know who you are." Heat bloomed where his fingers pressed against her black dress. "And you're Mena Graves, the woman every wolf shifter in this town has been talking about." She raised an eyebrow. "Is that supposed to impress me?" "No." His laugh rumbled through her. "But the fact that I haven't been able to take my eyes off you might—" Their bodies swayed together, perfectly in sync. In her dream, the connection between them pulsed like a living thing, golden threads of fate winding around them both. "What makes you think you're special enough for my attention?" she challenged, even as her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt. He leaned closer, his lips brushing her ear. "Because you're still here, talking to the most dangerous man at this festival, when we both know you're smart enough to walk away." The dream shifted, compressing time. They were laughing by the punch bowl, his hand casually resting on her hip as if it belonged there. Walking through snow-covered streets, their breath mingling in the wintry night air, his fingers intertwining with hers, that perfect pressure and warmth. This is the beginning of something beautiful, Dream Mena thought. Something magical. He could be the one. Mena jolted awake, gasping for air. Her heart hammered in her chest as she clutched at the sheets. Morning light streamed through her bedroom window, casting long rectangles across her rumpled scrubs. She'd been so exhausted after her shift that she'd crashed without changing. "Get it together," she whispered to herself, pressing her palms against her eyes. But the dream clung to her like perfume, or more accurately, like his scent had clung to her skin that night 22 months ago. That damn winter solstice festival. The night that had changed everything. She remembered pulling him toward the old boathouse at the edge of the festival grounds, his black button-down shirt bunched in her fists, the rough wooden walls against her back as he pressed her against them, her tight black dress hiked up her thighs. "Are you sure?" He'd growled the question against her neck, his restraint evident in the trembling of his hands. "I've never been more sure of anything." She'd meant it, every syllable. Then his mouth was on hers, and caution disappeared into the winter night. His lips had been warm despite the cold, his hands even warmer as they mapped the contours of her body with reverent precision. She'd felt the barely contained power in him, the primal energy he kept leashed for her sake. Mena shifted uncomfortably on the bed, the same bed where they'd ended up later that night, the same sheets. "You're not the kind of woman a man forgets," he'd murmured against her ear as he carried her through her own front door. His wolf had been close to the surface then, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent that made her shiver with anticipation rather than fear. He'd laid her on this very mattress with a gentleness that belied his strength, before showing her exactly how untamed he could be. Mena swung her legs off the bed, suddenly overheated. The memory of his perfect body moving above her, the controlled power in his every touch was too vivid, too real. The way he'd seemed to know exactly where to touch, when to be gentle and when to be not. "Stop it," she hissed to herself, stumbling into her small bathroom. She leaned against the sink, avoiding her reflection. What was wrong with her? This was ancient history, a mistake, a beautiful life-altering mistake that had given her Lyra, but a mistake nonetheless. The cold water she splashed on her face did nothing to cool the heat that had bloomed beneath her skin. She could still feel the phantom press of his lips on her neck, and the possessive grip of his hands on her hips. The way he'd whispered her name when— "This is ridiculous," she muttered, gripping the edge of the sink. "He's sleeping on your couch, for God's sake. The father of your child who disappeared the next day." But her body remembered what her mind wanted to forget. The chemistry between them had been undeniable, magical even. For that one perfect night, she'd believed he was her forever. Mena soon walked out of her small bathroom back into her bedroom, the floorboards creaking beneath her bare feet. She pulled open her dresser drawer, the hinges protesting with a gentle squeak. Her fingers found a soft cream sweater and worn jeans. Comfort clothes. The kind that hugged in all the right places without trying too hard. After nearly 24 hours in scrubs, anything clean felt like luxury. The morning light painted her bedroom in hues of gold and amber as she twisted her dark hair into a messy bun, stray tendrils framing her face. Her movements were automatic, muscle memory from countless mornings of the same routine. "You can do this," she whispered, but the hollow in her chest expanded as her mind wandered back 2 years. She'd woken up late that afternoon, her body pleasantly sore, reaching across sheets that had already gone cold. The indent of his head on her pillow had been the only evidence he'd been there at all. No note, no goodbye. Just absence. "God," she muttered, yanking her sweater over her head with more force than necessary. The memory still stung like salt in an open wound. She remembered the frantic days that followed, walking the snowy streets of Saltwater Grove, checking his apartment above the old hardware store only to find it undisturbed. Asking anyone who might have known him, which turned out to be practically no one. The man had been a ghost even before he'd vanished. "Where did you go?" she'd screamed into her pillow on the 7th night, her throat raw from crying. "Why wasn't I worth staying for?" When the pregnancy test showed positive several weeks later, she'd slumped to her bathroom floor, knees pulled to her chest, and she'd dissolved into tears that felt endless. "I can't do this alone," she'd sobbed to Jenna over the phone. "You're not alone," Jenna had said firmly, "and this baby is going to be the best thing that ever happened to you. Now get up off that floor, wash your face, and let's go shopping for tiny socks." Jenna had been right. The moment Mena held Lyra in her arms, everything had changed. The world had rearranged itself around this perfect tiny creature with Jax's hair and her blue eyes. Mena slipped on fuzzy socks and padded toward Lyra's nursery, expecting to find her daughter still peacefully asleep in her crib. What she didn't expect was the 6'2" wall of muscle curled protectively on the floor beside it. She froze in the doorway. The protective wards she'd cast last night had dissolved, a clear sign of how bone-deep her exhaustion had been. No properly cast necromancer's ward should have faded so quickly. The thin shimmer of magic that normally encased the room was gone. Jax lay on his side, one muscular arm tucked beneath his head like a pillow, the other extended toward the crib as if keeping watch even in sleep. His dark lashes cast shadows against his cheekbones, and his features, usually so guarded and severe, were softened in slumber. The big scar along his jaw stood out starkly against his tan skin. How did he get that scar? It must have been a nasty fight. Mena turned her attention to Lyra's crib. Inside the crib, Lyra slept peacefully, her tiny hand extended through the bars, almost touching Jax's fingertips. Father and daughter, connected even in sleep. Something twisted painfully in Mena's chest. This was what should have been all along. This was the future she'd imagined in those brief, beautiful hours, after their night together, before he disappeared. "Well," she whispered, leaning against the doorframe, "there's no avoiding the conversation now, is there?" Lyra's little chest rose and fell steadily, her dark hair, so like her father's, curling against her forehead. Jax's breathing matched their daughter's, perfectly in sync. His body was curled so protectively, like he'd purposely put himself between the door and the crib. Even asleep, every line of his body screamed of a predator ready to defend. A reluctant warmth spread through Mena's chest. He could have taken Lyra, could have disappeared with their daughter as suddenly as he'd disappeared from Mena's bed. But instead he'd positioned himself as her guardian, watchful even in sleep. Mena's finger traced the phantom ring on her left finger anxiously. Ethan had been gone only 3 months. The wound was still bleeding, still very raw. She wasn't ready for whatever this was, whatever Jax being back meant. But watching him sleep beside their daughter's crib, his face softer than she'd ever seen it, Mena felt the first hairline fracture in the wall she'd built around her heart.
Chapter 7. Jax. Jax woke up with a start as his wolf senses flared. The faint scent of jasmine and midnight, Mena's scent, hit him before he even opened his eyes. His muscles tensed automatically, years of survival instinct kicking in before he remembered where he was, curled on the floor of his daughter's nursery. His daughter. The thought still knocked the wind from his lungs. He looked up to find Mena standing over him, bathed in the soft glow of the sunlight streaming through the small window. The cream sweater she wore hung off one shoulder, revealing a sliver of collarbone that drew his eye. Her dark hair was piled in a messy bun, a few strands framing her face. Even exhausted and weary, she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Jax rose to his feet in one fluid motion, his 6'2" frame unfolding with predatory grace. He towered over her, but kept his stance open, non-threatening. The wolf in him wanted to reach for her, to pull her close and breathe in that intoxicating scent, but he held himself in check. You just appeared in here? Mena narrowed her eyes, stepping around him to lift the now stirring Lyra from her crib. I didn't hear you. Wolf thing. Jax ran his large hand through his sleep-mussed hair. She was crying earlier. Figured you needed rest. You changed her? Her diaper was a disaster zone, but I handled it. Jax smirked, watching Mena's surprise. What? You think I can't change a diaper? Mena's laugh came out before she could stop it. Honestly, the big bad wolf handling baby poop? Not the first image that comes to mind. She cradled Lyra against her chest. But, thanks. His gaze lingered on his daughter's face. Those blue eyes definitely came from her mother, but the stubborn set of that tiny jaw, pure hollow. Your wolf figured it out, didn't he? Mena's voice dropped lower. That she's yours? Knew it the second I saw her through the window. Jax stepped closer, unable to help himself. My scent's all over her. A wolf knows his own. Mena's spine stiffened. 13 months, Jax. Where the hell were you for 13 months? I didn't know. The words tasted bitter in his mouth. I had to leave town fast 22 months ago. Things got complicated. Complicated? She bounced Lyra gently as the baby began fussing. That's what you call disappearing without a trace after... She stopped herself, color rising in her cheeks. After the best night of my life? Jax finished, his voice rough. Her eyes flashed. How'd you get that? She nodded toward the jagged scar cutting across his jaw. Jax's fingers traced the mark reflexively. Telling her about Victor's curse would lead to explanations he wasn't ready to give yet. Bad fight with another rogue. Won't be bothering anyone again. Always living dangerously. She shook her head. Always the troublemaker. Not anymore. Jax stepped forward, close enough to catch the slight hitch in her breath. I'm not that man anymore, Mena. I want to prove that. To you and to her. He nodded toward Lyra. I can be better. I want to be. Uncertainty flickered across Mena's face. I don't know if I'm ready for... Is there someone else? The question escaped before he could stop it. I saw pictures downstairs, on the mantel. Something dark and painful crossed her features, and Jax immediately regretted asking. My husband. Her voice was barely a whisper. He died. Car accident. 3 months ago. The weight of her loss hung between them. Jax resisted the urge to touch her, knowing comfort wasn't his to give. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I'm sorry, he said simply, meaning it, for your loss, and for not being here when you needed someone. He took a breath. But I'm here now, for whatever that's worth. Mena's eyes glistened. Without another word, she turned and walked out, taking Lyra with her. Jax remained rooted to the spot, listening to her footsteps fade down the hall. His wolf clawed at him to follow, to protect what was his, but he held back. He'd already pushed enough for one day. She needed time. He could give her that much. Jax hovered in the doorway of the nursery for a few moments, breathing deeply to center himself. His wolf growled restlessly beneath his skin, urging him to go find his mate and pup. He'd never understood that primal urge before, had laughed at pack mates who'd gone soft after finding their mates. Now the joke was squarely on him. Following Mena's scent, he made his way downstairs. The floorboards creaked beneath his heavy boots as he rounded the corner into the dining nook. The sight before him stopped him dead. Mena sat in a patch of golden morning light that streamed through the bay window, cradling Lyra against her chest. His daughter's tiny fingers curled around the bottle as she drank, her blue eyes, Mena's eyes, fixed on her mother's face with complete trust. Mena hummed softly, a melody Jax didn't recognize, while she rocked gently in the chair. The scene hit him with physical force. His chest tightened painfully, and for a wild moment, he thought he might actually drop to his knees. What the hell was happening to him? He'd spent years as Victor's muscle, breaking bones and enforcing the former alpha's will without flinching. He'd been the nightmare that kept rival packs in line. Yet here he stood, completely undone by a woman and child bathed in sunlight. You planning to lurk there all day? Mena didn't look up from Lyra. It's another wolf thing, Jax replied, forcing lightness into his tone. We're good at lurking. He moved closer, unable to stay away. His wolf was practically purring at the proximity to their small family unit. Family. The word felt foreign in his mind. I need to head out, he said, grabbing his leather jacket from where he'd slung it over a chair. The leather was worn soft from years of use, scarred in places from fights he'd barely walked away from. My friends are still missing. I need to find them. Mena's eyes flicked up to his. What's your grand plan? Back to the glimmering woods. Jax shrugged, rolling his broad shoulders. Something's off there. I need to find out what it is. Mena stood so quickly that Lyra made a small sound of protest. The hell you are! Her voice was sharp, protective in a way that made his wolf respond with approval. I just saved your life last night. I'm not about to let the father of my child go get himself killed by whatever dark magic is out there. Jax raised an eyebrow. Worried about me? I'm coming with you. She was already moving, settling Lyra into her high chair. You nearly died from exposure to that black magic. You need someone who understands necromancy. Not happening. Jax stepped closer, using his height advantage to loom over her. Most people backed down when he pulled this move. Mena just tilted her chin up defiantly. Whatever's out there is dangerous. Which is exactly why you need me. She was already grabbing her coat, reaching for Lyra's tiny parka. I've neutralized worse. Jax moved between her and the door. We are not taking our daughter into those woods. Obviously not. Mena rolled her eyes. We'll drop her at Jenna's on the way. The casual way she said we, like they were a unit, a team, sent an unexpected thrill through him. He opened his mouth to argue further, then closed it. His wolf recognized the look in her eyes. This was a battle he wasn't going to win. Fine. He crossed his arms over his chest. But you follow my lead out there. Those woods aren't safe anymore. I grew up playing in those woods. Mena brushed past him, the smell of jasmine and midnight filling his senses. While you follow your nose, I'll be looking for actual clues. Jax suppressed a growl as he watched her bundle Lyra up. His mate was going to be trouble. And despite everything, he couldn't help the small smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth at the thought. The way Mena moved with such confident efficiency, handling their daughter with practiced care while simultaneously challenging him, stirred something primal in his chest. His wolf approved of her strength, even as the man in him struggled with the need to protect her. 10 minutes later, they were in Mena's sensible SUV. Lyra secured in a car seat adorned with cartoon wolves, an irony not lost on Jax. He watched Mena's slender fingers tap her phone before she set it on the dashboard. Calling Jenna, the automated voice announced as Mena pulled out of the driveway. Hey babe, what's up? Jenna's cheerful voice filled the car. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping right now? Mena's eyes flicked briefly to Jax. Change of plans, I need a huge favor. Please tell me it's juicy, Jenna replied. Jax could practically hear her grinning through the phone. Is this about Mr. Tall, Dark, and Dangerous who showed up at the ER? Mena's cheeks flushed. Can you watch Lyra for a few hours? I'm helping Jax with something important. Oh, I bet you are, Jenna teased. Not like that. Mena's grip tightened on the steering wheel. It's complicated. We need to check something out in the glimmering woods. Jax leaned toward the phone. It's about safety. My friends are missing. His voice came out lower and harder than he intended. A brief silence followed. Wow, okay. Bring her over. But you're giving me all the details later, Mena. All of them. Thank you, Mena said, ending the call before turning to Jax. She's good people. Lyra will be safe with her. I know, Jax replied, surprising himself with his certainty. His wolf instincts rarely trusted anyone with his pack, but something about Mena's confidence in this woman reassured him. After dropping Lyra off with an overly curious Jenna, they drove in silence to the edge of the glimmering woods. The forest stretched before them, pine trees heavy with snow. Jax stepped out first, his boots crunching in the fresh powder. His senses immediately heightened. The pine scent, the distant call of winter birds, and the whisper of wind through branches. But beneath it all, something was wrong and something was tainted. "This way," he said, moving with predatory grace between the trees. He didn't look back to see if Mena followed. His ears tracked her footsteps, lighter than his but steady. They moved deeper into the forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy in broken shafts of gold. Jax paused occasionally, his nostrils flaring as he caught scents on the wind. "There!" he growled suddenly, moving faster toward a small clearing ahead. The ritual site was fresher than the previous one, the snow-stained crimson and steam still rising from the spilled blood. Symbols carved into the frozen earth pulsed with malevolent energy. Jax's curse mark burned against his skin in response. "Damn," Mena breathed beside him, her face pale. "This is recent, very recent." Jax's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing as movement flickered at the edge of his vision. A dark figure, there and gone between the trees. His muscles tensed, ready to pursue. "Someone's watching," he murmured, stepping protectively in front of Mena. His wolf urged him to chase, to hunt, and to tear apart whatever threat lurked in the shadows. But Mena's presence anchored him. He wouldn't leave her unprotected, not even to catch whoever was behind this. The figure disappeared into the trees and Jax clenched his fists, frustrated at the lost opportunity. Behind him, Mena knelt in the snow, her slender fingers reaching for something half-buried. "Jax," she called, her voice tight. "Look at this." He turned to find her holding a small charm carved from bone, etched with symbols that matched the markings on his skin. Nightfang blood runes, but twisted and corrupted. "This isn't a good sign," Mena said, turning the charm in her fingers. "Whoever made this knows what they're doing. This is powerful witchcraft." Jax crouched beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. "Why Nightfang blood? Victor's been dead for a year." Mena's eyes met his, worry clear in their blue depths. "I don't think this is about pack rivalries or old grudges, Jax. Someone's using Nightfang blood as a component in something darker." "Wolf shifter blood has power," Jax nodded, the realization dawning cold and clear. "But Nightfang wolves were always different, more primal, more connected to the old magic." "Exactly. And if someone is harvesting that blood—" Mena left the thought unfinished. Jax rose to his full height, scanning the trees once more. Whatever was happening here went beyond missing packmates. Someone was using his kind, his blood, as fuel for something that made even his wolf recoil.
Chapter 8. Mena. Mena's boots crunched through the December frost as they retreated from the ritual site. The woods felt different now, knowing what had happened here, what was still happening. Pine branches heavy with snow hung overhead, as pale winter sunlight filtered through, casting long shadows across their path. Jax walked beside her, his broad shoulders tense, his breath coming out in short puffs that crystallized in the frigid air. She glanced over at him, noticing the unhealthy pallor beneath his tan skin. His steps faltered, one hand reaching out to steady himself against a tree trunk. "Jax?" Mena stopped, pulling her wool coat tighter against the chill. "You look like hell." "Thanks." His mouth quirked up at one corner, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Always good to hear." "Not like that," she rolled her eyes. "The residual energy here, it's affecting you." Without thinking, Mena stepped closer, placing her hands gently on either side of his face. The moment her fingers touched his skin, electricity shot through her veins, a current that had nothing to do with her magic and everything to do with the man in front of her. His stubble rasped against her palms, and those green eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that stole her breath. "Focus," she commanded herself, drawing on the cool well of necromantic energy inside her. She closed her eyes, channeling a cleansing spell through her fingertips, feeling the corrupt magic retreat from him like oil from water. "Better?" she asked, suddenly aware of how close they stood, her hands still framing his face. "Much." His voice had dropped to a deep rumble that seemed to vibrate through her bones. "What did you just do?" Mena stepped back, letting her hands fall. "Necromantic countersurge. Whatever magic they're using, it's targeting shifter blood specifically. We should go before it builds up again." They hurried toward her SUV, the forest seeming to press in around them. Mena kept her eyes forward, her mind racing. The power behind those ritual sites wasn't amateur work. This was old magic, corrupted and focused. "That scar," she said as they reached her vehicle, pointing to the mark on his jaw. "It looks like the runes on that charm. Why?" Jax's shoulders tensed. Strange coincidence, probably. "I don't believe in coincidences." "Then call it fate with a twisted sense of humor." He opened the passenger door but paused before getting in. "Some things are better left alone, Mena." The drive started in tense silence, the heater blasting against the December chill. Mena's knuckles were white on the steering wheel as she considered what she was about to offer, against every rational thought in her head. "You can stay at my place," she blurted out, surprising herself, "until you find your missing friends, and to get to know Lyra better." He turned to her, surprise evident in those forest green eyes. "You sure about that?" "Not at all," Mena admitted, focusing on the road. "But Lyra deserves to know you, and you deserve to know her." "And us?" Jax's question hung in the air between them. "I'd like to build something there too, if you're willing." The hitch in Mena's breath betrayed her even as she shook her head. "I'm in a confusing spot right now. You showing up again, Lyra, everything else, I need time." "I've got plenty of that now," he replied, his voice gentler than she'd expected. When they finally pulled up to Jenna's house, Mena switched off the engine. "Wait here, I'll get Lyra." Jenna pulled the door open before Mena could even knock, her friend's eyes dancing with curiosity. "So? What exactly happened in the last 12 hours? Mena followed her inside, lowering her voice. "He knows Lyra is his, and I offered to let him stay with me." "You what?" Jenna's squeal was loud enough to make Mena wince. "This is huge. It's complicated. He said he wants to build something with me too, but After Ethan." Jenna's excitement dimmed with understanding. Mena nodded, her throat tight. "I'm still healing, Jenna. Adding Jax to the mix feels like I'm betraying Ethan somehow." Jenna squeezed her arm affectionately. "Follow your heart, honey. Maybe this is fate giving you a second chance." "Or it's terrible timing," Mena muttered, gathering Lyra's things. "Just be open-minded," Jenna said, as Mena headed for the door with Lyra on her hip. "The universe doesn't always ask permission before giving you what you need." Jax's face softened the moment Lyra came into view, something primal and protective flickering behind his eyes. The sight sent an unexpected warmth through Mena's chest, followed immediately by guilt. As they drove home, Lyra babbling happily in her car seat, Mena stole glances at the man beside her, the stranger who was her daughter's father, the wolf who now waited in the wings of her carefully reconstructed life, threatening to upend everything she thought she knew about second chances. Mena soon pulled into her driveway, the familiar sight of her modest two-story craftsman conflicting with the unfamiliar feeling of bringing Jax home with her. Not as a one-night stand, but as Lyra's father. "Home sweet home," she murmured, switching off the engine. Jax unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to face her, his green eyes catching the winter sunlight. "Thank you for this," he said, his voice low and sincere. "I know it can't be easy." Mena didn't say anything as she unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the SUV. She opened the back door and unbuckled Lyra from her car seat, the little girl squirming with excitement. "Well, easy isn't exactly in my vocabulary these days," Mena finally replied. Once inside, Mena settled Lyra in her high chair, the routine so familiar she could do it with her eyes closed. Yet everything felt different with Jax's large frame filling her kitchen doorway, his presence transforming the space she'd claimed as her own. "Grilled cheese okay?" Mena pulled bread from the pantry, surprised by how normal this felt. "It's Lyra's favorite." "Sounds perfect." Jax rolled up his sleeves, exposing corded forearms. "Let me help." They moved around each other in the kitchen, an unexpected dance that shouldn't have felt so natural. Jax found plates without being told where they were. Mena handed him the butter knife before he even asked. "You're good at this," she admitted, watching him slice an apple into perfect little pieces. He shrugged, his shoulders bunching beneath his Henley. Basic survival skills. Right. Mena flipped the sandwiches, wondering what his life had been like these past 2 years. Wandering, alone. The thought brought a pang she wasn't ready to examine. Lunch was ready within minutes. They sat around her small kitchen table, Lyra beaming at having both parents together. The thought sent a wave of guilt washing over Mena. Ethan's photo watched from the side table in the living room, his smile frozen in time. "I'm sorry," she thought, not sure what exactly she was apologizing for. For moving forward? For feeling this strange comfort? "You okay?" Jax's gaze was too perceptive, too knowing. Mena nodded, taking a bite of her sandwich. "Just adjusting." The air between them crackled with unspoken words. Her body remembered his touch, even as her mind worked to categorize him as simply Lyra's father. Nothing more. Midway through their meal, the overhead light flickered. Once, twice. Mena glanced up, frowning. A shadow by the refrigerator seemed to stretch, elongate, then snap back to normal size. Lyra giggled, clapping sticky fingers. "What was that?" Jax asked, instantly alert, his posture shifting to something more predatory. Another light flickered. The shadow by the doorway rippled like water. "It's Lyra," Mena whispered, watching her daughter's eyes dance with delight. "Her magic. It's never done this before." Jax leaned forward, elbows on the table. "Is it dangerous?" "I don't think so. It's just unusual." Mena studied her daughter closer. "I think she's just excited. Her wolf senses her father, and it's making her hybrid magic unstable." Lyra babbled happily, pointing at the dancing shadows as if they were playmates. "You have to work tonight?" Jax asked, his eyes never leaving Lyra. Mena nodded, glancing at the clock. "Yes, I usually get Nina to babysit." "Let me watch her." His voice was firm, not really a question. Those green eyes finally lifted off Lyra to meet Mena's, determination etched in every line of his face. "Please, I want to know my daughter." The word "my" sent a shiver through her, but the eagerness in his expression was impossible to deny. "Okay," she agreed. "I'll show you her bedtime routine before I leave." Mena headed upstairs to change for work, closing her bedroom door with a soft click. She leaned against it, exhaling slowly. 24 hours ago, her life had been simple. Work, Lyra, grief. Now Jax Hollow sat in her kitchen, feeding their daughter apple pieces while she made the shadows dance. Everything she'd once dreamed of during those lonely pregnancy nights was happening right now, at precisely the moment she wasn't sure she could handle it. Mena pulled her work scrubs from the closet and tossed them onto the bed, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached for her phone. She needed to talk to someone who wouldn't judge her for the hurricane of emotions tearing through her, someone who understood magic and its complications. She dialed Nina's number, pressing the phone to her ear as she struggled out of her jeans. "Hey, sweetie!" Nina's voice spilled through the speaker, warm and familiar. "I was just about to text you about tonight. What time should I come over?" Mena took a breath. "Actually, that's why I'm calling. I won't need you to babysit tonight." "Oh? Hot date," Nina teased. "Not exactly." Mena tugged her scrub top over her head. "Jax is going to watch Lyra." The silence on the other end lasted 3 full heartbeats before Nina's voice returned, softer now. "Jax? As in the wolf who showed up on your doorstep at 2 a.m. last night? That Jax?" "That would be the one." Mena sank onto the edge of her bed. "And yes, I know it's fast." "Fast? Honey, it's breaking the sound barrier." Nina's laugh tinkled through the phone. "Though I can't say I'm entirely surprised. The way he looked at you last night when I was heading out. That man's got history with you written all over him." Mena closed her eyes, rubbing her temple. "Everything's happening so quickly, Nina. Yesterday my life made sense. Now I've got Lyra's father sleeping on my couch, and just a few minutes ago she made the shadows dance during lunch. The whole house lit up like a broken circuit." "Wait, what?" Nina's voice sharpened with interest. "Describe exactly what happened." Mena recounted the flickering lights, and the way the shadows had seemed to stretch and play for Lyra's amusement. It wasn't threatening, just unexpected. "What do you think is happening? Could her magic be destabilizing?" "Not destabilizing," Nina said thoughtfully, "expanding. Hybrid children like Lyra often experience magical surges when both magical parents are present. It's a balancing act. Her necromantic abilities need your presence, while her shifter side responds to Jax." Mena stood up, pacing the small confines of her bedroom. "So, you're saying she needs both of us?" "I'm saying having Jax around isn't just good for her emotionally. It might be essential magically." Nina's voice grew gentle. "Just take it one moment at a time, Mena. The universe rarely gives us what we want, but it often gives us what we need." By midnight, Mena had spent hours scrolling through the hospital's ancient magical archives on her tablet during her downtime. Everything confirmed Nina's theory. Hybrid children required both magical parents to stabilize their developing abilities. Without Jax's presence, Lyra's powers could become erratic, even dangerous. Mena leaned back in her chair at the nurse's station, the realization settling over her like a weight. She'd need to let Jax stay, not just for Lyra's sake, but for safety. Mena pulled into her driveway, exhaustion dragging at her bones. She unlocked her front door as quietly as possible, expecting darkness and silence. Instead, she found Jax crouched in her living room, collecting scattered blocks while balancing a laundry basket on his hip. "What are you doing?" The question came out sharper than she'd intended, weariness making her tone brittle. Jax looked up, his eyes finding hers in the dim light. "Just cleaning up the disaster zone. Our daughter is a Category 5 hurricane disguised as a 1-year-old. "You didn't need to do all this." Mena dropped her bag on the entry table, irritation prickling under her skin. "I don't need your help." "Maybe I want to give it anyway." Jax stood in one fluid motion, his height suddenly dominating the room. "Is that so terrible?" "It's unnecessary." She stepped forward, snatching a stuffed rabbit from his basket. "I've managed just fine on my own. And now you don't have to." Jax moved closer, his scent enveloping her, pine and earth, and something uniquely him that made her heart race. "Let me do this for you, Mena." "Why?" She tilted her chin up defiantly, suddenly aware of how close they stood. "What do you get out of cleaning my floors at 2 a.m.? You." The word hung between them, simple and devastating. His gaze dropped to her lips. "Maybe I'm trying to earn my way back." Heat bloomed in Mena's chest, spreading outward until even her fingertips tingled. She swayed toward him unconsciously, her body remembering his touch before her mind could protest. His breath mingled with hers, the laundry basket forgotten as his hand came up to brush her hair back. The moment stretched, electric and dangerous. Mena jerked back suddenly, panic flooding her system. "I need to check on Lyra," she whispered, already turning toward the stairs. She fled upward, her heart hammering, leaving Jax and all her complicated feelings behind in the living room below.
Chapter 9. Jax. Jax collapsed onto the couch with a resigned sigh, replaying the near-kiss moment that hung between them like an unfinished spell. He stared at the ceiling, listening to Mena's retreating footsteps upstairs. "Idiot," he muttered to himself. His wolf prowled restlessly under his skin. The animal recognized Mena as his mate, as the mother of his pup, but the human side of Jax understood the complexity. Her husband, another man who'd helped raise his daughter, had died only 3 months ago. The grief was still fresh. He gathered the scattered toys from the floor, tiny reminders of the life that had been created and carried on without him. A small stuffed wolf with one ear chewed made his chest tighten. His daughter had his blood, his magic, but none of his memories. Sleep came in fragments that night, his wolf senses alert even as exhaustion claimed him. Dreams flickered like damaged film. Blood runes in the woods, Victor's curse mark burning on his skin, and Mena's eyes watching him with equal parts longing and distrust. The first rays of dawn were barely breaking through the windows when Lyra's cries filtered down from upstairs. Jax was on his feet before he'd fully registered the sound, responding to some primal instinct that recognized his child's needs. He found her standing in her crib, her tiny hands holding onto the rail, and her face scrunched in displeasure at her wet diaper. When she spotted him, her expression transformed, her eyes bright and a gummy smile spreading across her face. "Well, good morning to you too, pup." He lifted her with careful hands. The trust in her eyes hit him like a tidal wave. She didn't know he was the father who'd been absent, just someone who made her feel safe. The diaper change was becoming less awkward each time. He kept up a running commentary as he worked. "You've got quite the kick there. Future soccer star? Or maybe you'll run with the pack someday." Lyra babbled back, a stream of nonsensical sounds that somehow felt like genuine conversation. Once changed, she was eager to play, crawling energetically across the nursery floor as Jax kept careful watch. He rolled a small ball toward her, and she batted it back with surprising coordination. Pride swelled in his chest. Ridiculous, he knew, for such a simple achievement, but overwhelming nonetheless. "That's it. You've got good reflexes, little wolf." "What are you doing?" Mena stood in the doorway, her hair tousled from sleep, wearing flannel pajama pants and a faded t-shirt. Even disheveled, she was breathtaking. Jax's wolf stirred, wanting to cross the room and nuzzle into her neck and breathe in her scent. "Just helping out. Thought you could use the extra sleep." He straightened, keeping his distance. "She's got a mean right hook. Must take after her mother." Mena pressed her lips together, clearly fighting between annoyance and gratitude. "You didn't have to." "I wanted to." Jax held her gaze steadily. "She's mine. Ours." The words caught in his throat. Lyra chose that moment to crawl directly to him, tugging at his pant leg and looking up expectantly. Without thinking, he scooped her up, and she settled against his chest with a contented sigh that shifted something fundamental inside him. Mena watched them, something unreadable crossing her face. "She's usually shy with strangers?" "Must be my charming personality," he said. But they both knew it was more. The pull of shared blood, of magic recognizing its own source. After a moment, Mena's shoulders relaxed slightly. "Thank you for helping. It's been..." She hesitated. "It's nice to have support around the house again." The word again hung in the air, a reminder of the husband he'd never met, the man who'd stepped into the role Jax should have filled. His wolf preened at her acknowledgement, even as guilt clawed at him. "I should find some clothes and supplies today. Can't keep wearing yesterday's shirt if I'm staying a while." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You better not go looking for trouble." "Just clothes and questions," he promised, a half-smile tugging at his lips. "No blood magic today." She nodded, but concern lingered in her eyes. The realization that she worried about him sent a warmth spreading through his chest. It had been a long time since anyone had worried whether he lived or died. The sensation was both foreign and addictive. Jax reluctantly handed Lyra over, his fingers lingering for an extra moment against her soft skin. The weight of her absence felt immediately. "I'll be back soon," he told Mena. "Text me if you need anything." "Like we did last night?" A hint of amusement touched Mena's lips. 3 texts to make sure you weren't feeding her cookies for dinner?" "She would have loved those cookies," he countered over his shoulder as he headed down the stairs. When Jax finally opened Mena's front door to head out, the December morning painted Saltwater Grove in crisp winter light. He zipped his leather jacket against the chill and headed toward Belladonna Boulevard, the shopping district. His wolf senses picked up the scent memories at every corner: cinnamon from the bakery, wood smoke from stone chimneys, and the ever-present salt of the sea. The town hadn't really changed much. Same cobblestone streets, same ivy-covered buildings, same magic humming beneath it all. But everything felt different now that he had a daughter, a family, the possibility of more. He entered a men's boutique, grabbing jeans, shirts, boxers, and basic toiletries, enough to last a few weeks, though in his heart he hoped for longer. His wolf wanted to settle permanently where his pup nested and where his mate slept. Strange to think of himself as anyone's mate, let alone a father, after years of solitary existence as Victor's lethal shadow. Freedom had its own taste now, not just escape from Victor's control, but the chance to build something real, something his own. The bell above the door jingled as Jax left the shop, his arms loaded with bags. He kept his head down, trying to avoid attention, but a familiar scent stopped him cold. Well, look what the pack dragged back. Peter Shaw stood on the sidewalk, arms crossed but expression friendly. He'd been a mid-ranking Nightfang wolf, never part of Victor's inner circle, one of the decent ones. Peter? Jax inclined his head slightly, his instincts assessing the other wolf for any threat. Finding none, he relaxed marginally. Didn't expect to see a friendly face. Not all of us got ourselves in trouble. Peter grinned, showing the edge of canine teeth. Good to see you back, man. Thought Victor's curse would keep you out forever. Turns out death is a pretty effective curse breaker. Jax shifted his bags. You still running with anyone? Something flickered in Peter's eyes. There's no organized Nightfang pack anymore. Most of the Nightfangs joined up with Caleb's Eclipsed Moon pack after Victor died. The rest scattered. This was the opening Jax needed. I've been tracking some strange activity. Blood rituals in the woods. 2 friends of mine went missing. Kira and Damon. Peter stiffened. There's been things happening. Weird energy at the old farmhouse lately. Lights when nobody should be there. The farmhouse? Jax's wolf surged forward, recognizing the potential lead. Yeah, a couple of days back I saw shadows moving through the windows. Didn't smell right. Peter leaned closer. Wouldn't go there alone, Jax. Thanks for the warning. Jax's jaw set in a hard line. I'll see you around. 20 minutes later, he stood at the edge of the overgrown field surrounding the abandoned Nightfang farmhouse. He'd stashed his shopping bags under a gnarled oak, his promises to Mena echoing in his head. No blood magic today, no trouble. But his friends needed him. The farmhouse stood silent, its gray weathered boards and sagging porch a sad reminder of better days. Before Victor went power mad, before the pack fractured, Jax circled the property, cataloging every detail. Broken windows, fresh footprints in mud that hadn't fully dried, the faint copper scent of blood. He found a window with the glass already shattered and hoisted himself through, landing silently on the dusty floorboards inside. The interior was dim, shafts of sunlight cutting through holes in the roof. Old furniture lay scattered and broken. His nostrils flared, sorting through the smells. Mold, rotting wood, mouse droppings, and underneath it all, the unmistakable scent of his friends. The hair on his neck rose before he saw them. They emerged from the shadows at the far end of what had once been the farmhouse kitchen. Kira and Damon, but wrong. Their movements were jerky and uncoordinated. Their skin bore black rune marks, similar to the ones he'd found at the ritual sites. Their eyes glowed an unnatural amber, not the golden wolf gleam Jax knew. Kira? Damon? His voice cut through the silence. What happened to you? Neither responded with words. Kira's head tilted at an unnatural angle, her once beautiful features twisted in a grimace. Black veins spread from the runes, crawling up her neck. Damon's muscled frame seemed gaunt, hollowed from within. His lips pulled back to show teeth that had become permanently elongated, caught between human and wolf. The scent of dark magic, necromancy gone rotten, poured off them in waves. Who did this to you? Jax demanded, his voice a low growl. Jax barely had time to react when Kira's body contorted unnaturally. Her bones snapped and popped as she dropped to all fours, her skin splitting open as matted, dirty fur emerged beneath. Beside her, Damon's transformation was just as horrific. Nothing like the fluid, natural shift of a healthy wolf. Black ichor dripped from their jaws as they completed their mutations into monstrous, corrupted versions of their wolf forms. Damn, Jax muttered, his own shift already beginning. He stripped his leather jacket in one fluid motion as his body responded to the imminent threat. The change rippled through him with practiced ease, bones reforming, muscles expanding, and senses sharpening. His wolf was eager, ready to protect what was his, thinking of Mena and Lyra waiting at home. Kira lunged first, her jaws snapping where his throat had been a second earlier. Jax's wolf, larger than most with dark russet fur, dodged sideways using the broken kitchen table as a barrier. He wasn't here to kill his friends, but the twisted creatures before him left little choice. Damon circled from the left, his corrupted wolf form emaciated yet somehow stronger than should be possible. When he attacked, Jax met him head-on, catching the wolf's forelimb between his teeth and hearing the satisfying crack of bone. The pained yelp turned into a gurgling snarl as Damon recovered impossibly fast. The black runes on his fur glowed, mending the damage before Jax's eyes. Not natural. Both wolves converged on him from opposite sides, driving him back against the peeling wallpaper. Jax launched himself upward at the last possible second, catching the edge of a broken ceiling beam with his front paws and swinging his body over their heads as they collided beneath him. He dropped onto Kira's back, his teeth sinking deep into her neck. The taste made him gag, rotten magic mixed with the copper tang of blood. She thrashed wildly beneath him, her spine bending at impossible angles to snap at his flanks. He felt her teeth tear into his hind leg, but held on grimly. Damon rammed into him from the side, sending them all crashing through the remnants of the kitchen cabinets. Wood splinters embedded themselves in Jax's flesh, but his wolf was beyond pain now, fighting with the single-minded determination of an alpha protecting territory. His territory, his mate, his pup. He tore loose from Kira's grip and whirled to face Damon, catching the smaller wolf's throat between his jaws. He didn't want to kill, but survival instinct overrode compassion. His teeth crunched through tissue and bone. As Damon collapsed, his body convulsed. The runes flickered, dimming as the magic began to fail. Through the fading connection between wolves, Jax felt the whisper of a familiar mind. Rochelle, returning. The blood feeds her spirit. The mental voice was fragmented and weak, but unmistakably Damon's consciousness fighting through the corruption. Bull, Jax projected back. Rochelle's dead. Not for long. Horror slammed into Jax's chest as Damon's eyes glazed over, the corrupted wolf's body going limp. But there was no time to process this. Kira was already circling again, foam dripping from her jaws. Jax stood his ground, favoring his injured leg but refusing to give quarter. Blood matted his fur, some his own, some not. Kira sprang for his throat, but her movements were becoming erratic, the magic sustaining her failing. He sidestepped and caught her mid-leap, his weight driving them both to the ground. Without hesitation, he delivered the killing blow, a quick mercy compared to whatever hell she'd been trapped in. The silence afterward felt absolute. Jax forced himself back into human form, his body protesting every step of the transformation. Fresh blood trickled down his naked thigh from the deep punctures Kira had left. His ribs screamed when he breathed, at least two broken. He dragged himself to his clothes, every movement a new lesson in pain. Rochelle returning. Not happening, he growled to the empty room, his voice hoarse with exertion as he pulled his jeans over his blood-sticky skin. Outside, the winter air hit his sweat-slick skin like a slap. He staggered to the gnarled oak, retrieving his shopping bags with trembling hands. The absurdity wasn't lost on him, half dead from battle, clutching new underwear and toiletries. Mena would either laugh or kill him, possibly both. Jax limped down the overgrown driveway, each step an agony of determination. The trees around him blurred, his vision tunneling as blood loss took its toll. His wolf growled within, refusing to yield. Mate, pupil, protect. I'm trying, he muttered through gritted teeth. The image of Lyra's innocent face, her tiny hands reaching for him, drove him forward when his body wanted to collapse. And behind that, Mena's blue eyes, Fierce and beautiful, a tether to life he hadn't known he needed. He had to make it back to them, had to warn them. But the town seemed impossibly distant, the road stretching endlessly before him as his steps faltered. Keep moving, he commanded himself. His alpha instincts wouldn't let him fail, not when everything that mattered waited for him to return.
Chapter 10. Mena. Mena was folding a basket of Lyra's freshly laundered clothes when the crash outside jarred her from her thoughts. Something heavy had collapsed against her front door. Setting the laundry basket aside, she moved quickly to the window. The December afternoon light cast elongated shadows across her porch, where a hunched figure leaned against her doorframe. "What the hell?" she muttered, rushing to the door and pulling it open. Jax fell halfway into her entryway, shopping bags tumbling from his grip. Blood soaked through his jeans, turning the denim a sickening dark crimson. His normally tan complexion had drained to a ghostly pallor. "Surprise!" he croaked, attempting a smile that looked more like a grimace. Mena's nursing instincts kicked in. She hooked her arms under his shoulders, dragging all 6'2" of wolf muscle across her threshold. "What happened to you?" "Would you believe? Shopping accident." Blood trailed across her hardwood as she maneuvered him to the couch. "Shut up and lie down." She deposited him onto the cushions with as much gentleness as urgency allowed. "Don't move." Racing to the hall closet, she grabbed her emergency medical kit, the one that contained far more than Band-Aids and antibiotic ointment. The advantages of being an ER nurse meant she was prepared for situations exactly like this one, though she hadn't expected to be treating her daughter's long-lost father in her living room today. When she returned, Jax's eyes were fluttering, his consciousness slipping. "Hey, stay with me." She snapped her fingers in front of his face. "I need to get to that wound." His hands fumbled at his belt buckle. "Usually, buy me dinner first." "This isn't funny." She swatted his useless fingers away and made quick work of the belt and button fly. "Lift your hips." As she tugged his jeans down his legs, an unwelcome flash of memory surged through her. His muscled thighs under her palms 2 winters ago. Her fingernails digging into his skin as he'd moved above her. Heat rushed to her face despite the severity of the moment. The torn flesh on his upper thigh banished any lingering inappropriate thoughts. 4 deep puncture wounds formed a crescent shape, a bite mark from something with massive jaws. "Wolf?" she asked, threading a surgical needle. Jax nodded weakly. "Not themselves anymore." Mena's hands moved with practiced efficiency, cleaning the wound with antiseptic. "I told you to stay out of trouble." The needle pierced his skin, her fingers steady despite her rising anger. "You promised me you wouldn't do anything stupid." He winced as she worked. "I had a lead. The farmhouse." "I don't care what lead you had." Another stitch, neat and precise. "You have responsibilities now, or did you forget about the little girl sleeping upstairs?" His green eyes, hazy with pain, somehow managed to focus intensely on her face. "I made a mistake." "You think?" "I thought I could help my friends." His voice strengthened despite his weakened state. "But you're right. It was stupid to risk it." Mena tied off another stitch, refusing to look at his face. "You've always done this. Played the big bad wolf, rushing into danger without thinking about consequences." The memory of waking up alone 2 years ago stung fresh in her mind. "Only thinking about yourself and your pack. I'm not that person anymore." His hand found her wrist, stopping her work. The touch sent an electric current up her arm that she refused to acknowledge. "Mena, look at me." She raised her eyes reluctantly. "I want to be here, for you, for Lyra." Something raw and vulnerable passed across his features. "I'll be smarter, safer, I promise." The sincerity in his voice made something twist in her chest. Her daughter deserved a father, but could she trust this man? The past 2 days with him in their home had felt strangely right. Like a puzzle piece she hadn't realized was missing had finally clicked into place. She tied off the final stitch and covered the wound with gauze. You're lucky wolf shifters heal fast. And lucky you're a nurse. His fingers brushed hers as she taped down the bandage. Thank you. Mena quickly gathered her supplies, unsure what to say or how to feel. Having him here felt dangerous, not because of the trouble that seemed to follow him, but because of how easily he could break her heart again. She spotted the shopping bags scattered across her floor where they'd fallen when he'd collapsed. Reaching for one, she rifled through it and pulled out a pair of dark jeans, tags still attached. You need to get dressed, she said, her voice more breathless than she'd intended. Can't have you lounging around my living room in your underwear. His eyes tracked her movements as she approached with the jeans. Mena tried not to stare at his powerful thighs or the defined muscles of his abdomen as they tensed when he shifted position. She'd forgotten how his mere presence seemed to crowd a room, how the air itself felt charged when he was near. Here, she muttered, unfolding the jeans. Let me help. The domesticity of the act, helping a wounded man dress, made her heart flutter traitorously. This was dangerous territory. She'd barely survived him leaving once. Lift your hips, she instructed, sliding the fabric over his feet and up his calves with clinical efficiency. Or at least she tried for clinical. When her fingers grazed the warm skin behind his knee, heat bloomed across her cheeks. You're good at this, Jax said, his voice a gentle rumble, taking care of people. The simple observation broke something in her. 2 years of bottled anger and hurt surged forward. Funny how that works, she said, yanking the jeans up with more force than necessary. I've had plenty of practice by taking care of myself, had to learn when I was abandoned without a word. His muscles went rigid beneath her touch. Is that what you think happened? The question was soft, but intense. What else should I think? Mena's hands stilled at his mid-thighs, acutely aware of the intimacy of their position, of her fingers resting just inches from where the fabric of his boxers stretched over his. She forced her attention back to his face. We had something special that night. At least I thought we did. The vulnerability in her own voice made her wince. I waited for you the next night. I looked for you at the festival for days after. Jax's eyes, those piercing green irises that had haunted her dreams, held a pain she hadn't expected. I couldn't stay, Jax said softly. I wanted to. Right. Mena scoffed, continuing to pull his jeans up. You just had better places to be than with the woman you just spent the night with. Victor cursed me. The 3 words hung in the air between them like smoke. What? She froze, his jeans now at his hips but still unbuttoned. Jax pushed himself up on his elbows, grimacing through the pain. His face was inches from hers now. The morning after we were together, he said, his voice tight, Victor and his witch cornered me at the edge of town when I went to get us breakfast. They marked me with a blood oath, an exile curse. His fingers touched the long scar on his jaw. Banished me from Saltwater Grove. Mena's mind reeled. That's not possible. It is with the right witch and enough hatred. His eyes bore into hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. Victor knew I was trying to stop him from working with necromancers. He was putting the entire pack at risk with the dark magic he was dabbling in. But you... I physically couldn't return, he continued, his voice breaking slightly. Every time I tried to cross the town line, it felt like my blood was boiling, like my skin was being flayed off. The curse held me back until Victor died. He reached up, brushing a strand of hair from her face with a gentleness that belied his strength. Mena, I would have never abandoned you on purpose. His voice faltered. I didn't know you were pregnant. I would have found a way back, curse be damned, if I'd known I had a daughter. Mena stared at him, her world tipping on its axis. Everything she'd believed for 2 years, that she'd been discarded and forgotten, collapsed under the weight of his revelation. Mena felt as if someone had pulled the ground from beneath her feet. His words echoed in her mind, rearranging everything she thought she knew about that night, about him, about the past 2 years. A curse? The word felt foreign on her tongue. She'd known Victor was cruel, but this level of vindictiveness shocked even her. He cursed you because you were trying to stop him? Jax nodded, his green eyes never leaving hers. I would have come back to you in a heartbeat. What we had that night. His voice dropped lower. It wasn't just some hookup for me. Heat bloomed across Mena's chest at the intensity in his gaze. She suddenly became aware of her hands still resting on his thighs, of how close their faces were, of the scent of him that had haunted her dreams for months after he'd disappeared. Words failed her. How could she process this? 2 years of anger and hurt couldn't dissolve in an instant, yet she couldn't deny the truth she saw in his eyes. Rage bubbled up inside her, not at Jax, but at Victor. That power-hungry bastard had robbed her of a co-parent, robbed Lyra of her father, all for some twisted pack politics. You need to rest, she said finally, pulling back and fastening his jeans with trembling fingers. We can talk more when you're stronger. Disappointment flickered across his face, but he nodded. Okay. I'll get you another blanket. She needed space, needed to think without his proximity clouding her judgment. By the time she returned with a quilt, exhaustion had claimed him. His features softened in sleep. The hard lines of his face relaxed, making him look younger. More like the man who had spun her around the bonfire 2 winters ago, laughing as embers spiraled toward the stars. Mena carefully draped the blanket over him, allowing herself one moment to study the curve of his jaw and the fullness of his lips. Had circumstances been different? Would they have built something real together? She gathered his bloodied jeans from the floor and carried them straight to the outdoor trash bin. No sense trying to salvage them. Back in the entryway, she collected the scattered shopping bags, peeking inside. Basic necessities: clothes, toiletries, a phone charger, the mundane items of someone planning to stay a while. In her bathroom, she hesitated before setting his toothbrush beside hers in the holder. Such a simple act, yet so intimate. The sight of their toothbrushes standing together sent an unexpected pang through her chest. "What would you think of all this, Ethan?" she whispered to the empty room. Her late husband's face floated in her memory, his kind eyes and his gentle smile. He'd always told her that love wasn't a finite resource. Would you understand? Somehow she felt he would. Ethan had loved her enough to want her happiness above all else. Steam filled the bathroom as she turned on the shower, stripping off her clothes stained with Jax's blood. Under the hot spray, she finally allowed herself to cry. For the past she couldn't change, for the what-ifs that would never be answered, and for the confusing present that suddenly held possibilities she hadn't dared imagine. One thought crystallized through the emotional storm. Jax hadn't abandoned her. He hadn't chosen to leave. And now he was here, sleeping on her couch, determined to be part of their daughter's life. Part of her life. The question was, after everything, could she let him back in?
Chapter 11. Jax. After several hours, Jax woke with a pain that coursed through his body like lightning. The bite wound on his thigh sent sharp needles up his spine with each subtle movement. Images flashed behind his eyes. Kira's distorted wolf face, her eyes clouded with something dark and ancient. Damon's claws swiping inches from his throat. His friends, now dead by his hand. Had to be done, he muttered under his breath, pushing himself to a sitting position. Their bodies had been corrupted by ritual marks, the blood runes warping their wolf nature into something feral and unrecognizable. If he hadn't killed them at that abandoned Nightfang farmhouse, they would have tracked him back here, to Mena, to Lyra. His wolf stirred at the thought, protective instinct overwhelming the physical pain. A low growl rumbled in his chest. "No one touches what's mine," he promised the quiet room. The possessiveness of his words surprised even him. Just days ago, he hadn't known he was a father. Now he'd fight the world itself to keep his daughter and her mother safe. His gaze drifted to the armchair where Mena slept. Curled up like a cat, her long dark hair fell in damp waves around her shoulders, the clean scent of shower gel reaching his sensitive nose. She must have washed up after she'd tended to his wound. The thought of her hands on his body, clinical as they may have been, sent heat pooling low in his abdomen. A neatly folded stack of clothes sat in a laundry basket on the coffee table. The new items he'd picked up at the men's boutique store. She'd washed them for him. Such a simple gesture, but it cracked something open inside his chest. Jax stood carefully, testing his weight on his injured leg. The stitches pulled but held. She'd done expert work, steady hands despite her obvious emotional turmoil. The memory of their conversation flooded back. The hurt in her eyes when she accused him of abandonment. The shock when he finally told her about Victor's curse. She'd believed him. After 2 years of thinking he'd discarded her, she'd looked into his eyes and accepted the truth. It was more than he deserved. He moved silently up the stairs, mindful not to wake her. Each step was a reminder of his mortality, of the battle he'd barely survived. At the top landing, he paused to listen for Lyra's breathing, slow and steady in her crib down the hall. The bathroom door opened with a faint creak. Inside, he caught his reflection in the mirror. He looked like hell, stubble darkening his jaw, a bruise blooming on his cheekbone, and shadows beneath his eyes. "You clean up nice," he muttered sarcastically to his reflection. His gaze dropped to the sink countertop, where a simple sight stopped him cold. 2 toothbrushes stood side by side in a ceramic holder. Mena's blue one and the green one he'd bought today. She'd placed them together, a domestic pairing that spoke volumes. Warmth spread through his chest, unexpected and immediate. It was such a small thing, this toothbrush arrangement, but it felt like permission, like hope. "Don't read too much into it, Hollow," he warned himself, but couldn't stop the smile tugging at his lips. He splashed cold water on his face, then reached for his toothbrush. It felt good standing here, using her bathroom, being part of this space that smelled like her, being where he belonged, because he did belong here, with his daughter and with this fierce, beautiful woman who'd faced the world alone for too long. Jax gripped the edge of the sink, meeting his own gaze in the mirror. "You're not leaving them again," he vowed quietly. "Not for anything." A soft coo echoed down the hallway, pulling Jax from his thoughts. Lyra was awake. His wolf sensed her immediately, the connection between them humming like a plucked string. Jax moved toward the nursery, each step sending sharp jolts through his side where 2 ribs were definitely cracked, if not broken. The wound on his thigh throbbed in angry protest, but he ignored it. His daughter needed him. The nursery door stood partially open, painted in soft yellow with little moons and stars. When he pushed it wider, Lyra's eyes found his instantly. Her tiny face lit up with recognition, a toothless grin spreading across her chubby cheeks. "Hey, pup," he whispered, the endearment flowing naturally now. She bounced in her crib, her small hands gripping the railing as she pulled herself up unsteadily. The sight of her sent a wave of ferocious protectiveness through him. His wolf settled beneath his skin, calm yet alert. Jax reached down, his large hands dwarfing her tiny body as he lifted her against his chest. Her warm weight and sweet scent hit him with unexpected force, making his throat tight. "I'm here," he murmured, pressing his lips to the crown of her head. Her brown hair was soft as down against his rough jawline. "I'm not going anywhere. Not ever again." Lyra batted at his face, her fingers catching on his stubble. She giggled at the sensation. "Yeah, Daddy's scruffy." He bounced her gently. "And Daddy's been stupid, running after monsters without backup." His voice dropped, serious despite her lack of understanding. "But that stops now. You deserve a father who comes home. Every time." The diaper change routine was becoming familiar now. Lyra squirmed and babbled, seemingly amused by his concentration as he secured the tabs. "There we go. Mission accomplished, soldier." he said with mock seriousness that made her giggle again. He carried her downstairs carefully, mindful of his injuries. The kitchen was dark except for the dim light over the stove. Mena still slept in the armchair, her face peaceful despite the uncomfortable position. She looked younger in sleep, the worry lines smoothed away. Jax secured Lyra in her high chair, earning a happy squeal that he quickly shushed. "Let's let your mama sleep a bit longer," he whispered. "She's earned it." He rummaged through the refrigerator, finding chicken and vegetables. Simple enough. He started chopping, the knife moving with practiced efficiency, but the pain in his side made his movements clumsy. A pot clattered against the stove. "What are you doing?" Mena's sleep-roughened voice came from behind him. Jax turned to find her standing in the kitchen doorway, her hair mussed from sleep, and her eyes narrowed in concern. "Thought you both might be hungry." He gestured to the food with the knife. "Didn't mean to wake you." "You should be resting." She crossed her arms, her gaze assessing his injuries with professional scrutiny. "Those ribs need time to heal, and those stitches are fresh." "I'll heal soon enough." He shrugged, then winced at the movement. Lyra was hungry. Mena sighed, crossing the kitchen to gently take the knife from his hand. "Sit down before you fall down, Hollow." "I've got this. I can..." "Sit." Her tone brooked no argument. Jax raised his hands in surrender, backing toward the table where Lyra babbled happily in her high chair. He settled into the chair beside her, letting his fingers dance across her tiny palms until she grabbed one and held on. "So," Mena spoke as she expertly diced the vegetables, "what exactly happened today?" Jax's jaw tightened. "Found Kira and Damon at that old farmhouse. They were changed. Blood runes carved into their skin, eyes all wrong, not themselves anymore." "The friends you mentioned before?" "Yeah," he exhaled slowly. "Had to put them down. They were too far gone. Would have killed me if I hadn't." Lyra grabbed for his fingers again, and he let her hold them, drawing strength from her innocence. "Before Damon died, he said something about Rochelle coming back." Jax shook his head. "Makes no sense. Rochelle's dead too." Mena froze, knife hovering over the cutting board. "Rochelle Bane? Victor's beta?" "The same." She set the knife down carefully, turning to face him. "This is really bad, Jax. Necromancy and blood magic together. That's not just dangerous, it's forbidden. If someone's trying to resurrect Rochelle..." "They're clearly targeting Nightfang blood specifically," Jax finished, his hand instinctively tightening around Lyra's. "My blood?" "Our blood," Mena corrected, glancing meaningfully at their daughter. "We need to be careful. All of us." Mena started moving around the kitchen again with practiced ease, the sizzle of chicken hitting the hot pan filling the air. Jax watched her, this woman who'd raised his child alone, who'd sewn his wounds and still managed to cook dinner despite all the chaos he'd brought into her life. His wolf paced under his skin, distressed at the thought of someone using Nightfang blood for dark magic, blood that ran through his veins and through Lyra's. Lyra babbled in her high chair, smashing peas between her tiny fingers. The domestic scene felt foreign to him, yet instinctively right. "Need help?" Jax offered, even as pain stabbed through his ribs. Mena shot him a look. "With those injuries? Stay put." Her authoritative tone sparked something primal in him. He'd always been the one giving orders, not taking them. But watching her command her kitchen with the same confidence she'd shown stitching his wounds, he found himself yielding. When she set 3 plates on the table, the simple gesture of inclusion hit him harder than any physical blow. A family dinner. His family. "Tell me about these 2 years," he said finally, cutting into his chicken. "Everything I missed." Mena's fork paused halfway to her mouth. "Why?" "Because I want to know." His voice dropped lower. "I need to know what happened after I disappeared." She placed her fork down, her eyes focused on her plate. "The first few weeks were the worst. I kept thinking you'd come back, that I'd see you again at the coffee shop or on the street somewhere." Jax's jaw clenched. The curse had sealed his fate, but her words still carved into him. "When I found out I was pregnant, I felt completely lost." Her fingers twisted her napkin. "Jenna was amazing. Took me to appointments and helped with the nursery. I don't know what I would have done without her." Jax nodded. He owed Jenna a debt. Then Ethan happened. Her voice softened. Lyra was 3 months old. He came into the ER with a sprained wrist. Asked me out right there with his arm in a sling. The wolf in Jax growled, territorial and jealous despite having no right to be. It was fast. Married within a month. She laughed without humor. My friends thought I was crazy, but he was kind and stable. Everything I needed. Jax watched her face, memorizing each flicker of emotion. The accident was 3 months ago. Drunk driver. Her voice cracked. Since then, it's been just me and Lyra again. That same hopeless feeling from when you left came back, but I kept going because I had to. For her. Her eyes finally met his. Then you showed up in my ER looking half dead, and it's like the universe decided to throw one more curveball at me. Jax couldn't stand it anymore. He reached across the table and took her hand, his larger one enveloping hers completely. His thumb gently traced over her knuckles. I will do whatever it takes to make this right, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Whatever you need, support, protection, space, it's yours. I failed you both once. I won't do it again. Her eyes filled, the first tear spilling over. Damn it, she whispered. In one smooth motion, Jax was out of his chair and around the table, ignoring the protest from his injuries. He pulled her against his chest, her face bearing into his shoulder as the first sob broke free. His arms wrapped around her, creating a fortress against the world as years of pain and grief poured out of her. I've got you, he murmured against her hair, his hand stroking her back. Each tear that soaked through his shirt felt like penance. Each sob a reminder of what she'd endured alone. His wolf howled in sympathetic grief, desperate to take her pain away. I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere, he promised fiercely.
Chapter 12. Mena. Mena couldn't believe she was breaking down like this. Her tears soaked into Jax's shirt as his strong arms formed a protective cage around her. Those same arms that had once held her through a night of passion were now cradling her through waves of grief. I'm sorry, she mumbled against his chest, embarrassed by her outburst. His heartbeat thundered beneath her ear, steady and reassuring. Don't apologize. His voice rumbled through his chest. Not for this, not ever. His fingers traced gentle patterns along her spine, each touch melting away another layer of her carefully constructed defenses. The wall she'd built brick by brick over the past 2 years was crumbling faster than she could reinforce it. Mena pulled back slightly, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. This is ridiculous. I barely know you. You know me better than anyone. His eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that stole her breath. One large hand came up to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. You're the mother of my child. Those words, so simple yet so heavy with meaning, hung between them. Lyra banged her spoon against the high chair tray, breaking the tension with her happy babbling. Mena stepped away, needing space to think clearly. The heat of his body lingered on her skin like a brand. I'm not saying I'm ready to let you back in, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. But with whatever's happening with your old pack and this dark magic targeting Nightfang blood, Lyra's blood, I'm willing to try. For her sake. For protection. Relief washed over his face, softening the hard angles of his jaw. That's all I'm asking for. A chance. A chance, she agreed, feeling something warm and dangerous unfurl in her chest. But don't mistake necessity for forgiveness. We're not there yet. Jax nodded, his expression solemn. Understood. Mena glanced at Lyra, whose dinner had somehow migrated from her plate to her hair. I should give her a bath. I'll help, Jax offered immediately, taking a step toward them. The thought of them performing this mundane parental task together sent a surprising flutter through Mena's stomach. This domestic scene, dinner, conversation, and bath time, felt dangerously comfortable, like a glimpse into a future she'd never dared imagine. "Fine," she conceded, unhooking Lyra from her high chair. "But fair warning, she splashes." Jax's lips curved into that half-smile that had first caught her attention 2 years ago at the festival. "I've faced down alpha wolves and rogue shifters. I think I can handle bath time." "Famous last words," Mena muttered, but couldn't suppress her own smile as they headed upstairs together, a strange, new family unit forged in crisis. She shouldn't get used to this, shouldn't let herself imagine more nights like this, with Jax's solid presence filling the empty spaces in her home, in her life, in her heart. He was danger and chaos wrapped in a devastatingly attractive package. Trouble followed him like a shadow, yet as she watched him gently carry Lyra up the stairs, murmuring soft words that made their daughter giggle, Mena felt that treacherous flicker of hope ignite inside her. Hope for something she'd never thought possible, a future together, the three of them, a family. Mena led the way into her small bathroom, flicking on the light. The white-tiled space wasn't designed for 2 adults and a squirming 13-month-old, but somehow it felt just right as Jax ducked his head through the doorway. Lyra balanced perfectly against his broad chest. "Test the water first," Mena said, running the faucet. "She hates it too hot." Jax dipped his elbow in as she added bubbles. "Like this?" "Perfect." She caught his eye, a moment of simple domesticity passing between them. "You're a natural." The corner of his mouth lifted in that dangerous half-smile. "Wolf instinct. We're good with our cubs." Mena's heart skipped as he casually claimed Lyra as his own. She busied herself with arranging rubber ducks and a floating boat, trying to ignore the heat spreading through her chest. "Down you go, pup," Jax murmured, lowering Lyra into the foamy water. Their daughter immediately slapped the surface, sending a spray of bubbles into Jax's face. Mena couldn't help the laugh that escaped her. "I warned you about the splashing." "So you did." He wiped the suds from his jaw, his eyes dancing with amusement. "Looks like she's got her mama's spirit." "And her daddy's strength." The words slipped out before Mena could stop them. She hadn't meant to acknowledge their connection so openly, but watching them together made it impossible to deny. Lyra squealed in delight as Jax made the rubber duck dive beneath the bubbles. His large hands, capable of such violence, moved with incredible gentleness as he supported her slippery back. Suds clung to the dark hair on his forearms, and a large wet patch spread across his shirt where Lyra had enthusiastically splashed him. Mena saw it then. The man he could have been all along if fate hadn't torn them apart. The father Lyra deserved. The partner she herself had never expected to find again after Ethan. "She loves the water," Jax observed, his voice tender as Lyra grabbed for another toy. "Takes after me." Mena picked up the shampoo. "My mother says I was half mermaid as a baby." 20 minutes and one thoroughly soaked bathroom later, Mena wrapped Lyra in a fluffy towel shaped like a bunny, the hood forming little ears that framed her daughter's grinning face. "Let me," Jax insisted as she reached for Lyra's sleeper. "I've got 13 months to make up for." The raw longing in his voice stripped away any objection Mena might have raised. She handed him the pale yellow onesie, watching as he figured out the snaps with determined focus. "You're doing fine," she encouraged when he hesitated. "Better than fine." His fingers brushed hers as she passed him Lyra's nighttime lotion. The contact sent a jolt up her arm, a reminder of the physical pull between them that had never quite disappeared. "Good night, Moon?" Jax asked, spotting the well-worn book on Lyra's dresser. "Her favorite?" Mena smiled. "She never makes it past the old lady whispering hush." Jax settled into the rocking chair, cradling Lyra against his chest. His deep voice filled the nursery as he read, rumbling and soothing. Mena sank cross-legged onto the floor beside them, mesmerized by the tableau they created. "This is so dangerous," she thought. watching Lyra's tiny hand curl trustingly around Jax's finger. "We're getting attached too fast." But how could she stop it when it felt so right? She really couldn't afford to have Jax break her heart again, let alone Lyra's now. Mena had to tread very carefully here. The memory of Ethan still lingered in the edges of her consciousness. Sweet, safe Ethan, who'd stepped in when she'd needed someone most. Who'd loved Lyra as his own without hesitation. His death had left a void she'd struggled to fill. And now here was Jax, the biological father, fitting into their lives with unsettling ease. Lyra's eyelids grew heavy as Jax's voice dipped lower, the cadence of the familiar story working its bedtime magic. Mena watched her daughter fight sleep, her tiny fingers still wrapped around Jax's much larger one. The contrast between them, her innocence against his scarred strength, made something twist deep in Mena's chest. "Good night, stars. Good night, air," Jax continued, his voice a gentle rumble. "Good night, noises everywhere." Lyra's eyes finally closed, her breathing evening out into the rhythm of sleep. Jax closed the book with his free hand but made no move to rise, seemingly content to hold their daughter a bit longer. His eyes lifted to meet Mena's, and the raw emotion she saw there stole her breath. "She's perfect," he whispered. "She is," Mena agreed, her throat tight with unexpected emotion. After another moment, Jax slowly stood, moving with the careful grace of a predator trying not to startle. He laid Lyra in her crib with such tenderness that Mena felt her carefully constructed walls almost completely collapse. They stood side by side, watching Lyra's peaceful slumber, their shoulders nearly touching. The air between them was charged with possibility. "Come on," Mena finally whispered, leading him out of the nursery. The hallway felt impossibly narrow, their bodies nearly touching as she closed Lyra's door most of the way, leaving just enough space to hear if she cried out. The dim light cast shadows across Jax's face, highlighting the scar on his chiseled jaw and the intensity in his green eyes. In that moment, in such close proximity, after watching him be the perfect father with Lyra during their normal bedtime routine, something broke wide open in Mena. All her carefully constructed arguments and reasons for keeping distance between them dissolved like sugar in hot water. Without thinking, she crashed her lips into Jax's. 2 years of longing and pent-up desire poured into the kiss. Her hands found purchase on his broad shoulders, steadying herself as the world tilted beneath her feet. Jax returned the kiss with equal fervor, backing her gently against the wall. His hands framed her face, his touch both possessive and reverent as he angled her head to deepen the connection. His body pressed against hers, solid and warm, a shelter from the storm of emotions raging through her. Mena got completely lost in the sensations racing through her body from this electric kiss. It was fire and homecoming, danger and safety all at once. Nothing like the tentative first kiss they'd shared at the festival 2 years ago. This was the kiss of 2 people who had already created life together, who had been separated and found their way back to one another. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Mena took his hand. Words failed her, but her eyes spoke volumes as she led him toward her bedroom. The rational part of her brain screamed caution, but her heart, her treacherous, hopeful heart, had already decided. "I'm not ready for," she started once they crossed the threshold into her sanctuary. "I know," Jax interrupted, his voice husky. "I don't expect anything." Mena closed the door halfway behind them. "Nothing is going to happen intimately between us tonight," she said firmly, as much to convince herself as him. "But could you hold me?" The vulnerability in her request made her cheeks burn, but Jax's expression softened into something so gentle it almost hurt to look at directly. "Nothing would make me happier," he said, his voice a low growl that sent shivers racing down her spine despite her resolve.
Chapter 13. Jax. Jax couldn't believe what was happening. One minute he'd been reading Goodnight Moon to Lyra, the next he was following Mena into her bedroom. His wolf paced restlessly, alert and hungry for more than he had any right to ask for. When Mena reached for the hem of her sweater and pulled it over her head in one fluid motion, Jax forgot how to breathe. The moonlight filtering through her curtains painted silver streaks across her pale skin. She shimmied out of her jeans next, revealing a matching set of midnight blue lace that contrasted beautifully with her creamy skin. His fingers itched to touch her, to trace every curve and hollow. Instead, he curled them into fists at his sides. "You're staring," she whispered, tucking her dark hair behind her ear. "Hard not to." His voice came out rougher than anticipated. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Her blush deepened, spreading down her neck to her chest. "Your turn." Jax pulled his shirt over his head, wincing slightly as the movement tugged at his bruised ribs. The pain was irrelevant compared to the way Mena's eyes darkened as she took in his bare chest. He unbuckled his belt and stepped out of his jeans, leaving only his black boxers. "That looks painful," she said, gesturing to the bandages crisscrossing his thigh. "I've had worse." He shrugged, downplaying injuries that would have hospitalized most men. "And it was worth it to keep you and Lyra safe." Mena's expression softened as she climbed onto the bed and pulled back the covers. Jax followed, careful of his cracked ribs, as he settled beside her. His wolf howled with satisfaction as she nestled against him, her head finding the perfect spot on his chest, right over his heart. He wrapped his arms around her, creating a protective cocoon. Her scent, jasmine and something distinctly Mena, filled his lungs with each breath. His fingers traced idle patterns on her bare shoulder, memorizing the silky texture of her skin. "Thank you," he murmured against her hair. "For what?" "For letting me back into your life. For letting me be part of Lyra's." He swallowed hard, his next words nearly catching in his throat. "I want you to know I'll take this as slow as you need. No pressure, no expectations. I'll follow your lead, Mena." She tilted her face up to his, moonlight catching the blue of her eyes. "I'm not sure what I want yet. It's complicated. You've been back for all of 2 days, and I'm still processing everything." Her fingers traced the long scar on his jaw. "Building something special takes time. Time is something I've got plenty of now." He caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. "The curse is broken. I'm not going anywhere. Not unless you tell me to." "And if I asked you to leave tomorrow?" His wolf bristled at the thought, but Jax kept his voice steady. "I'd walk out that door, but I'd come back every day after to prove I deserve a place in your life. In Lyra's life." The corner of her mouth twitched. "Persistent, are you?" "Only for what matters." He kissed her forehead gently. "And nothing matters more to me than you and Lyra." Mena's eyelids soon grew heavy, her breathing gradually slowing as she drifted toward sleep. "I'm glad you came back, Jax," she mumbled against his chest. "Even if you are trouble." Her words sent a rush of warmth through him that wasn't caused by their shared body heat. Within minutes, she was asleep, her body completely relaxed against his. Jax, however, remained wide awake. He'd played this moment in his mind countless times during the long, cold nights of his exile, holding Mena, feeling her warm breath against his chest, and breathing in her sweet scent. Now that it was real, sleep was the last thing on his mind. He'd spent 2 years as a ghost, half alive and drifting. Now, with Mena in his arms and Lyra sleeping down the hall, he felt solid again, real, whole, home. Several hours later, Jax's eyes snapped open in the darkness. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, painting silver stripes across Mena's bedroom. Something wasn't right. His wolf stirred, hackles raised within him as he tightened his hold on Mena's sleeping form. Her warmth pressed against his chest, and her dark hair spilled across his arm like ink. Then he heard it, a strange humming noise followed by what sounded like glass vibrating. The sound came from Lyra's nursery. He shook Mena gently, his voice low and urgent. "Mena, wake up!" Her eyes fluttered open, immediately alert. "What is it?" "Something's happening in Lyra's room." A tiny whimper filtered through the wall, and Mena bolted upright, She grabbed his discarded t-shirt and yanked it over her head as Jax pulled on his jeans. They rushed into the nursery and froze. The entire crib glowed with an eerie blue-black light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Shadows danced along the walls, stretching and contracting in impossible patterns. Lyra sat upright, tears streaming down her chubby cheeks as tendrils of both shadow and light curled around her tiny fingers. "Da," she whimpered, reaching out with glowing hands. Without hesitation, Jax crossed the room and lifted her from the crib. The moment his skin touched hers, a jolt of energy surged through him, his wolf responding with a howl that echoed in his mind. "What's happening?" His voice came out rough and primal. Mena pressed against his side, her hand joining his on Lyra's back. "Her magic is surging and expanding. I think the necromancy is fighting with her shifter side." The light bulb overhead flickered wildly, and a picture frame crashed to the floor. Lyra's sobs intensified, her little body trembling. "What do we do?" Jax felt helpless, his protective instincts screaming. "I need to cast a protection spell." Mena's eyes were determined as she met his gaze. "But I need your help, your energy, your connection to her." Jax nodded, shifting Lyra so she was cradled between them. "Tell me what to do." Mena began chanting in a language Jax didn't recognize, her fingers tracing symbols in the air that left trails of silvery light. The necromantic energy around them deepened, cooled, and shaped itself to Mena's will. "Focus on your bond with her," Mena instructed between verses. "Let your wolf reach for her wolf." Jax closed his eyes, reaching for that primal part of himself. His wolf surged forward eagerly, sensing its offspring's distress. The connection was instant, a golden thread linking father to daughter. The moment his wolf magic touched Lyra's hybrid power, something extraordinary happened. The energy between them solidified and became tangible. Jax's eyes flew open as he felt a third presence join their circle. Mena's necromancy braiding itself with his wild wolf magic and Lyra's combined powers. The house shuddered around them. Shadows crawled up the walls like living things. The air crackled with electricity. Lyra stopped crying, her eyes wide and glowing with an impossible mix of blue and gold. "What the?" Jax started, but the words died in his throat as the energy surged once more. Power unlike anything he'd ever felt coursed through him, through them. For a moment, he could feel everything. Mena's heartbeat, Lyra's emotions, the very foundations of the house. Then as suddenly as it began, the magic receded, the light stabilized, the shadows retreated. Lyra hiccuped once, then giggled, completely unaffected by the magical storm she'd just unleashed. Jax's knees buckled, and he slid down to the floor with Lyra still held protectively against his chest. Mena collapsed beside him, her breathing ragged. "What the hell just happened?" Jax gasped, his free arm wrapping around Mena to steady her. "I've never—" Mena shook her head, leaning against him. "That was more than a protection spell. We created some kind of triad bond." "Is that even possible?" Jax looked down at Lyra, who was now contentedly patting her tiny hands on his bare chest. "I didn't think so." Mena brushed a kiss against Lyra's head. "We should talk to Nina tomorrow. She'll know what this means, why we're suddenly creating magical super bonds." Jax nodded, his mind racing. "She's the babysitter from the other night, right? And the most knowledgeable witch in Saltwater Grove." Lyra yawned, completely unconcerned with her parents' bewilderment. Jax felt a smile tug at his lips despite everything. His daughter had just unleashed enough magical energy to power a small city, and now she was falling asleep as if nothing had happened. "She's incredible," he muttered, awe coloring his voice. "Takes after her father in that way." Mena's teasing smile caught him off guard. Causing catastrophes one minute, charming everyone the next. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the kitchen windows as Jax spooned pureed bananas into Lyra's eager mouth. His large hand dwarfed the tiny pink spoon, making him hyper-aware of his own strength as he carefully fed his daughter. "That's my girl," he murmured as Lyra smacked her lips, banana smeared across her chin. Something primal surged through him, the wolf recognizing providing for its cub. Behind him, Mena paced the kitchen floor, phone pressed to her ear. "Nina, it's Mena. Something happened with Lyra last night." Magic, big magic. Her voice dropped. Can you come by? We need your expertise. Jax wiped Lyra's chin, studying his daughter's face. She had his chin and brow, but Mena's blue eyes and delicate nose. The perfect combination of them both. He still couldn't believe he'd helped create something so perfect. She'll be here in half an hour, Mena said, setting her phone down. Jax nodded. Good. We need answers. He lifted Lyra from her high chair, cradling her against his broad chest. What happened last night wasn't normal. Nothing about our situation is normal, Mena countered, reaching to take Lyra. Jax hesitated before handing her over, his fingers brushing Mena's. Even that slight contact sent a surge through him, the residue of whatever bond they'd formed last night still humming beneath his skin. 30 minutes later, Nina swept through the front door like a whirlwind, her arrival announced by the scent of coffee and cloves. Her dark hair was streaked with silver, and her apron, emblazoned with what appeared to be actual constellations, sparkled in the morning light. So, Nina said, settling onto the couch and accepting the mug of tea Mena offered. Tell me exactly what happened. Jax leaned forward, his forearms resting on his knees. Lyra's magic surged in the middle of the night. The entire nursery lit up with this blue-black light. Shadows everywhere. I started a protection spell, Mena continued, bouncing Lyra on her hip. I told Jax to channel his wolf, to connect with Lyra's wolf side. And? Nina's eyes gleamed with interest. And it was like nothing I've ever felt. Jax's voice deepened, his wolf stirring at the memory. 1 minute I'm reaching for my wolf, the next I'm caught in this current of power. I could feel Mena's heartbeat inside my own chest. I could sense Lyra's emotions like they were mine. He flexed his hands, remembering the raw energy. For those few seconds, I felt like I could tear mountains apart with my bare hands. Nina's fingers sparked with purple energy as she processed this information. Fascinating. A triad bond, and a powerful one at that. But what caused it? Mena asked. Why are we suddenly making magical super bonds? Nina's smile was knowing and warm. Oh, honey, it's the most fundamental magic there is. Blood and love. The magical connection between you three transcends ordinary magic. It's rare, but when it happens... She gestured to the lingering sparks dancing around her fingertips. Well, you felt it yourselves. Jax sat back, stunned. Love. The word echoed in his mind, setting off alarms and yearnings in equal measure. The depth of what he felt for Lyra was undeniable. The instant, fierce love of a father for his child. But what he felt for Mena was more complex, a tangled web of desire, respect, and something deeper. Mena disappeared into the kitchen and returned holding a small burlap pouch. There's something else, she said, carefully extracting the charm she and Jax had found in the woods. We found this at a ritual site. Nina's expression darkened as she took the charm. Purple energy crackled up her arms as she examined it, her eyes narrowing. This is blood tether magic, dark, corrupted necromancy tied to old Nightfang blood rites. She looked up sharply. Where did you find this? In the glimmering woods, Jax answered, his muscles tensing. There were signs of rituals, blood, Nightfang symbols, missing shifters. Resurrection magic, Nina confirmed grimly. Someone's trying to bring back the dead using Nightfang blood as an anchor. The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Damn, just like Jax and Mena suspected. Without warning, Nina's gaze fixed on Jax, her pupils dilating until they swallowed the iris. Purple energy flowed from her fingertips, encircling him in a translucent cocoon. What are you doing? He growled, his wolf bristling. Checking something, Nina murmured, her voice distant. Yes, extraordinary. The tether between you three has grown remarkably strong in just 3 days. I can see it, golden threads braided with silver and black, connecting your life forces. The energy dissipated and Nina blinked back to herself. This bond is very powerful, but unstable, and it's growing stronger by the day. If you were to leave now, Jax, it could harm all three of you. Jax stood up abruptly, his shoulders squared. I am not going anywhere. His voice was steel, his eyes flashing with the wolf just beneath the surface. I will protect Mena and Lyra with my life. His gaze found Mena's, holding it with a fierce intensity that made the air between them crackle. Whatever this is, whatever we've created, I'm all in. You and Lyra are mine to protect now.
Chapter 14. Mena. Mena clutched Lyra closer to her chest as the weight of Nina's words settled over her like a physical thing. Golden threads braided with silver and black, a magical tether binding the three of them together. 3 days ago, she'd been a single mother grieving her husband and struggling to manage her daughter's unpredictable magic. Now she was magically bound to the father of her child, a man who'd walked back into her life like a storm. This is... Mena searched for the right word, her eyes fixed on Jax's determined stance. His declaration hung in the air, fierce and unyielding. Mine to protect. The intensity in his gaze made her skin tingle. Nina gathered her things, the purple sparks around her fingers fading. I know it's a lot to process, dear. Magic like this doesn't happen by accident. Whatever force brought you two back together, it's powerful. Her eyes softened. And extremely rare. Lyra babbled happily, oblivious to the adult's tension as she reached for a strand of Mena's hair. The simple, innocent gesture grounded Mena, pulling her back from the edge of panic. What do we do now? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Trust the bond, Nina advised, her constellation-sparkled apron catching the morning light. But be careful. Whoever's performing these resurrection rituals is manipulating powerful darkness. They'd likely sense a hybrid child with necromancy in her blood. She moved toward the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. Call me anytime, day or night. After Nina left, silence stretched between her and Jax. Mena felt his eyes on her as she set Lyra down on her playmat with a few toys. A magical family super bond, Mena finally said softly. Didn't see that coming. Jax's lips quirked in a half-smile that sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest. I'm getting used to surprises around you. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, stopping just short of touching her. Heat radiated from his body, his scent, pine and wilderness, wrapping around her. I meant what I said, Mena. I'm not leaving you and Lyra, and I will protect you and her until my last breath. I hardly know you, she whispered, but even as the words left her mouth, they felt like a lie. She'd spent one night with him 2 years ago, yet something in her recognized him, had always recognized him, on a level that transcended logic. Then get to know me, he challenged, his eyes never leaving hers. I want to try and make this work, Mena. For Lyra. For you. His voice dropped lower. For us. Mena swallowed hard. The rational part of her screamed caution, but deeper within there was something else, a yearning to be with him. We need help, she said finally. Whatever's happening with these rituals, it's bigger than us. Jax nodded, his expression shifting to something more tactical. I should reach out to Caleb. He's alpha of both packs now. Eclipsed Moon and what's left of Nightfang after Victor and Rochelle were killed. That's actually a good idea. Mena glanced at Lyra, who was happily chewing on a stuffed rabbit's ear. My necromancy isn't exactly public knowledge. Using it openly could cause problems with town regulations. The council, Jax growled, his displeasure evident. Exactly, but if we had Caleb's backing... Mena chewed her lip, thinking. What about meeting him and Fiona at the Cauldron and Cup? Neutral territory, and Nina would be there if we need another magical perspective. Jax's posture relaxed slightly. Smart thinking. Caleb might be alpha, but I've heard his mate Fiona is a force all her own. Having her fire magic on our side wouldn't hurt either. Then it's settled. The beginnings of a plan felt good. Concrete steps in the chaos their lives had quickly become. Jax moved closer, his height forcing her to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. His fingers brushed her cheek, sending a jolt of awareness through her body. I'll do whatever it takes, Mena, to keep you both safe." The promise in his voice was absolute, leaving no room for doubt. For the first time in 3 months, Mena felt the tightness in her chest ease. She wasn't alone anymore. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. "I believe you," she whispered, and was surprised to find she meant it. An hour later, Mena buttoned her wool coat to protect against the December chill, grateful for the extra layer of her cream-colored sweater underneath. She adjusted Lyra's tiny mittens, rewarded with a toothless grin that momentarily stopped her fretting. "There we go, baby girl," she murmured, brushing her lips against Lyra's forehead before securing her in the car seat. Jax stood nearby, his gaze sweeping over them both, protective and intense. "Ready?" he asked, his voice a deep rumble. "As I'll ever be," she replied, trying for confidence she didn't entirely feel. The drive to Cauldron and Cup was short, but charged with unspoken tension. Mena's fingers tapped nervously on the steering wheel, her mind racing with all the revelations of the past few days. The magical tether binding them, the necromancer hunting wolves, and now facing the alpha of the territory with her secret laid bare. "They'll help," Jax said suddenly, as if reading her thoughts. His hand covered hers briefly, warm and steady. "Caleb's a better alpha than Victor ever was." The way he spoke about his former alpha, with such cold certainty, sent a small shiver down Mena's spine. The bell above the door chimed as they entered the cafe. Mena carried Lyra while Jax walked slightly ahead, his body language clearly telegraphing protection mode. The familiar scent of magic and coffee wrapped around them, oddly comforting amid their chaos. Mena spotted them immediately, the striking couple in the corner booth. Caleb Rivers was impossible to miss, his presence commanding even in the casual setting, while the red-haired woman beside him practically sparked with energy. "Deep breath," Mena whispered to herself. Jax placed his hand on her lower back, guiding her forward. The warm pressure of his palm grounded her, even as Lyra cooed happily, completely oblivious to the tension humming through the adults. "Rivers," Jax acknowledged, his stance widening slightly as they reached the table. Caleb's blue eyes narrowed. "Hollow. It's been a while." Mena felt the wolf energy prickling between them. Not hostile, but certainly cautious. Two powerful shifters sizing each other up. She'd forgotten how intense pack politics could be. "This is Mena," Jax introduced her, his voice softening slightly. "And our daughter, Lyra." The possessive hour sent an unexpected warmth through Mena. 3 days ago, she'd been Lyra's only parent. Now this man stood beside her, claiming his place with absolute certainty. Fiona's expression warmed immediately. "She's beautiful." Her green eyes met Mena's blue ones. "I'm Fiona, please sit. Nina promised us her secret brew, supposedly calms wolf tempers." She shot a meaningful glance at both men. As they settled into the booth, Jax shifted closer to Mena, their thighs touching. The contact sent a wave of awareness through her that she struggled to ignore. "I appreciate you meeting us," Jax began, resting his forearms on the table. "I know my history with your pack isn't the best." Caleb's expression remained neutral. "You were Victor's enforcer." "I was," Jax acknowledged. The muscles in his jaw tightened, and I was foolish to follow him for so long. When I finally stood against his dealings with dark witches, he cursed me with exile. Mena watched Caleb's face closely, trying to read his reaction. "Derek and Liam speak highly of you," Caleb said finally. "They said you protected the younger wolves from Victor's worst impulses. Their word means a lot." The tension in Jax's shoulders eased slightly. "That means more than you know." Fiona leaned forward. "Nina mentioned something about resurrection magic?" "Rochelle," Jax confirmed. "Someone's trying to bring her back using blood magic and necromancy." The temperature around them literally rose as Fiona's eyes flashed. That conniving brat? I killed her myself. She deserved every bit of fire I sent her way. Fie, Caleb murmured, though his own expression had darkened. Mena clutched Lyra closer, the baby sensing her tension and squirming slightly. Our daughter's magic is attracting attention, Mena said quietly. She's a hybrid, wolf shifter and necromancer. Fiona's eyebrows shot up. Now that's a combination I haven't seen before. We need help, Jax stated plainly. Whoever's performing these rituals might target Lyra next, and we need to approach the council about this threat. You're part of our territory, Caleb said decisively. Pack or not, we protect our own. Jax straightened. I'm still a rogue wolf, and I intend to stay that way, but I protect all wolves, regardless of pack. The alpha nodded, respect flickering in his eyes. The council meets this afternoon. We'll stand with you. Mena felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She wasn't alone in this fight. For Lyra's sake, that meant everything.
Chapter 15. Jax. Caleb stood up, extending his hand to help Fiona from the corner booth inside Cauldron and Cup. We'll escort you to City Hall. The council's meeting starts soon. Appreciate it, Jax said, surprised at the genuine gratitude warming his chest. 2 years ago, he'd have sooner ripped out Caleb's throat than accept his help. But times changed. People changed. Victor was dead, finally, and Jax had responsibilities now that eclipsed old pack rivalries. As they left Cauldron and Cup, the December air hit his face with bracing clarity. Snow crunched beneath their boots as they walked the cobblestone streets of Saltwater Grove. Jax positioned himself slightly ahead of Mena, his senses hyper-alert to any potential threats. His wolf prowled close to the surface, territorial and protective. Mena walked beside him, her cream sweater peeking from beneath her wool coat. Lyra bundled against her chest in a pink parka and tiny mittens. The sight of them, his family, sent a fierce surge of possessiveness through him. His, to protect, to cherish, to fight for. Never thought I'd see the day Jax Hollow played Family Man, Caleb remarked, his voice low enough that only wolf ears could catch it. Jax's lips quirked. Never thought I'd see the day I'd be walking with the alpha of eclipsed moon without trying to tear your throat out. Caleb's deep chuckle surprised him. Fair enough. You were Victor's attack dog, Fiona chimed in bluntly, falling into step beside them. No offense. None taken, Jax replied. I was, and I'll spend the rest of my life making up for it. His gaze shifted to Mena and Lyra. Starting with them. Mena glanced up, catching his intense stare. A flush colored her cheeks, and Jax caught the slight uptick in her heartbeat. The knowledge that he affected her still sent satisfaction coursing through him. Cold? He asked, moving closer, letting his body heat envelop her. I'm fine, she insisted, but leaned into him, nonetheless. Lyra babbled excitedly, reaching a pink mittened hand toward him. Without thinking, Jax brushed his finger against her tiny covered hand. She gripped it with surprising strength, and something in his chest cracked open further. She really likes you, Mena said softly. Smart kid, he replied, earning an eye roll that couldn't hide Mena's smile. City Hall loomed ahead, a grand 3-story stone building with imposing columns and stained glass windows depicting Saltwater Grove's founding. As a Nightfang enforcer, Jax had rarely entered the building. Victor had preferred to rule by force rather than policy. Hugo's a reasonable man, Fiona said as they climbed the wide stone steps. For a green witch on a slight power trip. Caleb raised an eyebrow. Says the fire witch who burned down the gazebo at the summer solstice. That was a freak accident. I was just trying to demonstrate the solar eclipse for the pack pups using my fire magic. Fiona's hair seemed to flicker brighter. Their light banter eased some of the tension coiling in Jax's shoulders. These people were nothing like Victor and his inner circle of troublemakers. There was genuine affection here, real loyalty, not the kind bought with fear. The council chambers buzzed with activity as they entered. Various supernatural citizens of Saltwater Grove gathered for the afternoon meeting. Heads turned as they walked in, whispers following in their wake. Jax recognized the reaction. He'd caused it often enough as Victor's enforcer. But this time was different. This time he walked with Caleb Rivers, respected alpha, at his side, and his mate and child behind him. An overwhelming warmth flooded his body, and his knees almost buckled. Mate? The word had slipped into his mind with the ease of truth. Mena wasn't his mate, not officially, but his wolf had decided with absolute certainty. His human side wasn't far behind. "You okay?" Mena whispered, noticing his sudden stillness. Jax turned and looked at her. This strong, beautiful woman who'd raised his daughter alone, who could wield death magic with the same gentle hands that soothed their child to sleep. "I've never been better," he answered truthfully. They settled into high-backed wooden chairs in the second row. The council chambers smelled of cedar, old books, and the subtle tang of various magics, herbal, elemental, and something darker that tickled Jax's wolf senses. His arm brushed against Mena's as they sat, and even that slight contact sent electricity coursing through him. Lyra cooed in her mother's arms, her pink parka making soft rustling sounds as she wriggled. Jax leaned in, inhaling his daughter's scent. Milk, baby powder, and beneath it all, the distinctive wild notes that marked her as his. Hugo called the meeting to order, his hands folded precisely on the polished oak table. The Green Witch's power vibrated subtly through the room, a connection to growing things and to life itself. The exact opposite of what they'd found in those woods. "Does anyone have issues to address before we move to scheduled business?" Hugo asked, his gaze sweeping the chamber. Before Jax could respond, Mena stood up, Lyra balanced on her hip. Without conscious thought, Jax rose beside her, his hand instinctively going to the small of her back. "We do," he stated, his voice carrying through the chamber. Every head turned. Jax felt gazes scrape across him like physical things, curious, wary, and hostile. 2 years ago, he'd have snarled back. Now, with Mena warm against his palm and Lyra blinking owlishly at the crowd, he found reserves of restraint he never knew he possessed. "Someone is performing blood rituals in the Glimmering Woods," Mena explained, her voice steady despite the tremor Jax could feel beneath his fingers. "Using Nightfang blood rites to channel necromantic energy." Hugo's composure cracked. "For what purpose?" "Resurrection," Jax said flatly. "They're trying to bring back Rochelle Bain." The chamber erupted in shocked murmurs. Hugo's face drained of color. "That's impossible," someone whispered. "Rochelle's body was burned," another voice argued. "We request clearance to use necromancy publicly to track and counter this threat," Mena continued, standing straighter. "Whatever's happening out there is growing stronger. We need to act now." Hugo's gaze hardened. "You're asking the council to sanction death magic." "I'm vouching for them." The room went silent as Caleb Rivers rose to his feet, his presence immediately commanding attention. Jax felt a flicker of the old jealousy. This was what an alpha should be, what Victor never was. Jax Hollow was Victor's enforcer, yes, Caleb stated, his deep voice filling the chamber. But even then, he refused to participate in the worst of Victor's excesses. He warned my people about planned attacks. He let runners escape when ordered to kill them. Jax stiffened. How did Caleb know all that? "I trust him," Caleb continued, "and if necromancy is our best defense against whatever's happening, then we'd be fools to refuse it." Fiona leaned toward Mena, her red hair gleaming like embers in the chamber's light. "Trust me, I know what it's like to fall for a wolf and get tangled in their politics," she whispered, though Jax's keen hearing caught every word. "But sometimes the most complicated choices are the right ones." Hugo conferred quietly with the other council members, their heads bent together in urgent discussion. Jax's hand tightened on Mena's back, his thumb tracing a small circle against her wool coat. "We'll stand together," Jax promised her softly, "whatever comes." Her eyes met his, and for a moment, the chamber, the council, and the looming threat, all of it faded away. "Together," she agreed. Hugo finally straightened. "The council grants temporary investigative clearance, with the stipulation that all necromantic activities be logged and reported daily. You'll be assigned observers." Relief flooded Jax's body, but he kept his expression neutral. "Thank you, Council," Jax said formally. We won't betray your trust." As they returned to their seats, Jax realized how different his world truly had become. Concepts like trust, family, and home had been so foreign to him just 3 days ago. Now they were the foundations of his new life. His gaze fell on Lyra, now dozing against Mena's chest. For her, he would rebuild himself from the ground up. For them both, he would become a worthy mate and father. 3 hours later, steam curled from the beef stew Mena had placed at the center of her small kitchen table. Jax watched her move about the kitchen, graceful and efficient, with a slight furrow of concentration between her brows as she cut warm bread. The domesticity of the moment struck him with unexpected force. His wolf preened at the sight of their makeshift family gathered here, safe and fed. Lyra banged a plastic spoon against her high-chair tray, babbling happily. Every sound she made tugged at something primal within him. "You hungry, pup?" Jax reached over, brushing a wisp of brown hair from her forehead. His daughter's blue eyes sparkled up at him. Mena settled into her chair with a soft exhale. "Council meetings always drain me. All that political posturing." "You were magnificent." The words escaped before he could filter them. Raw honesty in his tone. A flush crept up her neck. "I did what needed doing." His phone buzzed in his pocket. Caleb's name flashed on the screen. "Rivers, what's up?" Jax kept his voice level, though his body immediately tensed. "Got a lead on our dark witch problem. One of my scouts tracked some activity to an old beach house near Starlight Cove. Could be where she's gathering her allies." Jax's wolf stirred, hungry for action. "I'm in. When?" "Tonight, meet me at the South Trail entrance in an hour." "Done." Jax ended the call, already mentally cataloging what he might need. Mena's spoon clattered against her bowl. "You're not going." The fierce protectiveness in her voice sent a flutter of warmth through him. His wolf practically rolled over in submission at the realization that she cared so much about his safety. "Caleb's traced our necromancer. We need to check it out." "It's too dangerous." Mena's knuckles whitened around her spoon. "You're barely recovered from the last attack." Jax reached across the table, covering her hand with his. "I've got Caleb backing me. Alpha of Eclipsed Moon isn't a bad fighting partner. And if it's a trap, then they'll deeply regret trying to trap two alpha wolves." His thumb stroked her wrist, feeling her pulse jump beneath his touch. "I'm coming back to you. To both of you." The promise hung between them, weighted with implications neither was ready to voice. "You better." Her eyes met his, steel beneath the worry. An hour later, the sea air carried the tang of salt and rotting seaweed as Jax followed Caleb along the treacherous coastline. The moonlight painted silver lines across the churning waves below the cliff path. In the distance, the dilapidated beach house sagged against the rocky shore. "There's an underground den beneath it," Caleb explained, his voice barely audible above the crashing waves. "Used to be a smuggler's tunnel during Prohibition. Now it's crawling with former Nightfang who refused to join my pack." Jax's nostrils flared, catching the distinctive scent of wolf, gunpowder, and something acrid, corrupted magic. Within minutes, Jax and Caleb took a former Nightfang member named Cray by surprise, finding him patrolling just outside a concealed entrance. Caleb slammed the smaller wolf shifter against the rock face, his forearm pressed against his throat. "Talk," Jax growled, letting his wolf bleed into his voice, his eyes shifting to gold. "Or I let the alpha tear out your throat." Cray's eyes darted between them, panic evident. "I'm just a scout, man. I don't know the big plans." Jax leaned closer. "Rochelle, they're trying to bring her back. How?" "Blood magic," Cray's voice cracked. "They need Nightfang blood. The purer the blood, the better." Caleb increased the pressure. "When?" "Winter Solstice Festival. There's a convergence of power that night with the full moon. They've got some powerful necromancer helping them." Jax's blood ran cold. Winter Solstice, 3 days away. The same day and place he'd met Mena. "Where at the festival?" Jax demanded. "Old stone circle behind the Saltspire Lighthouse. Please, man, I just follow orders." Caleb released him with a shove. "Join my pack or leave Saltwater Grove by dawn. Those are your options." They left Craig gasping against the rocks. Jax's mind raced with implications as they headed back toward town. "They need pure, untainted Nightfang blood," Jax muttered, "and my daughter has it running through her veins." "We move first," Caleb confirmed. "Disrupt the ritual before it can begin." Jax nodded, lengthening his stride. He needed to get back to Mena, to Lyra. 30 minutes later, the kitchen light was still on when Jax slipped through Mena's patio door. She sat at the table, her hands wrapped around a mug, waiting patiently. "The Nightfang loyalists are planning to resurrect Rochelle at the Winter Solstice Festival," he announced without preamble. "Using pure, untainted Nightfang blood for the ritual?" Mena's face paled. "Lyra's blood. I won't let them hurt her." The vow came from the deepest part of him, where wolf and man were one. "We need to strike first, disrupt whatever they're planning, before they can complete it." She stood, leaning against the kitchen counter. "You want me to use necromancy at the town festival?" "I want us to protect our daughter." He crossed to her, his hands settling on her waist. "Together, remember?" Mena's eyes searched his face, conflict evident in her expression. "Yes, for Lyra," she finally agreed, her resolve hardening. "We'll do what's necessary." Relief and determination surged through Jax in equal measure. His hands tightened on her waist, drawing her slightly closer. "We'll make a plan, something smart and calculated. We have 3 days to prepare." The unspoken hung between him and Mena. In 3 days, they'd confront the past that had brought them together and the future they might share if they survived this ordeal. His thumb traced the curve of her hip, a touch too intimate for mere allies, but too hesitant for lovers. "We'll be ready."
Chapter 16. Mena. Jax's eyes searched Mena's, green and intense, and for a moment she was back at the Winter Solstice Festival 2 years ago, when he'd looked at her like she was the only person in the room. The memory made her chest ache, a mix of longing and frustration. She'd spent so long burying that night deep, telling herself it was just one perfect mistake. But now, standing here with him in her kitchen, it felt like more than that. It always had. His thumb traced the curve of her hip, a touch so intimate it made her breath catch. Her body responded instantly, heat pooling low in her belly, and her skin tingling where he touched her. She could feel the tension between them, the pull that had been there since the moment he'd stepped back into her life. 2 years apart, and still her body ached for him, for his touch, his kiss, and the way he made her feel like she was the only thing that mattered. Before she could second-guess herself, she grabbed onto his leather jacket and pulled him closer, pressing her lips against his. It wasn't gentle or tentative. It was desperate and fierce, all the longing for him pouring into that single kiss. Jax didn't hesitate. His hand tangled in her dark brown hair, pulling her closer as his other arm wrapped around her waist, holding her so tightly she could feel the hard planes of his chest against her. His tongue swept into her mouth, and she moaned softly, her hands sliding up to his shoulders as the kiss deepened. It was raw and hungry, but there was something sweet beneath it, something that made her chest ache with emotion. This wasn't just passion, it was connection, the kind of thing that made kissing him feel as natural as breathing. When they finally broke apart, they were both panting, their foreheads pressed together. Mena's heart was racing, her body humming with energy, and she knew there was no turning back. She took his hand and led him up the stairs, her legs trembling with every step. Once they were in her bedroom, Jax cupped her face in his hands, his green eyes dark with intensity. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice rough. Her lips parted to say no, but the words didn't come, because she wasn't sure. Not about this, not about him, not about any of it. But she wanted him, needed him. "Yes," she whispered. "I want this. I want you." His eyes softened, and he pressed a gentle kiss to her lips before stepping back. Slowly he began to undress her, his hands skilled and deliberate. He pulled her cream sweater over her head, his fingers brushing against her skin as he worked. When he reached for the button of her jeans, she felt a shiver of anticipation, her breath hitching as he slid them down her legs. Standing there, in nothing but her matching black bra and panties, Mena felt a flicker of self-consciousness. But Jax's gaze burned with appreciation, making her feel beautiful in a way she hadn't in months. His eyes traveled over her body, hungry and possessive, and she felt a surge of confidence. "You're stunning," he murmured, his voice thick. She reached for him then, her hands trembling slightly as she pushed his leather jacket off his shoulders. His black Henley followed, revealing his chiseled abs and muscular chest. She traced the scar on his jaw with her fingers, her touch feather-light, before sliding her hands down his chest, feeling the firmness of his muscles beneath her palms. When she reached for his belt, he caught her hand, his eyes locking onto hers. "You don't have to." "I want to," she interrupted, her voice firm. He let go, and she undid his belt, her fingers brushing against his stomach as she worked. His jeans soon fell to the floor, leaving them both standing there in their underwear. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes flicking to the bruises on his ribs and the stitched wound on his thigh. "Jax, I don't want to hurt you," she said softly, her hand hovering over the bandages. He caught her wrist, his fingers warm and steady. "You're not going to hurt me," he said, his voice soft and reassuring. "I'm fine." She believed him. When he pulled her into his arms and kissed her again, she let herself get lost in the moment, in the feel of his lips on hers, and the way his hands explored her body like he was rediscovering something precious. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. They collapsed onto the bed, tangled together, their breathing ragged and their bodies slick with sweat. Mena lay with her head on his chest, her fingers tracing his skin as she tried to catch her breath. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions, relief, desire, and confusion. She didn't know what this meant for them and their future. But for now, she was content to lie here with him, feeling his warmth and listening to the steady beat of his heart. "That was," she started, her voice soft, trailing off as she searched for the right words. "Yeah," he agreed, his voice just as quiet, his hand stroking her back. "It was—" She lifted her head to look at him, her eyes searching his. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice but a whisper. He hesitated, his hand stilling on her back. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice filled with emotion. "But I know I'm not going away, not this time." She wanted to believe him and to trust him, but the wounds of the past still cut deep. She didn't say anything, just rested her head back on his chest, her fingers still tracing patterns on his skin. For now, this was enough. For now, she would let herself have this moment of reconnection.
Chapter 17. Jax. Jax watched Mena pace around the living room, laying out their plan with precision. The last 2 days had been a revelation, like discovering a life he never knew he was meant to live. Every morning, he'd wake to Lyra's happy babbling through the baby monitor, followed by the soft pad of Mena's feet across the hardwood as she went to retrieve their daughter. Their daughter. The thought still knocked the wind from his lungs. He leaned against the kitchen door frame, arms crossed over his chest, tracking Mena's movements while she outlined tomorrow's trap to Caleb and Fiona. Her dark hair caught the warm lamplight as she gestured toward the hand-drawn map spread across the coffee table. "Once we've got the fake ritual site set up behind the lighthouse," Mena explained, "I'll activate the sigils. They'll give off the exact energy signature they'd need for the resurrection." Jax's mind drifted from strategic planning to the way her lips moved when she spoke. 2 nights ago, those lips had been all over his, Those hands had gripped his shoulders as she rode him with an intensity that had nearly broken him. The memory sent heat coursing through his body. "Jax? You with us?" Caleb's voice snapped him back to reality. "Yeah," he grunted, straightening his posture. "I'll take point on the west approach. No one gets out that way." Fiona's eyebrow arched knowingly. The Fire Witch exchanged a glance with Caleb before turning back to the map. "The scent masking spell needs fresh rainwater collected at midnight. I've already bottled some." From her playpen in the corner, Lyra squealed and tossed a stuffed wolf into the air. The toy hung suspended for a beat too long before dropping, another flicker of her unstable magic. Jax moved instinctively toward his daughter, lifting her into his arms where she immediately grabbed at his face. "Easy, pup," he murmured against her temple. The bond between them pulsed strong and vital, like the beat of a shared heart. Mena paused mid-sentence, her eyes softening as she watched them. The connection between them buzzed electric and undeniable, far stronger than just their shared night of passion. This was something deeper, something primal. She was his true mate. He'd known it the moment their bodies intimately connected again after 2 years apart. His wolf had recognized her instantly, had always known. She belonged to him, just as he belonged to her, bound by more than just their daughter's magic. "The Nightfang loyalists will expect an offensive play from my pack," Caleb noted, his voice all business. "They'll bring reinforcements to protect themselves." Jax nodded, bouncing Lyra gently. "Let them. More wolves to send a message to." "Always the enforcer," Fiona quipped, her green eyes flashing with humor. Mena approached, resting her hand on Jax's arm. The casual touch sent sparks through his system. "We're not just sending a message. We're ending this. For Lyra." "For all of us," Jax added, his voice dropping to a register meant only for her. He met her gaze, letting her see everything he felt but hadn't yet said aloud. Caleb cleared his throat. "We should go. We all need rest before tomorrow night." As they gathered their things to leave, Jax handed Lyra to Mena and walked their allies to the door. Caleb clasped his forearm in the traditional wolf pack gesture. "Your wolf is different," Caleb observed quietly. "More settled." Jax nodded once. "Finally found what I was looking for." After they departed, he turned to find Mena standing in the hallway, Lyra now sleeping against her shoulder. The domesticity of the moment hit him hard. This was his family, his to protect. "What?" Mena asked, noticing his intense stare. He closed the distance between them in 2 long strides, cupping her face with one hand while being careful not to disturb their sleeping daughter. "No matter what happens tomorrow, I want you to know, this isn't temporary for me. You, Lyra, United States. I want a future together." Mena's eyes widened at his declaration, the flicker of uncertainty crossing her features like a shadow. Jax felt her tense beneath his touch, her shoulders stiffening as she cradled Lyra. "Jax, this is all happening so fast." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "A week ago, you weren't even in our lives. Now you're standing in my living room telling me you want a future together." His wolf bristled at the hesitation in her tone, but Jax forced himself to remain steady, patient. Her scent carried notes of confusion and grief, tangled with the unmistakable thread of desire that had been growing between them. "I know it's not just me," he said, tracing his thumb along her jawline. "I feel it when we touch, when we're near Lyra together." Mena's gaze dropped, her dark lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. "It's not that simple. Ethan's only been gone 3 months, and I still wake up expecting him to be there." Her voice cracked. "I know he'd want me to be happy, to move on, but every time I feel something for you, I feel like I'm betraying him." Jax swallowed the growl that threatened to rise from his chest. He wouldn't compete with a ghost. He wouldn't force her to choose. That wasn't what a mate did. "There's no rush," he said, letting his hand fall to her shoulder, maintaining the connection without pushing. "No pressure. We take this at whatever pace you need." Her eyes met his, searching. "Really? Really?" He moved his hand to her lower back, guiding her up the stairs toward Lyra's nursery. "But what we have, this triad bond, the magic between us 3, what happens when we're together? That's not something to walk away from. It's rare, special. The corners of Mena's lips lifted slightly as she turned to look at him. The magical family super bond. Exactly. Jax felt his own mouth quirk into a half smile. They entered Lyra's nursery and Mena gently laid their daughter in her crib. Jax stood behind her, close enough to breathe in her scent but not crowding. His fingers itched to pull her against him, to wrap her in his protection, but he restrained himself. "I just need time," she whispered, arranging Lyra's blanket. "To think, to process. And honestly, I'm terrified about tomorrow night. If anything happened to her—" "Nothing will happen to her," Jax cut in, the steel in his voice absolute. "Or to you. I'd tear apart anyone who tried." Mena turned, her body close enough that he could feel her warmth. "Promise?" "With everything I am." She nodded, then led the way to her bedroom. Their bedroom for the past 2 nights. Jax followed, his wolf rumbling with satisfaction at another night beside his mate. The bed still carried their mingled scents. As they settled under the covers, Jax pulled Mena against his chest, his arm draped protectively over her waist. This, just holding her, carried its own kind of intimacy. The sex between them was explosive, unlike anything he'd experienced before. But this quiet connection held something even more precious. The following night, Jax paced Mena's living room like a caged animal, every muscle coiled with tension. The full moon pulled at his blood, his wolf prowling just beneath his skin, eager for release. Tonight was the night they'd strike the Nightfang loyalists, and his body hummed with primal anticipation. Nina bustled around the kitchen, mixing a potion while Lyra cooed from her high chair. The powerful witch's hands floated ingredients through the air, her apron sparkling with constellations that seemed to shift and realign with each movement. "She'll be perfectly safe," Nina assured him, catching Jax's protective glance toward his daughter. "I've warded the entire house. Nothing gets in or out without my say-so." Mena came down the stairs dressed in black, her dark hair pulled into a tight braid. The sight of her hit Jax with physical force. His mate, his match, ready for battle. His wolf growled with approval. "You look dangerous," he murmured, closing the distance between them and running his thumb along her jaw. Mena's lips curved upward. "That's the idea. We should go now. Caleb and Fiona are waiting." Jax walked over and kissed Lyra's forehead, inhaling her scent one last time. "Daddy will be back soon, pup." The word daddy still felt foreign on his tongue, but right. So damn right. The Winter Solstice Festival illuminated the town in a kaleidoscope of magical lights as they made their way toward the rendezvous point. Jax kept Mena close, one hand on her back, alert to every shadow. His senses stretched outward, cataloging scents, sounds, and movements. Nothing would threaten what was his. Caleb and Fiona waited at the edge of the festival grounds with 4 other pack members. The alpha nodded once at Jax, a gesture of mutual respect that would have been unthinkable 2 years ago. "Ready to hunt?" Caleb's eyes flashed wolf gold in the moonlight. "Born ready," Jax replied, feeling his canines elongate slightly at the prospect. Fiona uncorked a small bottle of midnight rainwater, its contents shimmering with magic. "This will mask our scents completely. They won't smell us until it's too late." As she anointed each of them, Jax caught Mena's hand and squeezed it. "Stay close to me." She squeezed back. "I can handle myself." "I know you can, but my wolf won't settle unless you're where I can protect you."
Chapter 18. Mena. The moonlight cut through the evergreens as Mena followed the others toward Salt Spire Lighthouse. The historic beacon loomed against the night sky, its weathered stone face illuminated by the full moon, a silent witness to centuries of magical workings in Saltwater Grove. The winter solstice energy vibrated through her bones, amplifying her necromancy in ways that both thrilled and terrified her. Jax moved like a shadow beside her, his body a wall of protection. Every few seconds his hand would brush against her lower back, a possessive touch that sent electricity skittering across her skin. "Feel that?" Mena whispered, her breath fogging in the December air as they approached the clearing. Dark magic. Someone's been here recently. Caleb nodded grimly. They've been preparing for this for days. The clearing behind the lighthouse revealed itself, bathed in silvery moonlight. Perfect for her deception. Mena knelt at its edge, unpacking her supplies with practiced hands. Bone fragments, black crystals, and copper wire twisted into unnatural shapes. Her fingertips tingled as she positioned each item. "Everyone back," she commanded softly. Drawing a deep breath, Mena closed her eyes and extended her hands. The necromantic energy she usually held tightly leashed flowed freely now, surging up through her feet, coursing through her veins. Blue sigils manifested in the air as her fingers traced arcane patterns, counterfeits of resurrection runes, but packed with enough real power to fool anyone. "Sanguis vocat sanguinem," she chanted, the Latin rolling from her lips as the sigils pulsed brighter. "Caro vocat carnem." The fake ritual site hummed with convincing energy. Sweat beaded on her brow despite the winter chill. Creating something this complex required precision. One misstep could trigger unpredictable consequences. Fiona appeared at her side, silently offering her a steadying hand as Mena completed the final sigil. The Fire Witch's skin radiated warmth, a contrast to the cold, necromantic energy Mena was manipulating. "It's done," Mena whispered finally, stepping back into the shadows where the others waited. Pride surged through her as she surveyed her handiwork. For Lyra. Everything was for Lyra. Jax's eyes gleamed with appreciation as they locked with hers. "Impressive," he murmured softly. "Now we wait," Caleb muttered from their left flank. They didn't wait long. 8 figures materialized from the darkness, moving with predatory grace into the clearing. Mena recognized Morgan immediately, Victor's former Delta, a barrel-chested wolf shifter with cold eyes and silver-streaked hair. His lip curled as he surveyed the ritual site. "The necromancy resonance is perfect," one of his companions murmured. "Begin." Mena's heart hammered in her chest as the Nightfang loyalists arranged themselves around her false circle. They produced silver daggers, cutting into their palms and letting blood drip onto the symbols she'd created. Morgan lifted his face to the full moon. Blood of the pack. Blood of the alpha. He stopped mid-incantation, his nostrils flaring. Wait, something's wrong. His head snapped toward their hiding spot. This isn't... "Now!" Caleb roared. Everything happened at once. The clearing erupted into chaos as Caleb, Jax, and the 4 other eclipsed Moonpack members burst from the trees. Their bodies contorted in fluid motion as they shifted into their wolf forms. Bones cracked and reformed, fur sprouted, and where men had stood, massive wolves now charged. Jax's transformation was mesmerizing, his wolf form powerful and sleek, with dark russet fur that gleamed under the moonlight. He launched directly at Morgan with a ferocity that made Mena's breath catch. "Ready to dance?" Fiona grinned beside her, flames already engulfing her hands. Mena's fingers curled with power. "Let's show these boys how it's done." She thrust her hands forward, channeling her necromancy into the sigils she'd created. The blue symbols pulsed and then detached from their patterns, becoming serpent-like entities of pure energy that struck at the nearest Nightfang loyalists. 2 wolves yelped as the energy wrapped around their legs, binding them in place. Morgan's packmates shifted rapidly, meeting Caleb's forces with vicious snarls. The clearing became a blur of fur, fangs, and magic. Fiona hurled balls of fire with deadly accuracy, forcing 3 wolves to retreat from their advance. One of the Nightfang loyalists lunged toward Mena, teeth bared. She pivoted, drawing darkness from the shadows themselves and shaping it into a barbed whip that cracked against the wolf's flank. He howled in pain, stumbling backwards. "Should have stayed away from my town," she hissed. Through the chaos, Mena's eyes found Jax. His wolf battled Morgan with precise brutality, every movement calculated. Blood matted the fur on his shoulder, but he showed no signs of slowing. This was the enforcer, the protector, fighting for her and Lyra. Fiona's voice rang out, "Mena, behind you!" She spun to find another wolf mid-leap. Without thinking, Mena raised her hand and pulled life energy from the nearest tree, channeling it into a blast that sent the wolf crashing into the underbrush. The battle surged around them until Caleb's powerful black wolf form pinned one of Morgan's most loyal followers. Jax, meanwhile, had Morgan himself trapped beneath his massive paws, his teeth hovering inches from the older wolf's throat. Jax and Caleb shifted partially back to human form, maintaining the frightening hybrid state that displayed both their humanity and their beast. "Saltwater Grove is solely eclipsed moon territory now," Caleb growled, his voice still carrying the wolf's rasp. Jax applied more pressure to Morgan's throat, drawing blood with his claws. "This ends tonight. No resurrections, no revenge." Morgan struggled, but Jax's strength was overwhelming. "You remember what happened to Victor and Rochelle?" Fiona called, flames still dancing between her fingers. "That was merciful compared to what awaits you if you try this again." Mena stepped forward, dark energy still curling around her hands. "Your choice. Leave with your lives or don't leave at all." Morgan's eyes found hers, hatred burning in their depths. But beneath that hatred, she saw something else. Fear. And she knew they had won. Hopefully for good. Jax's eyes met hers across the clearing, fierce with triumph, and something deeper that made her heart stutter. In that moment, covered in dirt and sweat with her magic crackling around her, Mena realized something profound. She was falling for him. Again. And this time it felt even more dangerous than the wolves they'd just confronted. Suddenly, Morgan's features contorted until they were more man than beast, his limbs trembling with pain as he shifted. Blood streaked his face, and his voice came out hoarse and guttural. "We yield." He coughed, a red spray staining the snow beneath him. "No revenge." For a moment, Mena thought Jax might kill him anyway. The tension in his muscles, the way his claws dug deeper. She could see the battle raging behind his eyes. Caleb gave a terse nod. "Let him go." Reluctance etched across Jax's face as he slowly lifted his weight from Morgan's chest. Mena's heart thundered watching the massive wolves retreat, all submission and fear now where moments ago there had been bloodlust. Jax and Caleb shifted back fully into their human forms, the moonlight illuminating the transformation as bones realigned and fur receded. Mena averted her eyes as they quickly pulled on their discarded clothes, though not before she caught a glimpse of Jax's sculpted back, the muscles rippling beneath his tanned skin. The moment he was dressed, Jax was at her side, his hands cupping her face. "Are you hurt?" His eyes traveled her body with naked concern that sent warmth cascading through her. "I'm fine," she said, her attention drawn to the gash that tore across his shoulder, dark red against his torn shirt. "You're the one bleeding all over the place." She pushed his hair back from his forehead, allowing herself this small intimacy. "We need to get you home. That needs stitches." His eyes softened. "Home sounds good. I want to see Lyra." Something possessive and primal lurked beneath his words. Our daughter, our family. Unspoken, but unmistakable. The drive back was a blur of adrenaline and jangled nerves. Mena's hands still tingled with the aftermath of necromancy. It had been years since she'd channeled that much power. The darkness she'd pulled from the shadows still whispered at the edges of her consciousness, intoxicating and dangerous. Nina was seated in the living room rocking chair when they arrived, Lyra fast asleep against her chest. The older witch's eyes gleamed with knowing as they entered. "The conquering heroes return," she murmured, careful not to wake the baby. "She's been a perfect angel." Mena crossed the room, relief washing over her at the sight of Lyra's peaceful face. Thank you for watching her as always. We couldn't have done this without you. That's what family's for, isn't it? Nina's gaze flicked meaningfully between Mena and Jax. And that's what you three are becoming, whether you're ready to admit it or not. Heat bloomed in Mena's cheeks. Nina. Oh, hush, I'm too old to pretend I don't see what's right in front of me. She gently transferred the sleeping baby to Mena's arms. Call me tomorrow, and get that man patched up before he bleeds all over your nice hardwood floors again. After Nina floated out the front door in a swirl of lavender-scented air, Mena carried Lyra upstairs to her crib, tucking her in with trembling hands. The house felt different now, safer, as though the shadows that had threatened them for a week had finally retreated. She found her first aid kit in the bathroom closet, the one with the industrial-strength supplies she kept for supernatural emergencies. Her fingers brushed across glass vials and enchanted needles, selecting what she'd need. You coming, Wolf? She called out, aware of Jax watching her from the doorway, his eyes dark with unspoken emotion. Or are you planning to bleed out dramatically on my bathroom floor this time?
Chapter 19. Jax. Jax leaned against the doorframe inside Mena's bathroom as his body still hummed with the dual rush of battle and victory. He watched Mena rifle through her magical medical supplies, her slender fingers dancing over glass bottles that glowed with faint blue luminescence. The black sweater she wore hugged her curves, reminding him of everything he'd been missing for 2 years. He pushed off the wall with a smirk on his lips, despite the burning pain in his shoulder. Wouldn't dream of depriving you of patching me up again, sweetheart. The nickname slipped out naturally, and he watched her stiffen slightly before regaining composure. Shirt off. Sit down. She pointed to the closed toilet lid, all business, despite the flush creeping up her neck. Jax peeled the torn black t-shirt from his body, not missing how her eyes lingered on his chest before snapping back to the wound. He sat, his muscles tensing as she cleaned the gash with something that smelled like mint and burned like hellfire. Christ, what is that stuff? He hissed, his wolf bristling under his skin. Witch hazel infused with silver cleansing agent. Her touch was professional but gentle. Stops supernatural infection. He studied her face as she worked, noting the tiny lines of exhaustion around her eyes and the way her hands trembled slightly from magical exertion. His protective instincts roared to life. You pushed yourself too hard tonight. Her needle paused mid-stitch. I did what I had to do to protect my daughter. Our daughter, Jax corrected, his deep voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. Mena's eyes flashed. A daughter you've known for all of 7 days. A daughter I would have known for her entire life if I hadn't been cursed. The wolf in his voice was unmistakable now, primal and possessive. A daughter I intend to be around every day from now on. She tied off the last stitch with more force than required. You think it's that simple? You waltz back into Saltwater Grove after 2 years, bring a pack of bloodthirsty wolves sniffing around, endanger our child, and then what? We play happy family? The room crackled with tension as Jax stood up, towering over her. She didn't back down, tilting her chin up defiantly. Look at us, Mena. 1 week together and we've taken down a Nightfang uprising. Think what we could do with a lifetime. That's exactly my point. She slammed the first aid kit shut. It's been nothing but chaos and danger since you showed up unconscious in my ER. Lyra deserves stability, not... She gestured wildly at his bandaged wound. And this? She deserves her father, he growled. She deserves safety. Sometimes I think... Mena's voice caught. Think what? Jax stepped closer, his heart hammering wildly. Sometimes I regret ever meeting you, she whispered, the words landing like physical blows. But I wouldn't trade Lyra for anything in this world. Jax felt his wolf howl in pain, but he kept his face impassive. Is that what you want then? For me to leave? I don't know what I want. Frustration radiated from her in palpable waves. I just need some space to think. Everything's happened so fast. 1 minute I'm working my shift in the ER, the next you're back in town, and now we're fighting dark magic and... She stopped to catch her shaky breath. I need you to stay somewhere else for a while. The request hit him like a punch to his gut, but the wolf in him refused to show weakness. Instead, he closed the small gap between them, backing her against the sink. I love you, he said simply, the words raw and honest. Both of you. I know I've only been back a week. I know we only had 18 hours together 2 years ago, but they were the best hours of my life up until now. Mena's eyes widened, her lips parting in surprise. You've always been it for me, he continued, his voice lowering to an intimate rumble as he traced his finger along her soft jaw. I don't want to leave either of you, but I respect you enough to give you what you need. Her pulse jumped visibly in her throat as his thumb brushed her lower lip. For one breathtaking moment, he thought she might change her mind, but she didn't. She looked away from his gaze, tensing under his touch. All right then, I'll stay with Caleb, he said, dropping his hand. Take all the time you need, but know this. He leaned in, his lips brushing her ear. I'm not giving up on us. His wolf snarled at walking away from her and Lyra, every instinct screaming to claim his mate and protect his cub. But Jax knew this battle couldn't be won with dominance. For the first time in his life, he'd have to win with patience. I'll go get my things, he murmured, brushing past her, the scent of her skin making his resolve waver slightly. His boots felt like they were made of lead as he walked out of Mena's bathroom. Every step away from her was a battle against his instincts, his wolf clawing beneath his skin, demanding he turn around and claim what was his. But that was the old Jax, the rogue enforcer who took what he wanted. The mate and father in him knew better. He paused at Lyra's nursery door, the soft blue glow of her nightlight spilling into the hallway. Inside, his daughter slept peacefully, her tiny chest rising and falling beneath the constellation-patterned blanket. Her scent, milk and innocence mixed with something wild that was purely wolf, filled his lungs as he approached the crib. Jax bent down, his large frame dwarfing the delicate white crib. He reached out with his powerful hand that had snapped necks and crushed bones, now impossibly gentle as it stroked Lyra's soft brown hair. I'll be back for you, pup, he whispered, pressing his lips to her forehead. No matter what it takes. Her eyelids fluttered in sleep, and for a moment, Jax thought she might wake up. Something broke inside him at the thought of having to walk away from her perfect blue eyes that somehow held both his wildness and Mena's depth. The lump in his throat threatened to choke him. Jax, who had endured broken bones and silver poisoning without a whimper, now found himself fighting back the burn of tears. He hadn't cried since he was a pup. Not when Victor cursed him, and not when he spent 2 years in exile without a packer home. But this, saying goodbye to the daughter he'd barely gotten to know, this was something else entirely. I promised to protect you and your mother, he murmured against her baby soft skin. And I keep my promises. He straightened, memorizing the curve of her cheek, the fan of her eyelashes, and the perfect bow of her lips. Every detail etched itself into his memory like a physical ache. Once downstairs, Jax grabbed his leather jacket from the hook by the door. It smelled like Mena's house now, like jasmine and sage and home. He stuffed his newly purchased clothes into a plastic bag, his movements mechanical while his mind raced. 7 days. He'd only had 7 days with them, and it already felt like losing a limb to leave. Outside, the December air bit at his exposed skin, but he barely felt it. The cold inside him was far worse. He pulled out his phone and dialed Caleb. Need a place to crash, he said when the Alpha picked up, his voice rough as gravel. Mena's kicking me out. Says she needs space. Caleb's response was immediate. My door's open, brother. After what you did tonight for the pack in the town, there's always a place for you. Half an hour later, Jax sat in Caleb and Fiona's rustic living room, a glass of whiskey in his hand that did nothing to numb the ache in his chest. The fireplace crackled, reminding him painfully of Mena's fireplace in her living room. She says I'm dangerous. Jax stared into the amber liquid. That I brought trouble with me. Caleb leaned forward in his armchair, elbows on his knees. Nonsense. Those Nightfang loyalists were planning that resurrection ritual long before you showed up. If anything, you saved her and Lyra. Try telling her that. Jax knocked back the whiskey, feeling it burn nowhere near as much as Mena's rejection. One minute we're taking down a group of Nightfangs together, and the next she wants me gone. She's scared, Caleb said, his blue eyes knowing. Not of you, of what you represent. What's that supposed to mean? Change, risk, feeling something again after losing her husband. Caleb refilled Jax's glass. Fiona was the same way at first. Fought me tooth and nail. The corner of Jax's mouth twitched. Seems to have worked out okay for you. Victor tried everything to keep us apart. Caleb's expression darkened momentarily at the memory. But the mate bond isn't something that can be broken. Not if it's real. And if it isn't real? The question tore from Jax's throat before he could stop it. Caleb's eyebrows shot up. You're asking me if Mena's your mate? After what I saw tonight in that clearing, the way you two moved together, and the way your magic connected to make you both stronger? He shook his head with a low chuckle. Brother, I've been alpha of 2 packs now, and I've never seen a pair more perfectly matched. The words hit Jax hard, soothing the wolf that had been howling in anguish since he'd walked out Mena's door. Give her time, Caleb said, clapping a hand on Jax's shoulder. Trust the family bond. It'll bring you 3 back together.
Chapter 20. Mena. The moment the front door slammed shut, Mena collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Her knees hit the bathroom floor with a painful thud that she barely registered through the emotional storm raging inside her. What have I done? She whispered to the empty room, her voice catching on a sob that had been building since she'd seen the raw honesty in Jax's green eyes. She pressed her palms against the cool tile, grateful for its solid presence as the world seemed to spin around her. The scent of antiseptic and wolf blood lingered in the air, mingling with the unmistakable masculine scent that was purely Jax. Pine, earth, and something wild that made her heart race every time he stepped too close. Tears streamed down her face, hot tracks of confusion and exhaustion. The magical exertion from the battle left her feeling hollow, her limbs heavy as lead. Necromancy always took its toll, like offering pieces of her life force in exchange for power. She hadn't used it so openly in years. She had kept that part of herself locked away for Lyra's safety and her own place in the community. Stupid, stubborn, handsome wolf, she muttered, swiping angrily at her tears as she replayed his confession. I love you. You've always been it for me. The words echoed in her head, his deep voice imprinted on her soul. How dare he say that now? After 2 years of silence, after she'd built a life without him, after she'd loved and lost Ethan, after she'd convinced herself that the night they'd shared had been nothing but a magical fluke. Mena dragged herself up from the floor, catching her reflection in the mirror. Her blue eyes were rimmed with red, her pale skin blotchy from crying. She looked exactly how she felt, a complete wreck. Get it together, Mena, she told herself sternly. You have a daughter to think about. Lyra, the beautiful, powerful, impossible child who tied them together more permanently than any vow. The daughter who needed both of them to balance the wild magic that surged through her tiny body. Mena shuffled to her bedroom, each step heavier than the last. Her room felt painfully empty without Jax's commanding presence, without his low chuckle as he watched her brush her hair each night, without the surprising gentleness he showed when he talked about Lyra. She stripped off her black sweater and dark jeans and put her nightgown on with mechanical movements. She then collapsed onto her bed and pulled the covers around her shoulders. The scent hit her immediately, subtle but unmistakable. Jax. His warmth still lingered in these sheets, the pillowcase holding the imprint of his head from just that morning. Damn you, she whispered into the darkness, clutching the pillow to her chest as fresh tears welled. Why did you have to come back now? Now, when her life was finally stabilizing after Ethan's death, when she'd finally learned how to be alone again, when she'd finally stopped dreaming of green eyes and a perfect smile. The universe had a sick sense of humor. first giving her a night of pure magic with a man who disappeared by the next afternoon, then blessing her with Lyra, then offering her stability with kind, steady Ethan, only to rip him away in a senseless accident. And now returning Jax to her life, more intense and determined than ever. "Why?" she asked the empty room, her voice breaking on a sob. "Why can't anything just be simple?" No answer came except the soft sound of Lyra's breathing through the baby monitor. Mena curled tighter around Jax's pillow, letting the scent of him comfort and torture her simultaneously, until exhaustion finally pulled her under, into dreams filled with forest green eyes and whispered promises for their future. Suddenly, Mena couldn't breathe. Her eyes snapped open to a large hand clamped over her mouth, moonlight flooding through her bedroom window and casting long shadows across the walls. The pressure against her lips was firm and unyielding, smelling faintly of pine needles and blood. It took her a moment to process what was happening, her sleep-addled brain struggling to catch up. When her vision cleared enough to recognize the face hovering above hers, panic flooded her system like ice water in her veins. Morgan, Victor's former Delta, the same silver-streaked wolf who'd been pinned beneath Jax's paws mere hours ago. Lyra! The thought of her daughter jolted through Mena like lightning. She thrashed against Morgan's grip, her fingers clawing at his wrist as she tried to suck air through her nose. Her necromantic powers flickered at her fingertips, but something was blocking them, a charm around Morgan's neck glowing faintly violet. "Be still," he growled, his voice rumbling with the undertones of his wolf, "or this gets uglier than it needs to be." Mena bit down hard on his palm. Morgan hissed but didn't release her, instead yanking her from the bed with preternatural strength. Her nightgown twisted around her thighs as he dragged her across the floor, her bare feet scraping against the hardwood. "Lyra!" she managed to scream when his hand shifted slightly. "Lyra!" Morgan backhanded her across the face. "Shut up, witch. Your daughter is exactly where we need her to be." Fear clawed up Mena's throat as Morgan hauled her down the stairs. Each thump of her body against the steps sent pain shooting through her, but it was nothing compared to the terror pulsing in her chest. She should never have sent Jax away. Stupid, stubborn pride. In the living room, Morgan shoved her into a chair, binding her wrists with cord that burned against her skin, enchanted rope that dampened her magic. The familiar furniture of her cozy home now seemed alien and threatening in the moonlight. Then Mena saw her, a tall, statuesque woman with midnight black hair save for a single distinctive silver streak, holding Lyra's tiny body against her chest. The woman swayed slightly, almost like she was dancing, while Lyra wailed hysterically, her little face red and tear-streaked. "Give me my baby!" Mena screamed, lunging forward only to be yanked back by the restraints. The cords bit into her flesh. "Don't you dare hurt her!" The woman, who Morgan referred to as Xena, laughed, the sound musical and entirely inappropriate for the horror unfolding. "Hurt her? Oh no, dear. We don't want to hurt your precious baby." Her fingers stroked Lyra's tear-stained cheek. "We need her as a vessel." Understanding crashed over Mena like a wave. "You're going to use my daughter to transfer Rochelle's soul." Not a question, a horrified realization. "Smart little witch," Xena cooed. "Your hybrid child is perfect. Necromantic magic and shifter blood in one tiny package. Such a powerful vessel for our beloved Rochelle." "No!" Mena struggled against her bonds, feeling skin tear beneath the cords. "You can't do this to my baby. She's innocent." Morgan circled behind her chair, his fingers threading roughly through her hair as he yanked her head back. "Innocence is irrelevant. Power is everything." "You promised," Mena spat, tears streaming down her face. "You promised Jax and Caleb you'd leave Saltwater Grove. That's why they let you go." Morgan's laugh was a harsh bark. "And you idiots believed us? Pathetic." He released her hair with a shove. "We have much bigger plans once Xena resurrects Rochelle in your daughter's body. We'll rule this town. and your precious baby will do our bidding with her power and Rachel's spirit." Mena's heart shattered as Lyra's cries intensified, her tiny hands reaching out. "Mama!" "Please," Mena begged, her voice breaking. "Take me instead. My body, my magic. I'll do anything." Xena clicked her tongue. "Too old and too set in your ways. We need malleable, untapped potential." "Jax will kill you for this," Mena hissed, channeling all her fear into fury. "Funny, your mate isn't here," Morgan sneered, looking toward the door where Xena waited with Lyra. "You sent him away, remember?" "Quite convenient for us." Before Mena could respond, Morgan's fist connected with her temple. Pain exploded behind her eyes, the room tilting sideways. Through blurring vision, she watched Morgan and Xena step out through her front door, Lyra's tiny form silhouetted against the full moon's glow. "Jax, please," she thought desperately as darkness encroached. "I need you. Lyra needs you." As consciousness slipped away, one final plea escaped her lips. "Please, save our daughter." Then there was nothing but darkness.
Chapter 21. Jax. Jax stared into the dancing flames of Caleb's stone fireplace as he sprawled his body across a couch that was 2 sizes too small for him. The crackling fire did nothing to warm the chill that had settled within him since leaving Mena's house. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw her face. The frustration, the confusion, and the walls around her heart slamming back into place. "Stubborn woman," he muttered, punching the threadbare cushion beneath his head. Caleb's living room smelled of pine and whiskey. It should have felt familiar, comforting even. Instead, it only highlighted what Jax was missing. The delicate scent of Mena's jasmine shampoo, the baby powder smell of Lyra's skin, and the feeling of being where he belonged. He rolled onto his back, his arm flinging over his eyes. 7 days. That's all it had taken for them to become his entire world. Suddenly, a searing pain lanced through his chest. Jax immediately sat upright, clutching at his sternum. This wasn't heartbreak. This was something primal, something magical. His wolf howled inside him, clawing to get out. "Jax, please, I need you. Lyra needs you." Mena's voice, clear as day inside his head. Not a memory, a plea. "Damn," he growled, already standing up and moving. He grabbed his boots and leather jacket, quickly putting them on as he bolted out Caleb's front door. The December night air bit at his cheeks, but he barely felt it. His wolf was pushing to the surface, lending him speed and strength as he raced through the empty streets of Saltwater Grove. The journey that should have taken 15 minutes by car took him 7 on foot, his muscles burning with exertion and fear. When he rounded the corner to Mena's street, his nostrils flared at the scent of Nightfang wolves. His pace doubled. The front door of Mena's house hung ajar, swaying gently in the night breeze. Wrong. Everything about this was wrong. Jax burst through the doorway, his senses on high alert. The living room was bathed in moonlight, casting long shadows across overturned furniture. And there, tied to a kitchen chair in the center of the room, was Mena. Her head lolled forward, her dark hair partially obscuring her face. A purpling bruise spread across her temple, and the metallic scent of her blood made his wolf snap its teeth. "Mena!" he growled, dropping to his knees before her. His fingers made quick work of the enchanted ropes binding her wrists, the material burning his skin. "Sweetheart, wake up." She didn't stir. Panic clawed up his throat as he gently tilted her chin up. "I'm going to kill whoever did this to you," he vowed, pressing his lips to her forehead. Without hesitation, he bolted up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. The door to Lyra's nursery was wide open, her nightlight casting star shapes across the ceiling. But the crib was empty, her constellation-patterned blanket dangling over the side as if she'd been snatched in haste. A roar ripped from his throat, primal and full of rage. The wolf inside him nearly took over, bones beginning to shift beneath his skin before he forced it back down. He needed his human mind right now. He thundered back downstairs just as Mena began to stir, a soft moan escaping her lips. "Jax?" Her voice was a broken whisper, her eyes unfocused as they found his. He knelt before her again, cradling her face between his palms. "I'm here, sweetheart. What happened? Who did this?" Each word came out as a barely controlled snarl. Tears filled her eyes. "Morgan," she choked out. "He broke in, dragged me out of bed." Her hand touched her bruised temple. There was a woman with him, tall, with black hair and a silver streak. Recognition slammed into him. "Cena!" Mena nodded, wincing at the movement. "They took Lyra, said they needed her as a vessel for Rochelle." A sob tore from her throat. "For her soul. Our baby, Jax. They're going to use our baby." Something dark and dangerous unfurled in Jax's chest. His voice came out deadly calm. "I'll get her back." "They said her hybrid magic would make her the perfect host." Mena's words tumbled out between gasping breaths. "That they'd rule Saltwater Grove with her power once Rochelle was in her body." Jax traced the bruise on her temple with gentle fingers, cataloging every hurt, every insult these bastards had inflicted on his family, his mate, his child. "He slapped me when I screamed out for Lyra in my bedroom. Then he dragged me down the stairs," Mena continued, her voice hollow with shock. "And Lyra, she was crying for me, reaching for me, calling Mama, and I couldn't help her." "This isn't your fault," Jax said firmly, helping her sit upright. Her fingers dug into his arms. "I shouldn't have sent you away. If you'd been here—" "I'm here now," he cut her off, pressing his forehead to hers. "And I swear on my life, I will bring our daughter back to us." Jax remained kneeling before Mena, his mind racing through the nightmare that had unfolded in his absence, each thought more savage than the last. "Xena," he growled, the name like poison on his tongue. "The same witch who helped Victor cast my exile curse." Memories flashed through his mind. Xena standing beside Victor 2 years ago, her black hair with that distinctive silver streak, and her hands weaving dark magic that had torn him from Saltwater Grove, from Mena, from the daughter he never knew existed. "She's an evil roach," he snarled, his fingers tightening around Mena's arms. "And now she and Morgan have our daughter." His muscles tensed, bones shifting beneath his skin as his wolf clawed for release. The need to hunt and rip through the night to tear apart anyone who dared touch his child surged through his veins like wildfire. "Jax, look at me." Mena's voice cut through the red haze of his rage. She cupped his face, her palms cool against his burning skin. "We need to think smart, not just fast. Shifting and charging out blindly won't save Lyra." Her words were like ice water, dousing the flames of his fury just enough for him to regain control. The partial shift receded, though his eyes still glowed with predatory light. "You're right," he exhaled sharply, helping her stand on unsteady legs. "You should stay here. I'll track them by scent and bring her back." "Absolutely not." Mena's spine straightened, her jaw set in a stubborn line that reminded him exactly where their daughter got her tenacity. "That's my daughter. Our daughter. We do this together." In that moment, looking at Mena with her fierce eyes, Jax felt a swell of something beyond desire or affection. Pride, admiration, but mostly love. "I'm sorry," she whispered, wincing as she touched her temple again, "for kicking you out, for being selfish when—" "Stop," Jax cut her off, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "None of that matters now. All that matters is finding our daughter." His voice dropped, a low rumble that promised violence. "And when we find Morgan and Xena, I'm killing them." Mena nodded, then moved with sudden purpose toward the corner of the room. She crouched down, drawing symbols on the hardwood floor with a piece of chalk she pulled from a nearby drawer. "I can find her," she said, her voice stronger now. "Her blood is my blood." Jax watched, fascinated despite his impatience, as Mena pricked her finger with a small silver blade. A drop of blood fell onto the center of the chalk circle, then sizzled as it met the wood. The air in the room grew heavy, shadows deepening in the corners as Mena closed her eyes and began to whisper words in a language Jax didn't know. The moonlight through the window seemed to bend toward her, drawn to the magic pulsing from her fingertips. "I see her," Mena gasped, eyes flying open. They glowed with an unearthly blue light. The salt caves near the lighthouse, underground. They've set up a ritual site in the deepest chamber. She scrambled to her feet. Give me 2 minutes. True to her word, she returned shortly wearing her black sweater and dark jeans. Her arms were filled with strange objects, candles with symbols carved into the wax, small stones etched with runes, and a tiny glass vial that appeared to contain a miniature tooth. Lyra's first baby tooth, she explained, noticing his stare. It'll anchor my magic to her essence. Clever, Jax nodded approvingly, already moving toward the door. I'll take point. Outside, the December night had turned hostile. Snow began to fall in thick, heavy flakes, the wind whipping it into blinding sheets. The full moon gleamed through breaks in the clouds, illuminating the treacherous path ahead. Stay close, Jax ordered, taking Mena's hand and pulling her against his side. The trail to those caves is dangerous in good weather. They battled their way along the coastal path, snow accumulating rapidly around them. The cliff edge loomed dangerously to their right, waves crashing against jagged rocks below. Jax kept Mena tucked against him, his body a shield against both the storm and the 100-foot drop beside them. There! Mena pointed ahead to a dark opening in the cliff face, nearly invisible through the swirling snow. As they approached the cave entrance, Jax felt a painful tug at his wolf side. Dark magic, powerful and ancient. The scent of blood and something rotting filled his nostrils. They've already started, he growled, his hand tightening protectively around Mena's. They descended into darkness, following winding tunnels that sloped steadily downward. The air grew warmer, heavier with salt, and the metallic tang of necromantic magic. The tunnel opened suddenly into a vast chamber. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone teeth, dripping salt water onto the cave floor below. And there, in the center of a glowing purple circle, lay Lyra. Their daughter's tiny body was bound by shadows rather than ropes, her chubby arms and legs immobilized as she whimpered softly. Above her hovered a shimmering mist, the formless essence of Rochelle Bain, waiting to claim the child's body as her own. Morgan stood at the head of the circle, his arms raised in supplication. Xena paced the perimeter, her hands weaving complex patterns in the air as she chanted. I'm going to tear their throats out, Jax whispered, his voice barely human.
Chapter 22. Mena. Mena's fingers tightened around the vial containing Lyra's baby tooth, anchoring herself to the horror unfolding before her. The sight of her baby, her beautiful, innocent Lyra, bound by shadow magic, made her blood freeze. Lyra's soft whimpers cut through Mena's heart like shards of glass. Wait, Mena whispered, reaching for Jax's arm, but it was too late. Beside her, Jax's body contorted with a sickening crack of bones and tearing of fabric. Where her daughter's father had stood just seconds before, a massive wolf with russet fur now crouched, hackles raised and teeth bared in a silent snarl. Before Mena could blink, Jax launched himself across the chamber toward Morgan. The alpha of the Nightfang loyalists barely had time to shift before Jax collided with him. Their wolf bodies slammed together with bone-crushing force, rolling across the cave floor in a blur of snapping jaws and raking claws. Morgan's silver-gray wolf was slightly larger, but Jax fought with something beyond rage. He fought with the desperation of a father protecting his child. No! Xena shrieked, momentarily distracted from her ritual. Mena seized the opportunity, tearing open her bag of supplies. Her fingers worked with practiced precision despite her trembling hands, arranging runes around her feet and lighting candles that burned with an unnatural blue flame. A horrible yelp echoed through the chamber as Jax's teeth found Morgan's throat. Blood splattered across the stone floor, black in the dim light of the cave. The death was swift but brutal. Morgan's body shifted back to human form as his life drained away. But Mena had no time for victory. At the ritual circle, Xena's chanting intensified, her fingers weaving faster through the air. The mist above Lyra, Rochelle's essence, began to lower toward her daughter's tiny body. My sweet vessel, the witch cooed, perfect hybrid magic. Before Mena could complete her counterspell, Jax leapt into the ritual circle, his massive wolf body landing between Lyra and Rochelle's spirit. "Take me instead," he growled, as he partially shifted into half-human, half-wolf form to communicate with Xena. Horror flooded through Mena. "Jax, no!" Xena's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. A strong wolf body. Yes, this will work nicely. She redirected her spell with a flick of her wrists, and Rochelle's essence hovered above Jax instead. Mena watched in terror as scorching purple flames licked at Jax's fur, burning not only his flesh, but something deeper, his very soul. He howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. His wolf form gave way, and he became fully human again. "You can't have him," Mena screamed, channeling every ounce of her training into the spell she cast. Her necromancy magic flowed from her fingertips like ice-cold water, circling Jax's convulsing body, creating a barrier between his soul and Rochelle's seeking tendrils. With her left hand maintaining the protection spell, Mena reached deep into the shadows of the cave with her right. Her necromancy found the darkness, separating it from mere absence of light, finding the spirits that dwelled within, ancient angry souls trapped in the salt and stone. "Hear me," she commanded, her voice resonating with power she'd never felt before. "Take what is freely offered in exchange for my family's lives." The shadows answered, coalescing into wraith-like forms that moved with terrible purpose toward Xena. The witch's eyes widened in fear as she realized what Mena had done. "No, you can't!" Her protests were cut short as the shadow spirits engulfed her, draining her life essence as she had attempted to drain Jax's. Xena's body crumpled to the floor, her soul sucked into the void between worlds, and with her death, the ritual circle shattered. Lyra's shadow bonds dissolved, freeing her tiny limbs. Rochelle's spirit, untethered and unsupported, dissipated into nothingness. Mena rushed to Lyra first, gathering her crying daughter into her arms and pressing desperate kisses to her forehead. "You're safe, baby girl. Mama's here. Mama's got you." Then she turned to Jax, still unconscious on the cave floor. His skin was ashen, his breathing shallow and irregular. "Jax," she whispered, cradling his head in her lap while holding Lyra against her chest. "Come back to us." His soul had been badly damaged, worse than when he'd collapsed outside the ER. That night felt like a lifetime ago, though it had been merely 7 days since he'd crashed back into her life. With trembling fingers, she pulled her phone from her pocket and called the only people she knew could help. "Caleb," she said when he answered, her voice breaking. "It's Jax. I need you and Fiona at the salt caves by the lighthouse. Now he's dying." The salt cave's damp air clung to her skin, making her shiver despite the residual heat in her body from her spell casting. Lyra whimpered against her chest, sensing the tension in her mother's body. "We're on our way, Mena," Caleb replied. "Try and stay calm." As soon as the call ended, Mena gently set Lyra down on a smooth patch of cave floor. The little girl's blue eyes, so like her own, watched with curiosity as Mena carefully redressed Jax's unconscious form. "It's okay, baby," Mena murmured, more to herself than to Lyra. "Daddy's going to be fine." Mena began chanting healing incantations. The words flowed from her lips in an ancient tongue, a plea to the spirits of life and death. Mena scooped Lyra back into her arms, balancing her daughter while keeping her free hand pressed to Jax's chest. She could feel his heart beating weakly beneath her palm, each thud a desperate fight for survival. "Don't you dare leave us now," she whispered, pouring every ounce of her will into her mental chants. "Not when I just got you back." Before long, the sound of running footsteps echoed through the cave, and Mena's head snapped up to see Caleb and Fiona bursting into the chamber. The Alpha's blue eyes narrowed as he evaluated the scene, his muscular frame tense with barely contained fury. "What the hell happened?" he demanded, already moving to lift Jax's limp body. Fiona stepped forward. "Here, "Let me take Lyra," she said, holding out her arms. Mena hesitated for a split second before handing over her daughter. "Be careful. She's scared," she said, her maternal instincts warring with the need to focus on Jax. Mena then turned to Caleb. "Morgan came back to town and kidnapped Lyra from my house. They brought her here to complete the resurrection of Rochelle, but then Jax jumped into the ritual circle and offered himself in place of Lyra. I tried to stop him." As Caleb hoisted Jax over his shoulder, Mena kept her hand on Jax's back, refusing to break contact. She continued her silent chants, feeling the fragile threads of his soul responding to her magic. "We need to move," Caleb growled, already heading for the cave's exit. "Whatever you're doing, Mena, don't stop." The group hurried through the winding tunnels, emerging into the crisp night air. Stars twinkled overhead, oblivious to the life and death struggle unfolding beneath them. Fiona climbed into the back of their SUV, settling Lyra on her lap. Mena slid in next to them, helping Caleb maneuver Jax's unconscious form onto the seat. She cradled his head once more in her lap, her lips moving in a ceaseless stream of incantations. As Caleb peeled out of the lighthouse parking lot, tires squealing on asphalt, Mena felt a flicker of hope. Jax's breathing seemed to ease slightly, his color improving by degrees. "Come on, Jax," she muttered, stroking his strong jaw. "You promised you weren't going anywhere. You can't back out now." As Caleb's SUV tore through the night, Mena cradled Jax's head, her hands never leaving his face. The vehicle's interior was thick with tension, broken only by Lyra's soft snores from Fiona's arms. "Please, Jax, keep fighting," Mena whispered, her voice barely audible over the engine's roar. Relief flooded through her as she noticed his breathing easing, his skin regaining some of its natural warmth. The drive seemed endless, each second stretching into eternity as Mena kept pouring her will into Jax's fragile soul. Finally, they screeched to a halt outside Mena's house. Caleb leapt out, yanking open the back door. "I've got him," he growled, carefully lifting Jax's limp form. Mena scrambled out after them, her hand never leaving Jax's arm. "Careful," she hissed, her nerves frayed to the breaking point. Once inside, Caleb gently deposited Jax onto Mena's bed. Without hesitation, Mena began tracing intricate patterns on the floor, her fingers leaving trails of soft blue light. "A protection circle," she explained, catching Caleb's questioning look. "It'll help stabilize his soul." Fiona appeared in the doorway, Lyra still nestled against her chest. "We should go, Caleb," she said softly. "You've got this, Mena. I'll put Lyra in her crib, safe and sound." As the door clicked shut behind them, Mena sank to her knees beside the bed. Her lips moved in a constant stream of incantations, her voice growing hoarse as the hours crawled by. Exhaustion tugged at her, but she refused to yield. "Don't you dare leave," she murmured between chants. "We need you, Jax. I need you." Tears spilled down her cheeks, mingling with the dried blood on Jax's skin from where Xena's magic burned him. Where her tears met his blood, tiny sparks of magic danced, a fusion of life and death that sent tingles through Mena's body. As the first rays of dawn crept through the bedroom window, Mena felt a shift. Jax's chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, his skin warm and flushed with life now. His eyelids fluttered, then opened, revealing those mesmerizing green eyes she'd fallen for 2 years ago. "Mena," he rasped, his voice rough with disuse. She leaned forward, capturing his lips in a kiss that was equal parts desperation and relief. Jax's hand came up to cup her face, holding her close as if she might disappear. When they finally pulled apart, both breathless, Jax's eyes bore into hers with a piercing intensity that made her shiver. "I want to stay," he said, his thumb tracing her cheekbone. "Here, with you and Lyra, not just for her, but for us, to build our future as a family." Mena's heart thundered wildly, a mix of excitement and terror coursing through her veins. "I know you need time," Jax continued, his voice soft but firm. "I'll give you all the space you need even while I'm living here. But I don't want to be anywhere else, Mena. You're my mate, and Lyra's my daughter. This is where I belong." Mena remained silent, her mind whirling. Part of her wanted to throw caution to the wind and dive headfirst into this new life with Jax. But the wounds of her past with him and with Ethan still ached, and fear whispered doubts in her ear. Jax's hand on her face was gentle yet possessive. "I'm not asking for an answer right now," he murmured. "Just a chance." Mena gazed into those green eyes, seeing the strength and determination that had first drawn her to him. She saw the father who'd nearly sacrificed everything for their daughter, and the man who'd climbed his way over her carefully constructed walls. "Okay," she whispered, the word barely audible. Then, louder, "Okay. We can try." A smile broke across Jax's face, brilliant and fierce. He pulled her close, his lips claiming hers in a kiss that promised protection, passion, and a future brighter than anything Mena had dared to hope for 3 months ago.
Chapter 23. Jax. Jax awoke to the scent of pine needles and the faint sweetness of cinnamon hanging in the air. The early morning sun streamed in through Mena's bedroom window, painting golden stripes across the floor and warming the bedspread around him. His muscles ached with the residual hum of healing magic, a reminder of the battle in the salt caves 3 nights ago. Yet the ache was strangely comforting, a signal of life and a victory won. He lay there for a moment, savoring the quiet. For the first time, Jax felt truly at peace. Saltwater Grove had felt like a cage 2 years ago under Victor's control, but now it hummed with warmth and possibility. The thought of Lyra waking in her nursery, babbling da-da as her eyes sparkled with laughter, made his pulse quicken with a different kind of adrenaline. He swung his legs off the bed, testing his strength. The protection circle still shimmered faintly around the mattress, and Jax smiled, tracing the intricate patterns Mena had carved in the dust on the floor with her finger. Her care was meticulous these past 3 days, suffused with deep, comforting energy. The door creaked open, and Mena appeared, balancing a tray topped with herbal tea and a plate of toast slathered in butter. She arched an eyebrow at him, her lips quirking. "I thought I said bed rest, stubborn wolf." Jax chuckled, his voice low and teasing. "And miss all the fun of decorating for my first Christmas with you and Lyra? Not a chance." Her eyes softened, yet she set the tray down with a mock scowl. "You'll undo all of my hard work if you push yourself." He stood up and closed the distance between them, towering over her with that alpha determination blazing in his gaze. "I also have wolf healing, remember? I'm strong enough now. Just try and stop me today." Mena's breath hitched, but a smile broke through her feigned exasperation. Stubborn as always. Her tone was filled with admiration instead of admonition. "Comes with the territory," he said, reaching out and brushing his hand across her cheek. "So, where are the decorations?" Within minutes, the living room was transformed into a colorful chaos of Christmas spirit. Jax stringing lights around Mena's small, stately tree, while Lyra squirmed on a blanket nearby, enchanted by the twinkling colors. "Mine," Lyra babbled, pointing a chubby finger at a gaudy wooden ornament in the shape of an angel. Mena laughed, her voice like sparkling bells. "Not quite, little one." Jax's heart skipped at the sound, and he joined Mena at Lyra's side. "Here," he said, lifting the ornament to Lyra's grasping hands. "How about you help me pick out a spot, pup?" Mena watched, her eyes following Jax's every movement, as Lyra eagerly took the angel and attempted to place it into Jax's waiting palm, giggling each time he moved it just out of reach. "Da-da," Lyra sighed happily, her tone carrying a weight of trust that tugged at Jax's soul. Every time Lyra called him that, something inside Jax loosened, some ancient coil of tension unraveling. He kissed the top of her head, marveling at the warmth spread through the room. The magic that once concerned him now sang with possibility. "She's happy," Mena said softly, watching them with a complexity of emotions he couldn't quite parse. "No," Jax murmured, draping his arm around her waist, pulling her close with a gentle firmness. "We're making her happy together." She leaned against him, her scent of jasmine wrapping around him. "I'm glad you're here with us." He turned to catch her eye, something unspoken, precious and dangerously fragile, passing between them. Satisfaction knotted deep in his chest as he replied, "There's nowhere else I'd rather be." Their lips met in a gentle brush that simmered with the promise of more. This new chapter in Jax's life was far from fully written, but at that moment, he understood something fundamental. They could face whatever came next as long as they faced it together. Lyra's laughter picked up, punctuating the charged silence, and Jax grinned against Mena's lips before reluctantly pulling back. "How about you make us some of that famous cider while I do the heavy lifting here?" he suggested, far too aware of how close and how resoundingly right it felt to be with her. He watched as Mena walked away, his eyes tracing the gentle sway of her hips. The sense of home and belonging rooted him deeper into this new life, this improbable, perfect family. This was what life was supposed to feel like, he realized. Later that evening, the colorful glow of the Christmas tree cast flickering shadows across the room, its lights reflecting in Mena's eyes as she sat beside Jax on the couch. The crackling fire in the fireplace added a warm, intimate ambiance to the room, its heat radiating through the cozy space. Lyra was safely tucked into her crib upstairs, her soft snores through the baby monitor, a comforting reminder of the family they were building together. Jax's arm was draped around Mena's shoulders, her head resting against his chest as they sat in comfortable silence. The smell of pine and cinnamon from the tree mingled with Mena's jasmine fragrance, a combination that made Jax's wolf stir with possessive contentment. He turned his head slightly, his lips brushing against her temple, and felt her shiver in response. "We did a hell of a job with the tree," Jax murmured as he stared at the twinkling lights and the perfect angel on top of their Christmas tree. "It's almost as beautiful as you are." Mena tilted her head to look up at him, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Almost?" The challenge in her tone sparked something primal in him, and he couldn't resist the urge to pull her closer. "Nothing compares to you, Mena. Not the tree, not the stars, not even the moon." His hand slid down her arm, his fingers tracing the curve of her waist. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Her breath hitched and her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. "You're so full of it, Jax Hollow." "Maybe," he admitted with a wolfish grin, "but I mean every word when it comes to you." Their faces were inches apart now, the air between them charged with anticipation. Jax's gaze dropped to her lips, and he felt his heart pound faster. He wanted her, more than he'd ever wanted anything in his life. But this wasn't just about desire. It was about connection, about claiming her in every way that mattered. Slowly, he closed the remaining space between them, his lips brushing against hers in a tender kiss. The moment their mouths met, it was as if a dam burst. Mena's hand slid into his hair, pulling him closer, and Jax deepened the kiss, his tongue teasing hers as he drank in the taste of her. "Jax," she whispered against his lips, her voice trembling with need. He growled low in his throat, the sound more wolf than man. "You're mine, Mena, now and always." His hands moved with purpose, slipping under the hem of her sweater and gliding over the smooth skin of her back. She arched into his touch, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. He pulled back just enough to tug the sweater over her head, his eyes darkening as his gaze raked over her body. She was breathtaking, her pale skin glowing in the firelight, her curves begging for his touch. "You're so beautiful," he murmured, his voice husky with desire. He leaned in, pressing a trail of kisses along her collarbone, each one a silent promise of devotion. Mena's fingers fumbled with the buttons of his shirt, her movements hurried and impatient. He chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that made her shiver. "Easy, sweetheart. We've got all night." "I don't want to wait a second longer," she admitted, her voice tinged with desperation. "I need you, Jax. Always have." Her words sent a jolt of heat through him, and he quickly shed his shirt, tossing it aside. His hands returned to her, exploring every inch of her body as if he were memorizing her. "Whoa, hold your horses. The spice in this chapter is reaching this platform's limits, so we're going to have to take a breather. But don't worry, The naughty content is still available to you in the unabridged version of this audiobook on millytadenbooks.com. Use code RODEO30 for 30% off any digital product.
Chapter 24. Mena. The morning light filtered through the frosted windows, casting a soft glow over the living room. The fire crackled in the hearth, its warmth wrapping around Mena like a comforting embrace. She sat cross-legged on the floor, Lyra nestled in her lap, her tiny hands reaching for the shiny ornaments on the tree. The smell of cinnamon and pine filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of coffee she had brewed earlier. It was Christmas morning, and finally, after 3 months, Mena felt a sense of peace. Jax sat beside her, his broad shoulders relaxed, his green eyes soft as he watched Lyra babble and giggle. He looked different now, less guarded, less like the man who'd stumbled back into her life with shadows clinging to him. The long scar on his jaw caught the firelight, a reminder of Victor's terrible curse that kept her and Jax apart for 2 years. "She's obsessed with that angel," Jax said, his voice warm, nodding toward the tree topper Lyra kept pointing at. "Guess she's got good taste." Mena smiled, brushing a strand of brown hair from her daughter's face. "Well, she's got her father's charm, that's for sure." Jax's gaze flicked to hers, a slow, wolfish grin spreading across his face. "You really think I'm charming?" "Don't let it go to your head," she teased, though her cheeks warmed under his scrutiny. Last night's memories flashed in her mind, his hands on her skin and his lips tracing every curve. Her body still hummed with the aftermath, the bond between them stronger than ever. But beneath the joy, a flicker of doubt lingered. Could she really trust this? Trust him again? The universe had a way of ripping happiness from her grasp, and she wasn't sure her heart could take another blow. Jax reached behind the tree, pulling out a small, intricately wrapped box. The paper was a deep green, tied with a silver ribbon that shimmered in the light. He held it out to Lyra, his expression softening as she reached for it with wide-eyed curiosity. "This is for you, pup," he said, his voice warm with emotion. "A little something to keep you safe from now on." Mena's breath caught as Lyra tore at the wrapping with a little help from Jax, revealing a delicate bracelet made of ash wood. Tiny runes were carved into the wood, glowing faintly with protective magic. It was beautiful, simple, yet powerful, and Mena could feel the energy radiating from it. "Jax," she whispered, her throat tight, "this is incredible." He shrugged, but the intensity in his green eyes betrayed his casual tone. "Nina helped me with the enchantments. I wanted Lyra to have something that'd keep her safe, no matter what." Lyra giggled, holding the bracelet up to the light, her tiny fingers tracing the runes. Mena's heart swelled as she watched her daughter, safe and happy, the threat of Xena and Morgan finally behind them. But the bracelet wasn't just a gift, it was a promise that Jax would always protect their daughter, no matter the cost. Something he proved 4 nights ago, when he threw himself into that ritual circle in the salt caves, and almost lost his life for their daughter. "Thank you," Mena said, her voice trembling. "I know she'll treasure it." Jax reached out, his hand brushing hers. "It's not just a promise for her. It's a promise for us. I'm not doing anything risky or chasing trouble ever again. I want to be around. For both of you." His words were a balm to her frayed nerves, but the fear still lingered. She wanted to believe him, to let herself fall completely into this new life they were building. But the scars of the past ran deep, and trust didn't come so easily anymore. "You've done so much for us these past 10 days, Mena said softly. "But I need to know. Are you sure this is what you really want? A family, a life here with us?" Jax's gaze didn't waver. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life. You and Lyra, you're my pack, my little family, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe until my last breath." Mena's eyes filled with tears and she blinked them away, refusing to let them fall in what should be a happy moment for them. She really did want this, wanted him, but the fear of losing it all was a weight she couldn't seem to shake. "I'm still scared," she admitted, her voice breaking. "Scared that something bad will happen, and that I'll lose you both." Jax leaned in, his forehead resting against hers. "You're not alone anymore, Mena. I'm here. And I'm not walking out that door. Not now, not ever." His words were a vow to her, and in that moment, Mena let herself believe them. She reached up, her fingers brushing his jaw, a silent acknowledgement of everything they'd been through. Lyra babbled happily, the bracelet wrapped around her tiny wrist, and Mena smiled, her heart swelling with love. This was their new beginning, and she almost felt ready to embrace it. A knock at the front door shattered the moment. Mena and Jax both tensed, their muscles coiling with immediate readiness. Mena clutched Lyra tighter to her chest, her heart beating faster. 4 days wasn't nearly enough time to forget Morgan and Xena breaking in and taking Lyra, the pain of having her baby ripped away from her still raw. "It's probably Nina," Mena said, remembering the witch's promise to drop by with a gift. "She mentioned coming by this morning." Jax's green eyes narrowed, his jaw setting in that determined way that made her stomach flutter despite the tension. "I'll get it. Stay here with Lyra." He moved with predatory grace across the room, his shoulders squared beneath his white Henley. Even in casual clothes, there was something undeniably dangerous about him, a wildness barely contained beneath the surface. Mena watched him, admiring the protective stance he took at the door. When Nina's warm voice floated in from the entryway, Mena exhaled sharply. The witch swept into the living room, trailing the scent of cinnamon and something earthy and magical, her silver-streaked hair twisted into an elegant knot. She wore a deep purple sweater that seemed to shimmer with tiny stars when she moved. "Merry Christmas, you beautiful souls!" Nina bent down, enveloping Mena and Lyra in a hug that smelled of warmth and safety. "And to you, little angel," she cooed, tapping Lyra's nose with a finger that sparkled with dormant purple energy. Nina settled beside them, pulling a package wrapped in paper that changed colors like an aurora from her bag. "A little something for our special girl." Mena helped Lyra tear off the wrapping, revealing a soft, plush wolf with eyes that glinted with subtle magic. "Oh, Nina." "It'll absorb excess energy when her magic flares," Nina explained, purple sparks dancing on her fingers as she touched the toy. "Should help with those late-night surges." Lyra reached for it with delighted squeals, burying her face in the soft fur. "I'll take her upstairs for a bit," Jax said, lifting Lyra with practiced ease. His eyes met Mena's, a silent understanding passing between them. "Give you ladies some time to chat." As he disappeared upstairs, Lyra babbling happily against his shoulder, Mena felt the walls she'd constructed around her heart almost disintegrate. "You're still fighting it," Nina observed, her wise eyes softening. "The happiness, the trust." Mena's throat tightened. "I'm terrified, Nina. 2 years ago, I thought Jax was the one, and then he vanished. Then Ethan came along when I was at my lowest, and just when I thought I'd found stability." Her voice broke. "The universe seems determined to punish me for something." Nina took Mena's hands in hers. "When I was about your age, I lost my Samuel. 10 years together, and another driver took him in an instant on his motorcycle." Her fingers sparked with emotion. "I swore I'd never open myself to that pain again." "What changed?" Mena asked, feeling the weight of her own grief pressing down. "I realized I was punishing myself for surviving," Nina said simply. "Samuel would have hated seeing me lock away my heart, just like Ethan would hate seeing you deny yourself this chance with Jax." Tears spilled freely down Mena's cheeks. "It feels like betrayal." "It's not betrayal to live, dear. It's courage." Nina's eyes crinkled at the corners. "That wolf upstairs?" He threw himself into a necromantic ritual circle for your daughter. He's not going anywhere unless you push him away. Mena looked toward the stairs, thinking of Jax cradling Lyra right now, of his fierce protectiveness for Lyra and for her, and of the tender way he touched her last night in the darkness. She had been punishing herself, denying the happiness that had found its way back to her. "I want to be brave," Mena whispered. "I want to trust again." Nina squeezed her hands. "Then do it. The universe isn't punishing you, Mena. Sometimes it's giving you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it."
Chapter 25. Jax. Jax crept silently into Mena's bedroom that Christmas morning, Lyra giggling against his shoulder as if they were co-conspirators in some grand heist. His wolf senses heightened, listening for any movement downstairs where Mena and Nina were deep in conversation. "Okay, pup, this is important," he whispered to Lyra, whose blue eyes, so like her mother's, sparkled with mischief. "This is for Mommy, and it's going to make her very happy. At least I hope it will." He pulled the small velvet box from his pocket, the weight of it nothing compared to the weight of what it represented. Inside nestled the Ashwood charm necklace, intricately carved with protective runes that mirrored Lyra's bracelet. He'd spent hours with Nina crafting it while Mena was at work 2 nights ago, infusing it with protections that would shield Mena from necromantic backlash. Lyra reached for the box, her tiny fingers grasping. "Not yet, little wolf." Jax gently redirected her hand, his large palm engulfing hers. "This is just between you and me for now." He placed the box carefully on Mena's pillow, alongside the folded note he'd written last night while she slept. Writing had never been his strong suit. He was a wolf of action, not words. But for Mena, he'd poured everything onto that page. His wolf had practically paced inside him as he wrote, demanding he claim what was his. But Jax knew better. Mena needed choice, not possession. Lyra squirmed in his arms, lunging toward the bed with surprising strength for such a little thing. "You're definitely my daughter," he chuckled, the pride in his chest swelling. "Strong and stubborn." He let her down on the bed where she crawled toward the pillow, babbling excitedly. "That's right. It's a surprise for Mommy." He sat beside her, keeping a watchful eye as she investigated the box without touching it. His wolf preened at how intelligent she was, how perfect. "Your mom thinks I'm just muscle and instinct," Jax confided, smoothing Lyra's wild brown curls. "But I've been planning for this opportunity since the moment I saw her again in that hospital room." It wasn't entirely true. He'd been too shocked then to plan anything, but his wolf had known, had recognized its mate instantly. After a few minutes of their secret mission, Lyra's eyelids began to droop, the morning's excitement catching up with her. Jax scooped her up, holding her against his chest where she nuzzled into his neck, seeking his wolf's scent for comfort. "Time for your nap, pup," he murmured, carrying her to the nursery. As he laid her in the crib, his enhanced hearing picked up Nina's departure and Mena's footsteps on the stairs. His body tensed in anticipation. This was it, the moment he'd been waiting for. From the nursery, he heard Mena enter her bedroom, followed by a soft gasp. Satisfaction rippled through him, his wolf practically strutting. He placed a gentle kiss on Lyra's forehead as she drifted to sleep, then moved silently toward Mena's room. He paused in the doorway, his breath catching as he watched Mena standing with her back to him, holding his note in her trembling hands. Her dark hair cascaded down her back, catching the winter sunlight streaming through the window. "From that moment I saw you dancing at the Winter Solstice Festival 22 months ago," she read aloud, her voice thick with emotion. "I knew you were mine, my mate, my heart. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you and Lyra these past 2 years, but I promise to spend every day from now until my last breath loving you both and protecting you too with everything I am. You and Lyra are my home." Something primal and possessive surged through Jax as he heard his words on her lips. He remained still, letting her process, fighting his wolf's urge to claim her right there. She turned, the necklace clutched in one hand, the note in the other, and her eyes widened when she saw him. The vulnerability on her face nearly brought him to his knees. "Jax," she whispered, her blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She swallowed hard, squaring her shoulders. "I love you. I think I've always loved you, even when I was supposed to be forgetting you." Her voice grew stronger with each word. "I'm ready to be brave. I'm ready to trust you, to trust us. I want a future with you, raising Lyra together." The beast inside him howled in triumph, but Jax kept his exterior calm even as his heart thundered. He crossed to her in 3 strides, cupping her face in his hands. "I love you," he said softly. "Always have. Always will." He claimed her mouth with his, pouring 2 years of longing and 10 days of falling deeper into the kiss. She melted against him, the necklace pressing between them, a symbol of everything they had fought for and everything they had become. Jax stood tall on Caleb's front porch later that afternoon, his shoulders squared as Mena adjusted Lyra on her hip beside him. The Christmas Day air carried the scent of pine and snow, crisp against his heightened senses. His wolf prowled restlessly beneath his skin, eager for this moment of official redemption. "Ready?" he asked, glancing down at Mena. Her eyes met his, steady and sure. "I've been ready since I read your note." She reached for his hand and squeezed. The door swung open before he could knock, revealing Caleb's imposing frame. The alpha's gaze swept over them with the assessment of a natural leader, before his lips curved slightly. "Hollow, didn't expect to see you today." Caleb's voice carried the weight of authority, but there was a warmth there that hadn't existed 10 days ago. Jax nodded once, keeping his posture straight. "Need to talk. Official business." Fiona appeared behind her husband, her red hair gleaming in the holiday lights strung throughout their home. "For goodness sake, let them in before they freeze. It's Christmas." Once inside, the warmth enveloped them, along with the scent of pine and roasting meat. Jax remained standing as Mena took a seat with Lyra, his eyes locked with Caleb's. "I want back in," Jax said without preamble. "The Protectorate needs enforcers who know the territory. I want to serve Saltwater Grove and the Eclipsed Moon Pack properly." Caleb circled him slowly, a deliberate display of dominance that Jax's wolf chafed against, but he kept his expression neutral, his stance relaxed yet alert. This wasn't about dominance, it was about proving he could be trusted with responsibility again. "What makes you think you deserve a second chance, Hollow? Last time you were an enforcer in Saltwater Grove, you were Victor's attack dog. Brutal, forceful." "I was following orders," Jax replied, keeping the growl from his voice with effort. "But I never stopped questioning them. There's a difference between strength and brute force. I know that now." "And if I ordered you to kill," Caleb pressed. Jax felt Mena's eyes on him, and knew Lyra was watching with that uncanny awareness she possessed. "I'd find another way first. Death is always the last resort, not the easiest solution. And when your mate and pup are threatened—" A low rumble escaped before Jax could stop it, his eyes flashing wolf gold. "That's different." "How?" Caleb stepped closer, invading his space. "Because they're mine to protect," Jax answered. The alpha's eyes narrowed, searching Jax's face. After a long moment, he nodded once and extended his hand. "Welcome back, Enforcer Hollow." The relief that flooded Jax's system was almost dizzying. He clasped Caleb's forearm in the traditional wolf gesture of loyalty, his grip firm. Fiona approached carrying a small wooden token carved with the eclipsed moon symbol. "Official Protectorate business," she said, pressing it into his palm. "And for what it's worth, you earned this the moment you jumped into that ritual circle to save your daughter." Jax's throat tightened as he accepted the token. "Thank you." Mena crossed to him then, Lyra babbling excitedly between them. Mena's arm slid around his waist as she pressed against him. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered, stretching up to brush her lips against his. "You've become the man I always knew you could be." Lyra squealed and patted his face with her small hands, as if adding her own approval. Jax caught one of her tiny palms and pressed a kiss to it, his heart expanding in his chest until he thought it might burst. "My pack," he rumbled possessively, loud enough for only Mena to hear. "My family." In just 10 days, he had tumbled back into Saltwater Grove thinking only of solving a mystery, and instead found everything he never knew he needed: a mate who challenged and completed him, a daughter who carried his blood and spirit, a purpose that meant protecting rather than destroying. As Mena leaned into him, her scent mingling with his, Jax knew with bone-deep certainty that he would spend every remaining day of his life proving himself worthy of the second chance.
Chapter 26. Mena. Mena's breath clouded in the frosty December air as she walked alongside Jax, their fingers intertwined. Saltwater Grove had transformed into a winter wonderland, with twinkling lights strung between Victorian lampposts and evergreen garlands wrapped around every available surface. The cobblestone streets glinted with a dusting of snow that had fallen earlier that Christmas day, catching the colorful reflections of the holiday decorations. "Ooh," Lyra squealed from her perch in Jax's other arm, pointing at a massive Christmas tree in the town square that towered over the surrounding buildings. Its branches drooped with ornaments representing Saltwater Grove's magical heritage, miniature lighthouses, sea creatures, and protective symbols that glowed with enchanted light. "Very pretty," Mena agreed, squeezing Jax's hand as she watched their daughter's face light up with wonder. Lyra looked absolutely adorable in her puffy pink parka and matching mittens, her cheeks flushed rosy from the cold. Mena felt a contentment she'd thought lost forever settled deep in her bones. 10 days ago, if someone had told her she'd be strolling through town with Jax Hollow as her mate, she would have laughed in their face or punched them. Yet here she was, willingly pressed against his side as they walked down Belladonna Boulevard. "Look," Jax rumbled close to her ear, his warm breath sending delicious shivers down her spine. He nodded toward a shop window that glowed with ethereal light. Oak and fern. The display window of Daphne and Archer's shop was nothing short of magical. Intricate wooden sculptures of boats, dragons, and wolves stood in a miniature forest made of living plants that somehow bloomed despite the season. Ruby-red roses with leaves that actually glittered mingled with ivy vines that slowly twisted and curled around a central wooden sculpture of a massive Christmas tree. "Daphne's outdone herself this year," Mena murmured, admiring the green witch's handiwork. "Those flowers shouldn't be able to bloom this vibrant in winter." Jax shifted Lyra higher on his hip as she reached toward the display, her mitten-covered fingers opening and closing in fascination. "Magic adapts," he said simply, his green eyes reflecting the colorful lights. "Like us." Mena's heart squeezed at his words. They'd adapted, hadn't they? In just 10 days, they'd gone from strangers with a past to partners with a future. She turned toward the window display, but her eyes caught their reflection in the glass instead. The three of them looked like a perfect family. Not the broken pieces she'd been trying to hold together since Ethan died, but something whole and new. "Woof!" Lyra exclaimed, pointing at a wooden wolf sculpture in the window. Jax's lips curled into a proud smile. "That's right, pup. Wolf, like Daddy, and you." He brushed his nose against Lyra's, eliciting a bubble of laughter from their daughter that melted Mena's heart. "You're so good with her," Mena said softly, "like you've been here all along." Jax's expression darkened momentarily, his jaw tightening as he looked at her. "I should have been—" "Hey," Mena reached up to touch his face, her fingers tracing the hard line of his scar. "We've moved past that now. All that matters is that we're finally together." His free arm snaked around her waist, pulling her against him with a possessiveness that made her pulse quicken. "And I'm never leaving you," he growled softly. Movement inside the shop caught Mena's attention. Daphne's face appeared at the window, her green eyes widening with delight as she spotted them. The green witch waved enthusiastically, gesturing for them to come inside with quick, beckoning motions. "Looks like we've been summoned," Mena said with a smile. The bell chimed as they stepped inside Oak and Fern. Warmth enveloped them immediately, not just from the physical temperature, but from the magical ambiance. earthy scents of pine and cedar mingled with the sweet perfume of impossibly vibrant flowers, creating an intoxicating blend that felt like walking into another realm. Come in, you must be freezing," Daphne exclaimed, hurrying over. Her deep brown hair was partially braided with tiny holly berries woven throughout, and her flowy green dress seemed to shimmer with life. Mena unwound her scarf, feeling her cheeks flush from the sudden temperature change. "Your window display is incredible." "Pure magic," Jax added, his deep voice rumbling with appreciation. "It's nothing compared to your beautiful little one," Daphne cooed, reaching for Lyra's mittened hand. "I've got something special for all of you. Archer just finished brewing his Christmas hot chocolate. It's legendary." Archer appeared from the back room carrying a tray with steaming mugs. His imposing height and broad shoulders made the delicate ceramic look like dollhouse accessories in his hands. The former dragon fighter nodded at them, his coal-black eyes softening slightly at the sight of Lyra. "Special hot chocolate for the adults," Daphne announced, taking the tray from her husband, "and warm vanilla milk for the princess." Hugo stepped out from behind a tall plant display, his council badge still pinned to his winter coat. Mena tensed slightly. Council members still made her nervous, even if this one was Daphne's brother. "Mena, Jax," Hugo greeted them with a genuine smile, "and little Lyra, it's good to see you all looking well." While Jax carefully helped Lyra with her sippy cup, Daphne disappeared into the back room, returning with something cupped in her palms. "For your daughter," she said, kneeling to Lyra's level. "A special gift." She opened her hands to reveal a tightly closed rosebud, its petals deep crimson against her light brown skin. "It's enchanted to bloom only when held by someone with a pure heart," Daphne explained, gently transferring the bud to Lyra's tiny palm. The moment the flower touched Lyra's skin, it began to transform. The petals unfurled with graceful precision, each one opening to reveal the next until a fully bloomed rose appeared in Lyra's hand. More remarkably, it started to emit a gentle golden glow that illuminated Lyra's delighted face. "Ooh!" Lyra exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Mena's heart swelled as she watched the magic unfold. She caught Jax's gaze. The raw emotion there made her breath catch. His green eyes glittered with fierce pride and a love so intense it almost hurt to witness. "That's quite impressive," Archer commented, leaning against a wooden work counter. "Most people can barely get it to flicker." Hugo cleared his throat. "While you're here, I wanted to let you know that the council is formally closing the investigation. Caleb and Fiona briefed me privately a few days ago." Mena straightened. "Actually, we were just about to tell you that we don't need investigative clearance anymore." "Consider it done," Hugo nodded. "And I owe you both an apology. What you endured with Morgan and Xena—" He shook his head, regret etched across his features. "The council should have taken stronger measures against the Nightfang loyalists sooner. Your actions 4 days ago rid our town of a terrible threat. Saltwater Grove is in your debt." Something shifted in Mena, a tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. For years she'd practiced her necromancy in secret, fearing judgment and persecution. Now, standing in this shop with Hugo, a council member, openly acknowledging her magic as something valuable rather than fearsome, she felt a weight lifting. "Thank you," she said simply, blinking back unexpected tears. Later that night, after tucking an exhausted Lyra into her crib, the glowing rose placed safely on her dresser, Mena curled up beside Jax on the couch before the crackling fireplace. The Christmas tree lights twinkled in the corner, casting multicolored shadows across the living room. "I never thought I would have this again," Mena whispered, nestling into the solid warmth of his chest. Jax's fingers traced lazy patterns down her arm. "Have what?" "This feeling, like I belong somewhere, with someone." She looked up at him, studying the strong line of his jaw, the scar that made him look dangerous and utterly captivating. I spent so long living in the past, afraid to move forward. Jax's arm tightened around her possessively. And now? Mena smiled, feeling a certainty settle deep within her. Now I'm exactly where I want to be, building a beautiful life with you and Lyra. His green eyes darkened as he tilted her chin up. Say it again, he commanded softly. I want to build a beautiful life with you, Jax Hollow. She reached up to trace his bottom lip with her fingertip. Jax leaned in and claimed her mouth with demanding hunger, and Mena surrendered completely to the future, and to him.
Chapter 27. Jax. 6 days later, on New Year's Eve, Jax stood inside Adam's jewelry emporium, the glass cases gleaming under the artfully placed lighting. His reflection stared back at him, his jaw set with determination and his eyes focused with predatory intensity. The ring box in his hand felt unnaturally light for something that carried such weight. "You sure she's ready for this?" Caleb asked, his broad shoulders blocking the doorway as he kept watch like the alpha he was. "It's only been, what, 2 weeks since you stumbled back into her life?" Jax's lip curled into a half smile, remembering how far they'd come since he'd collapsed outside the hospital. When a wolf finds his mate, time doesn't matter. 2 weeks or 20 years. She's mine. You should know a little something about that. Caleb's laugh rumbled deep in his chest. Very true, but I never thought I would see the day Jax Hollow turned into a romantic. I never thought I would see the day you'd become my best friend, Jax countered. Adam emerged from the back, wiping the ring on a cloth. It's perfect, Mr. Hollow. The ash wood inlay carries traces of your blood, so it'll amplify your mate bond. And those black diamond fragments contain the necromantic energy we distilled from your sample for her protection. The golden ash ring represented everything he and Mena were. Her necromantic magic intertwined with his wolf, forged in the same building that once funded their enemies. Poetic justice at its finest. Jax nodded, taking the ring from Adam. He placed it inside the small velvet box and tucked it into his leather jacket pocket. This place sure looks different now. Amazing what happens when you replace evil with hope, Adam replied, gesturing around at the renovated shop. The eclipsed moon pack's protection has changed everything around town. 30 minutes later, Jax pulled up to Jenna's cottage-style home in Mena's SUV, his pulse hammering. Through the frosted window, he noticed Mena laughing at something Jenna said while adjusting her wool coat. When Mena stepped outside, he drank in the sight of her. Her brown hair cascaded down her back, contrasting with the deep blue dress visible beneath her open coat. The blue color made her eyes seem impossibly bright, even in the fading sunlight. His wolf surged forward, possessive and hungry. You look absolutely stunning, he growled softly as she approached, pulling her against him with one swift movement. You're not so bad yourself, she replied, running her fingers along the collar of his leather jacket. Where's Lyra? Nina's watching her at home. I've got something special planned. His fingers laced through hers as he led her down the street toward the town square. The snow crunched beneath their boots as they walked. Saltwater Grove transformed at night, the magical energy pulsing through the cobblestone streets like a living heartbeat. The gazebo? Mena asked when she realized their destination, her voice catching. The spot where I first saw you, Jax confirmed, his thumb caressing the inside of her wrist where her pulse jumped beneath his touch. 2 years ago, you were dancing under these exact lights. They climbed the steps to the wooden structure, now adorned with winter greenery and silver ribbons for the New Year's celebration. The town square unfolded around them, but to Jax, nothing existed beyond this woman. I remember watching you from over there under that oak tree, he continued, his voice lowering to a rough whisper as he pulled her close. You were wearing a black dress that drove me wild. Your hair was down just like now, and I knew that moment I saw you that you were mine. I couldn't take my eyes off you. His hand slid to her waist, possessive and sure. I watched you for an hour before working up the courage to approach you. The moonlight bathed the gazebo in silver, catching in her dark hair and illuminating her pale skin. His wolf prowled under his skin, triumphant at having her in his arms again. After we danced, he continued, his voice changing to a husky rumble, I couldn't take my eyes off you at the punch bowl. You kept biting your lip whenever you laughed at my jokes. I did not, Mena protested, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief. You absolutely did. It drove me even more wild. His thumb traced her bottom lip as if to prove his point. Then you surprised me by grabbing my hand and told me there was something you wanted to show me. Her cheeks flushed. The old boathouse. The old boathouse, he agreed with a wolfish grin, where you pulled me toward you and kissed me until I couldn't breathe. I knew then I'd never want anyone else. Jax's eyes darkened as he remembered her body pressed against his, her scent overwhelming his senses. You were fearless that night, wild, perfect. I had you up against that wall, and you begged me for more. Jax! She glanced around, but the town square was empty, everyone already gathered at the beach for the New Year's celebration. What? I'm just telling the truth. His fingers trailed down her spine, staking his claim. Then we walked the streets for hours. You showed me your favorite bookstore, and the pier where you practice your magic when no one's watching. I memorized every expression on your face and stored them away like treasures. His grip tightened as his voice roughened with emotion. Those 18 hours were everything, Mena. During my exile, I'd close my eyes and remember how you looked in the morning light, your hair spread across the pillow, and your skin against mine. It kept me sane. Jax stepped back slightly, reaching into his pocket. His wolf surged in anticipation. For 2 years, I dreamed of finding my way back to you. Now I know why the universe brought us together that night. It wasn't just chance. It was fate. He opened the small velvet box, revealing the ring. The gold band gleamed in the moonlight. The ash wood inlay dark against it. The tiny black diamonds caught the light like stars. Jax dropped to one knee, his eyes locking onto hers. His wolf howled in approval. Mena Graves, I've claimed you as mine since the very moment I saw you. Now I'm asking you to choose me back. Be my mate, my wife, the mother of our children. Let me give Lyra siblings. His voice dropped, commanding and certain. Let me give you the family you deserve. The vulnerability in his eyes contrasted with the steel in his jaw. Say yes. Mena's eyes filled with tears as she looked from the ring to him. For a heart-stopping moment, Jax thought she might hesitate and might need more time. Then her face broke into a radiant smile. Yes, she whispered, and then louder. Yes, Jax. I choose you. Relief and joy exploded through him as he slid the ring onto her finger. It glowed faintly as it touched her skin, the magic recognizing its rightful owner. In one fluid motion, he stood and pulled her against him, claiming her mouth with primal possession. Mine, he growled against her lips. Forever. Forever, she agreed, her hands sliding into his hair. The distant sounds of celebration from the beach faded as Jax's world narrowed to just her, his mate, his future, his everything.
Chapter 28. Mena. The ring glinted on Mena's finger as they walked away from the gazebo, catching the moonlight with each step. She couldn't stop staring at it. The ashwood inlay dark against the gold band, and the tiny black diamonds sparkled like stars frozen in time. Her heart raced as Jax's arm slid possessively around her waist, his heat penetrating her wool coat. How long have you been planning this? Mena asked, her voice still unsteady. Jax's lips curved into that dangerous smile that made her knees weak. The moment I saw you in that hospital, I knew I'd never let you go again. The ring just makes it official. They soon reached Jenna's driveway where her SUV waited, snow dusting the windshield. As Jax opened her door with an old-fashioned gallantry that contrasted with his predatory movements, Mena felt a flutter of disbelief. Just weeks ago she'd been drowning in grief, and now here she was, engaged to a man who made her feel alive again. What? Jax's eyebrow arched as he slid behind the wheel. Just wondering how I went from thinking you'd abandoned me to wearing your ring in less than a month. Her fingers traced the wood inlay. I'm very convincing. He captured her hand and pressed his lips to her palm. And I'll make damn sure you never doubt me again. The drive home was short, but Mena's mind raced through the events that had brought them here, from that magical night 2 years ago to the nightmare of the past week with their daughter's kidnapping. Everything had changed so rapidly. When they pulled into her driveway, Mena noticed several cars parked along the street. Jax, what did you... The door flew open before they reached it, light and warmth spilling onto the porch. Nina stood there with Lyra on her hip, and behind her, Mena caught glimpses of familiar faces. She said yes, Jax announced, his voice carrying the unmistakable pride of an alpha male who'd claimed his mate. A cheer went up, and suddenly Mena was engulfed in a rush of friends. Jenna reached her first, squealing as she grabbed Mena's left hand. Let me see! Let me see! Her friend's eyes widened. Oh my God, Mena, this is gorgeous, and it's actually glowing! Nina waved her hand in the air excitedly, purple sparks crackling between her fingers. The enchantment took perfectly. I told Jax the lunar alignment was ideal tonight. You knew about this? Mena gasped, turning to the older witch. Honey, who do you think helped him plan it? Nina winked, passing Lyra to Jax, who swept her up with a playful growl. Guess what, pup? Jax nuzzled their daughter's cheek. Mommy said yes to marrying Daddy. Lyra giggled and clapped her tiny hands together, her blue eyes sparkling with inherited magic. A tiny wisp of shadow curled from her fingers before dissipating, her necromantic powers responding to her joy. Even Lyra approves, Fiona laughed, stepping forward with a champagne flute. Her red hair glowed like embers in the warm light. Not that you had any doubt, right, Jax? Mena caught the cocky tilt of Jax's chin. None whatsoever. Overconfident wolf, Mena muttered, though her smile betrayed her. Caleb's deep laugh rumbled as he clapped Jax on the shoulder. Congratulations, brother. You've officially been domesticated like me. The night blurred into laughter and toasts. Someone had transformed her living room with fairy lights and winter blooms, and the scent of Nina's enchanted mulled wine filled the air. Mena watched Jax move through the room, their daughter in his arms, completely at ease among these people who had become their makeshift family. 3.5 months ago, she'd been convinced her life was over. Now, surrounded by light and warmth, she felt like her old self again. The wild, daring woman who'd pulled a dangerous wolf shifter into a boathouse without a second thought. As midnight approached, Jenna nudged her. Look at you, all sparky-eyed again. Is that what I look like? Mena laughed. Like the Mena I knew before all the bad stuff happened, the one who stole an ambulance for a joyride. That was one time, Mena protested. Jax materialized beside her, sliding a possessive arm around her waist. Tell me more about this ambulance theft. Don't you dare, Mena warned Jenna, leaning into Jax's solid warmth. The countdown began, voices joining together as the old year prepared to give way to the new. Mena closed her eyes briefly, making a silent wish. Let this happiness last. Let us be safe. Let us be whole again. 10, 9, 8 exclamation mark. Jax's fingers tightened on her hip, drawing her closer. 7, 6, 5 exclamation mark. Lyra squealed from Nina's arms, sensing the excitement. 4, 3, 2, 1 exclamation mark. Happy New Year! The room erupted in cheers. Jax's mouth found hers, tender yet demanding. His kiss tasted of promises and possession, of a future written in magic and blood. His hand cradled her face, his thumb brushing her cheekbone. Happy New Year, future Mrs. Hollow, he murmured against her lips. Mena smiled into the kiss, her heart full. Happy New Year, Jax. The frost crunched beneath Mena's slippers as she stepped into the backyard, the pre-dawn air of New Year's Day biting at her cheeks. In her hands, she clutched a letter written on parchment paper, the edges worn from where she'd crumpled and smoothed it repeatedly through the night. Lyra dozed against her chest, bundled in a fleece blanket decorated with crescent moons. Jax followed with the copper bowl Nina had provided, his movements silent despite his size. His green eyes tracked every step Mena took, protective even here in their own yard. "You don't have to do this," he said softly. "I do, though." Mena settled on the stone bench beside the small pit where Jax placed the bowl. "For me, for us." Nina emerged from the shadows of the deck, her silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders. Purple energy sizzled at her fingertips like miniature lightning bolts as she approached. "The veil is thin this morning," Nina observed. "He'll hear you." Mena nodded, her throat tight. The letter in her hands contained every thought she'd been too afraid to speak aloud since Ethan's death. Her gratitude for the brief happiness they'd shared, her anger at his absence, her guilt for finding love again so quickly, and finally her permission to them both to move forward. "Light the fire," Nina instructed, gesturing to Jax, who knelt and struck a match. The flame caught immediately, burning unnaturally bright in the bowl. Shadows danced across Jax's face, highlighting the scar along his jaw. He looked dangerous and beautiful, a predator temporarily tamed by love but never truly domesticated. Mena cleared her throat. "Ethan," she began, her voice steadier than expected, "I'm finally letting you go. Not forgetting, never forgetting, but releasing us both from what might have been." Lyra stirred against her chest, her tiny eyelids fluttering open to reveal those startling blue eyes. A wisp of shadow curled from her chubby fingers, reaching toward the flame. "Even Lyra knows," Mena whispered. "She feels everything." Jax's hand slid up Mena's back, warm and solid. "She's smart and powerful. She's got both our magic running through her veins." Nina's hands traced symbols in the air, purple light trailing her movements. "When you're ready, Mena." Mena kissed the folded letter once, then extended it over the flame. For a heartbeat, she hesitated. "You're not betraying him," Jax murmured. His thumb traced circles on the nape of her neck. "You're honoring what you had with him by living fully now." The paper caught instantly, its edges crisping to black. As the flames consumed her words, Mena felt something heavy lift from her chest. Tears spilled down her pale cheeks, but they weren't the devastating ones that had kept her awake for months. These felt cleansing. "Goodbye," she whispered, as the last fragment of paper turned to ash. Nina completed her incantation, and the purple light spiraled upward before dissipating into the lightening sky. "It's done," she announced. "The circle is closed." Jax's arm slid around Mena's waist. "Come here," he growled softly, pulling her against his chest while being careful not to squish Lyra between them. Mena tilted her face up to his, no longer feeling the tiny shadow of guilt. When his mouth claimed hers, she answered with equal hunger, her free hand tangling in his hair. "Get a room, you two," Nina laughed, gathering her supplies. Jax broke the kiss but kept Mena firmly against him. "Planning to shortly," he replied with a wolfish grin that sent heat flooding through Mena's body. They watched Nina disappear back into the house, then turned toward the eastern horizon where pink and gold had begun to split the darkness. "Look, baby girl," Mena whispered to Lyra. "Your first sunrise of the new year." Jax pressed his lips to Mena's temple, first of many together. The sun crested the horizon, spilling light across their faces. Lyra squealed with delight, clapping her hands. Tiny sparks of magic, part shadow, part wildness, danced between her fingers. "She's going to be a handful," Mena laughed, "like her mother." Jax's voice carried that possessive edge that made Mena's heart race. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Chapter 29. Jax. Jax watched as Nina exited their house and left through the back gate, her purple-hued magic trailing behind her in the cold morning air. The ritual was complete, the past finally laid to rest. He turned to Mena, who stood cradling Lyra in her arms, the protective charm bracelet he'd crafted glinting on their daughter's tiny wrist. The sight of them together, his mate and his pup, made his chest tighten with a possessiveness that was both feral and tender. "Let's get her inside," Jax said, his voice low but firm. He reached out, brushing a strand of Mena's dark hair away from her face. Her eyes met his, and he saw no hesitation, no shadow of doubt. She was his, and he was hers. Mena nodded, and together they made their way upstairs to Lyra's nursery. The room was soft with the glow of a nightlight, the walls painted in shades of green and yellow. Jax gently took Lyra from Mena's arms, cradling their daughter against his chest. He could feel the steady rhythm of Lyra's heartbeat, the faint hum of her hybrid magic intertwining with his own wolf magic. "She's calm now," Mena murmured, her hand resting on Jax's shoulder as she leaned into him. "Your presence always soothes her." "We always soothe her," Jax corrected, pressing a kiss to Lyra's forehead before carefully laying her in the crib. He lingered, watching as their daughter's breathing evened out, her tiny fingers curling around the edge of the blanket. He felt the triad bond between them, his, Mena's, and Lyra's, pulsing with a warmth that anchored him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. Mena's hand slid down his arm, her fingers tangling with his. "Let's go," she whispered, her voice tinged with a heat that sent a shiver through his body. He didn't need to be told twice. Jax followed her to the bathroom, his eyes never leaving the curve of her hips as she moved. She turned on the shower, the sound of water hitting tiles filling the room. Steam began to rise, curling around them like a lover's embrace. "I'm happy to see you wearing my gifts," Jax said, his voice rough as his gaze dropped to the charm necklace resting against her pale skin. The engagement ring he'd placed on her finger last night caught the soft bathroom light, its gold band and black diamonds gleaming. "I'm never taking them off," Mena replied firmly. Her fingers went to the hem of her nightgown, pulling it over her head in one swift motion. Jax let out a low growl as he took her in. Her curves, her strength, and the fire in her eyes that had drawn him to her 2 years ago. He stepped forward, his hands going to her hips as he tugged her close. "You're so sexy, Mena." She smirked, her hands already working to remove his shirt. "Less talking, Wolf." "More action." Jax growled again, his control slipping as she pushed his pajama pants down his hips. He kicked them aside, stepping into the shower with her. The water cascaded over them, warm and insistent, but it was nothing close to the heat flaring between them. "Looks like this scene is getting too hot for this platform to handle. Get the unabridged version from militadenbooks.com and never miss another steamy ending. With code RODEO30, you can even get 30% off any digital product on the store. Thank you for listening to Militaden Books." "You're incredible," Mena murmured, her head resting against his chest. Her voice was soft but steady. Jax kissed the top of her head, his hands still caressing her back. "You're amazing," he said simply. She laughed softly, the sound sending a warmth blooming in his chest that wasn't because of the steam filling the shower. For a moment, he just held her, letting the water wash over them both. When she finally stirred, pulling back to look at him, there was a playfulness in her eyes that he loved. "Now," she said, her lips curving into a mischievous smile, "about that round two." He cut her off with a growl, his hands tightening on her hips. "You're insatiable." "And you're irresistible," Mena shot back, her grin widening. Jax laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that shook his chest as he pulled her tight against him. He kissed her again as he carried her out of the shower. There was time for more. There was time for everything with her.
Chapter 30. Mena. Mena stared at her reflection in the full-length mirror, hardly recognizing the woman who gazed back. The strapless white wedding gown hugged her curves, before flowing out in a delicate train adorned with tiny pearl beads that caught the summer sunlight streaming through the boathouse windows. 6 months ago, this renovated boathouse had been nothing more than a reminder of that first night with Jax. Now it stood transformed into her bridal preparation room, much like her life had been transformed by his return. "Stop fidgeting or I'll set your veil on fire," Fiona warned, adjusting the crown that secured Mena's veil. The Fire Witch's red hair was swept up in an elegant updo that complemented her emerald bridesmaid dress. "You wouldn't dare," Mena replied, unable to stop her fingers from reaching up to touch the charm necklace that rested against her collarbone. Jax's Christmas gift, his first promise to her. "Try me," Fiona grinned, her fingers emitting the faintest wisp of smoke. "I just spent 40 minutes on your hair, and I'll be damned if you mess it up 5 minutes before you walk down the aisle." Jenna swooped in with a makeup brush, dabbing at Mena's cheeks. "You nervous, honey? Because you look like you're about to either float away or throw up." "Both," Mena admitted, her stomach turning somersaults. "Is it normal to be this happy and terrified at the same time?" "Completely normal," Nina called from across the room where she was attempting, and failing, to keep Lyra seated. The toddler's blue eyes gleamed with mischief as she squirmed in her miniature flower girl dress. "Lyra Hollow, if you shift right now, I swear by all the stars in the sky." A tiny growl erupted from the 20-month-old's throat, her eyes flashing gold with the earliest signs of a wolf shift. "Lyra," Mena said firmly, turning from the mirror and kneeling despite Fiona's protests about the dress. "Come to Mommy." The little girl's eyes immediately returned to normal as she broke free from Nina and bounded across the room, her brown curls bouncing with each step. Mena scooped her up, inhaling the perfect blend of baby powder and wild magic that was uniquely her daughter. "You want to see Daddy, don't you?" Mena whispered, brushing a kiss across Lyra's forehead. "Daddy!" Lyra proclaimed, clapping her hands. The shadows in the corners of the room shifted slightly in response to her excitement. Her necromantic powers were still a bit unpredictable, despite their best efforts at training her. "Just like her father, stubborn to the bone," Mena murmured, but there was only love in her voice. The last 6 months had been a whirlwind of family breakfasts, late-night feedings, and stolen moments with Jax that left her breathless and wanting more. Every day brought a new discovery. Jax teaching Lyra to howl at the moon, family picnics in the glimmering woods, and nights wrapped in each other's arms that made her wonder how she'd survived so long without him. "Speaking of your wolf," Jenna said, peeking through the curtains at the beach ceremony setup, "he's pacing like a caged animal out there. Caleb's practically having to hold him down." Mena's heart skipped at the thought of Jax waiting for her, in that tailored black suit that made his green eyes even more intense. The man who'd thrown himself between their daughter and death without hesitation. The man who'd claimed her heart not once but twice. "I never thought I'd get this," Mena confessed softly, stroking Lyra's hair as the little girl played with the pearls on her dress. "A second chance. A beautiful family. Him." Nina approached, her hands wreathed in gentle purple magic as she took Lyra from Mena's arms. "Like I said before, the universe has a way of giving us what we need, when we need it," Nina said, her eyes warm with wisdom. "Even if it takes a detour or two along the way." "Or a near-death experience and a kidnapping," Mena added wryly. "Details," Fiona waved dismissively, adjusting Mena's train one final time. "Are you ready to go marry that wolf of yours before he skips the whole ceremony and snatches you up right now to claim you behind the boathouse?" Mena took one last look in the mirror, thinking of the journey that had brought her here. From a one-night stand, to single motherhood, to grief, and finally to this perfect, impossible love. She touched her charm necklace once more, feeling Jax's promise to love and protect her in the smooth wood against her skin. "Yes," she said, her voice steady now. "I think I've been ready since the moment he walked back into my life." The procession began outside, and through the boathouse window, Mena watched Fiona stride down the aisle with remarkable grace for someone who typically moved like a barely contained flame. Caleb, looking surprisingly civilized in his black suit, accompanied her with the stoic authority that came naturally to the alpha. Behind them walked Jenna, her perpetual smile even brighter today, arm in arm with Wade, Caleb's beta, whose massive shoulders strained against his suit jacket. "It's happening," Mena whispered, her heart hammering in her chest. "It's really happening." Next came Lyra, her tiny fingers clutching the wicker basket filled with rose petals. The sunlight caught the protective charm bracelet on her wrist as she took hesitant steps down the aisle. "Darling girl," Mena murmured, watching her daughter falter halfway down. But then Jax crouched at the end of the aisle, his powerful frame suddenly softening as he stretched out his arms. "Come on, pup," his deep voice carried across the gathering. "You're doing great." Lyra's face lit up, and she practically galloped the rest of the way, flower petals forgotten as she launched herself into her father's arms. Jax scooped her up, planting a kiss on her forehead, before passing her to Nina, whose purple magic sparkled as she conjured a small floating light to distract the toddler. "That's my cue," Mena said, taking her position at the entrance. The gathered friends and pack members rose as the music shifted, and there he was, her wolf, her mate, her Jax. His green eyes locked on her blue ones across the distance with such intensity that Mena felt her knees weaken. The jagged scar on his jaw only enhanced his rugged beauty, and the way his tailored suit hugged his broad shoulders made her mouth go dry. Mena floated down the aisle, barely aware of the guests, the decorations, or even the warm sand beneath her feet. All she could see was Jax, whose expression had transformed from his usual dangerous intensity to something raw and vulnerable that made her heart clench. When she reached him, he took her hand in his much larger one, his thumb brushing across her knuckles in a gesture so intimate it felt like a caress. "You're everything," he whispered, his voice breaking with emotion. The ceremony passed in a blur until Jax began his vows, his deep voice carrying across the hushed gathering. "Mena," he started, his eyes locking onto hers with piercing intensity. "I spent 22 months in exile thinking about a woman who danced under winter stars. I didn't know then that one perfect night would give me everything I never deserved. You, Lyra, and a home. When I came back broken, you put me together. When I was lost, you anchored me. I vow to protect you both with my life, to honor you with every breath, and to love you beyond death itself." Tears fell down Mena's cheeks, and she didn't bother wiping them away. Her voice trembled as she began her own vows. "Jax Hollow, I've loved you through absence, through pain, and through joy. You've taught me that loving doesn't mean losing, that being vulnerable doesn't mean being weak. I vow to stand with you against any darkness, to build our family in light, and to never again let fear keep me from loving you completely and wildly, exactly as you deserve." When they were pronounced husband and wife, Jax pulled her flush against his chest with possessive urgency, his kiss claiming her completely. His hand pressed against her back, and Mena melted into him, forgetting everything but the taste of his lips and the promise of forever. As they broke apart to cheers and whistles, Mena stood on tiptoe, her lips brushing his ear. "I'm pregnant," she whispered, her heart soaring as she felt him freeze. Jax pulled back just enough to search her eyes, a tear tracking down his cheek before his face split into a grin so wide and joyful it transformed him entirely. "My wife," he announced, turning to their friends with pride blazing in his eyes, "is giving me another child." The crowd erupted in celebration, and Jax swept Mena into another kiss, this one promising pleasures for later. As Lyra toddled over to hug their legs, Mena knew with absolute certainty that all her fears had finally been laid to rest. This was her pack, her family, her joy, and nothing would ever come between them again.